Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. Another Sunday game, another loss here, another difficult loss for but maybe different reasons, I suppose I would say. Well, tough one here for you, Seattle, though. Feels like you definitely had this one, as much as some of the embarrassing losses this year. This was one that you felt like you did have in your hands and not able to pull into your clutches. And just always right as the moment you felt like you're pulling it close, you had the game kind of slide and slip away a little bit, which was tough to see. But we've come out the other end of this one. I'm going to keep this kind of open to you guys in the chat today here in the discussion. I'll get my full thoughts through it, reacting off what you guys got with that. There's a lot to turn over. The trade deadline's in a couple of days, a lot of big decisions to be made. There'll be a lot of talk tonight, I know, about Geno. And that, I get that. I understand it. I'm not saying that that's not a welcome spot here in the channel at any time. It is. I think it's less than a super clear day one way or the other on that, or Geno in general. But at the end of the day, this is all good open discussion for where the team needs to go and what is the proper approach. And we've got to be asking ourselves all of these big questions in regards to every player about what is best for this team, moving on as we go into the future. And you'd like to not have to make maybe this decision to be pressed as much right now, maybe to wait after the deadline and see where you're a little bit more at with Lucas and DK. But unfortunately, you got to make these choices right now. If there are players out there that have a certain value out there, if there is you needing to go get draft capital for the future, if these things are what is, required, then I think we can all understand that these are the steps that they may have to take. Now, the team was a lot more competitive today than they've been recently in these losses, which is good to see. But you can understand in Schneider's perspective, and if there is something on the table, he might have to jump. We'll see on that. And that'll be a part where we'll have to open discussion with you guys on this. But too many, I said on the telecast, we've said in many weeks here, self-inflicted wounds. Too many things that happen on with this team where they just cause themselves to sort of fail as much as the opponent's causing it. And there is sometimes in the NFL Sundays, it's not always about what you are doing. Sometimes it's about you letting your opponent make that mistake, letting them, shoot themselves in the foot, basically. And we have a susceptibility to doing it often, which is tough to watch. But we are seeing what we're seeing here. And so I'll let you guys steer this where you want on it. I definitely have my perspective with it, but all perspectives are welcome here at the Hawks Nest. We're not looking for this ever to be an echo chamber. I do welcome everybody in the chat to keep this in mind tonight, is we're going to have probably a lot of variance in opinions tonight. A lot of people feeling a lot of different ways and a lot of different emotions at the forefront of it. I understand it all. The only thing I ask is that we keep it respectful tonight, agreement, disagreement, that we keep it in that alignment, understanding that we all want the same thing at the end of the day. We just may have different perspectives on how to get there, and that's all right. Please hit that like button if you could for me tonight. I thank you guys for watching. Spec, tough loss today. Tough loss indeed, man. Nate Smeltzers, good to see you, man. So 7 sacks and 3 interceptions will tank anyone, though. You're not getting very far on that. I said that there are times in games where you can take a one baseline stat, I think, and that baseline stat will tell you everything you may need to know about the rest of the game, or enough in that point to at least inform you on who won or lost. And if you have 2 red zone interceptions in an NFL game, hard enough to have just multiple interceptions in an NFL game alone, but 2 red zone interceptions in an NFL game, you're not going to win. You're not going to win. And the pass protection, again, is a weekly basis problem. The stunts of the Rams gave us fits today. The guys off the edges gave us fits today. Your quarterback dropped back 34 times. Sacked 7 times. So almost once every 4 dropbacks. It's not a quarterback hit. It's not a hurry. The hurries will even be worse, folks. There's 7 sacks. That means that he's being probably hurried on well over half of his snaps. But 1 every 4 snaps, here comes a sack. Hard to be very good when you're that way. And then you throw the last little layer of this crap cake together with the offensive line, and here comes the penalties on top of it. But it's true. Very true. Joe says way too many mistakes and penalties to win. Defense kept them in the game. They did. They did. Defense did their part. Really feel real good about the way defense played today. They stood much tougher. That energy and spirit I've been asking for to see on the field, you felt today from the defense. McDonald doing some more things schematically to help the defense out. Saw more of that from the defense. It was encouraging to see. Addis, just a frustrated and disappointing game. Yeah, I think that accurately is a summation of it. Corey, I'd be surprised if they made a trade unless they are trading their players. Yeah, I don't think that there's any way you're onboarding anybody at this point, and that's, I think, probably whether you won or lost in this game. Going out there and being a buyer on the trade market at this time would have not been, I think any of us really would have wanted to see that at that point. It would have been great to be at 5-4 rather than 4-5, but you've not seen enough from this team to say, yeah, go for it this year. And we've already kind of done a couple of trades here already to try to get things, figured out, and it's not really quite gotten it there anyway. So let it roll out. Let it see how to play out. It's the first year of McDonald. Understandable if it doesn't quite click in fully, but yeah, I agree. Mimi, I question if Freak has any IQ level sometimes. There's sometimes some things he does. At times you go, oof, there's a lot of ability there, man. He could be the best cornerback in this sport, especially as a cover man, I think, and especially with his ball skills. He had a chance at the end of this game. He had an interception staring him right in the face as easy as they're going to come. And for some reason, he jumped about 30 seconds too soon, rather than running up and going and grabbing that ball. BB, it's time to move on from Geno. It may be that time. One of the nice parts about this, and as you guys know, watching this channel, one of the things I said about it is, okay, I am a Geno supporter. This last year is a point of assessment. I was not in favor of giving him a contract extension when we were hearing about there being rumors that was something that his camp was wanting in training camp. You wanted to have the year to make the assessment on where he was going to end up and what is the final version of Geno look here with this new offense? Hopefully at that point you were hoping with a better scheme. Hopefully you were hoping at that point with a better offensive line. Hopefully you were hoping at that point with a better defense. I don't know if all that stuff has come forward to be able to make that answer as clear as some would assume on either side of this. Voice gets scratchy after a long day of talking today, folks. I don't know if it gets any clearer, but the unfortunate part is that you have to make a determination on what you're going to do. You're not going to play him out on the final year of his contract. He's going to want a new deal by that point for sure. And it's going to be hard to float that new deal to him, given what we've seen in totality, if it maintains through the end of this year. Snail says, B, sell high on JSN. All the guys that I had in market before on that, Snail, from what I said before on that, to me still remain in play. Yeah. I love the day JSN had. This is not me, by the way. Let's make sure, because you know how this goes. I'll get straw man to death here in the comments on this one. I'm not looking to go to straw. I'm not looking to go to a fire sale. I am not looking to do any trade where we are not with certainty on the end of the deal looking like complete winners. Like maybe we lose a little bit of talent, but we come out the other end to going, whoa, that draft capital though. Like, ooh, that kind of hurt. Ooh, but that draft capital though. Any trade but that, I ain't making. I'll stand pat and do nothing. So I'm not pushing to be hyper aggressive for the sake of being hyper aggressive. But I love the JSN had. Should have had well over 200 yards. Even showed you off some of that yak that is, I think, missing from him at times a little bit. But yeah, the point still stands with me on him is that if you add him at a sell high point right now, I don't know if he's a long-term fit if you're going to commit to running in this offense. We can't really run any runs to the edges in this offense right now. We can't. I think my instincts on this are we're not by and large because we don't trust both our blocking up front and our blocking to the edges. And he's in the mix on that stuff. And that you might need more of a guy that can block from within that slot, can take a slot and take them on a ride. Maybe a guy in the spread concepts. And nobody's really pushed back on me on this concept. And I love GSM, but that's the two things you kind of want with this spread system, I would say, that have to be kind of secondary skills you might normally atypically put as like skill 20 and 21 that you care most about on a given receiver. But unfortunately, with this given offense, and if you want to run the ball to the edges, these become more things that sit at more of a center point, so to speak. Sean says, oh no, we suck again. Sigh. Maybe so, Sean. Fire Schneider and get a competent offensive line. The offensive line being this bad for so long is not sit, or nor should it sit well rest on Schneider's shoulders with this. He's been asked about it for years to deal with it. You guys saw me 2 years ago beg to him like he was on high to draft Creed Humphrey. You guys saw me almost in tears over the selection of Creed Eskridge because of how silly it was you were passing on a talent like Creed Humphrey with him landing in your lap. He just landed in your lap. It's like, oh, here's an all-pro center, second round. Nah. We want to trot out Austin Blythe. So the frustration with that stuff, man, anybody talking about that, I'm going to be right there with you guys, step for step, lockstep with you going, yeah. I don't know if I get to the full point of firing, but I'm looking at John. If I had him in a room right now, I'd be like, John, you're killing me. You're effing killing me. Oh, Singfoot. I love talking about the Seahawks, but there's nothing to say. The team is another letdown. Sean Lee, fire Schneider and get a competent O-line. Nick, why don't we run the damn ball inside the 5-yard line? Because Grubby has a chubby for passing that dubby. And he does so by throwing the ball too much, man. He just wants to throw, baby. Chicks don't dig the running game. Chicks dig the passing attack. Pushing it. He's salt and pepper with it, man. Push it. Push it real good. Sharbs, and yeah, going with Walker instead of Charbonnet was an interesting choice, Nick, on the short yardage stuff. Oddly enough, last year, one thing that did stand out about Charbonnet, unfortunately, was the advanced statics. They did try to use him that way a little bit last year in that manner, and not so good. Not so good at the short yardage stuff. How about having him in fullback there? How about a fullback dive, though, to him? You know, I like the combo of you got the threat of Walker on the backside, especially to a pitch play to the edges. Keep him kind of, keep him sort of like having to keep it maintained there where they can't just cheat all the way to the A and the B gaps. They got to kind of play a little legit. And then you come back to Charbonnet on the fullback dive. Even if he's not a good short yardage back, at least there you just have him just lower your head and go. I am Flash. Woolen's good. He made one mistake. He got beat on the touchdown as well. He got back-to-back touchdowns. He's not bad. There's nothing bad with Reed. Just, there's sometimes some moments with him where you're like, hey, buddy, come on. Hand grenade says, no. That's something I said. Ada says, if they make a trade for a guard. I'd love to see that. Ghostopid. That's a mouthful. Fanbase IQ is cooked for real. William JSM was great. Yeah, Robbie heard Anthony skates for feet. Bradford. Hand grenade. Yeah, no team is letting go of offensive linemen. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to be able to find any help for him. That Sean Lee says, I'm so done with Schneider. How many All-Pros or Pro Bowlers has he drafted in, say, the last 7 years? I don't think any. I do not think any. You might have gotten like 1 second team All-Pro from Mike Deke or something on one of those years, but not too many, man. Not other than that. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation, and thank you for bearing with me on the donos. Sorry, I'm a little behind. I always talk too damn much. Here. Let me get over to you guys over here in the donos. Thank you for the $2 donation. It says, bad teams find a way to lose, and we're a bad team. You're halfway in the year. Your record is what it says it is, Sanchez, to your point. And you're right. And I think that's a great way of putting it. It's not something you can kind of measure as much statistically speaking, but I think you do feel it or not where it's coming from a team where there are those teams that will find that way to win instead of doing the thing where they look to sort of mess up, but they just can't quite exhibit that sort of resilience to get through there a little bit. The team fought hard today, and certainly the defense did their part today. I wouldn't put much of anything on them at all, but yeah, I think that overall, that's really the greatest way to put it. And that where we are as a team right now, record-wise, isn't really on the back of one positional group or next, or this unit or the next. It's been a team experience to get us here. For both probably the good and, unfortunately, more of the bad. Simogen, thank you for the $10 donation. I appreciate you for that. Says, I am not sad as we had the best D in a long time, and it was the offensive line that let us down again. Or the refs. Seahawks did well, and it was a loss, but a hard-fought loss that at least left me with hope. I like the optimism. I really do, Simogen, and I'm not going to push down on it at all. I think that I want competitive play. I want to feel like my team is fighting their butts off at every inch. I don't want to feel like there's a question of effort or whatnot. And I think I rightfully so questioned it last week. And it was confirmed a little bit when you heard about McDonald talking about how the Wednesday practice wasn't as good. Guys weren't as connected. Teams that are in it, teams that are locked and loaded, man, you ain't checking them at practice. You ain't having to tell them what time it is at practice. And the coach notes that, goes, yeah, the preparation last week was a little bit better. This week, we're able to consistently get that. That's that effort thing I talk about, which can also be game days and also can be between the weeks, between Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And I thought I think hard fought is a great way of putting the words, those two words applied here, is that there's a lot more of a hard foughtness too here. Did you have some bad moments from, like I say, the self-inflicted stuff? Sure. But there was certainly a little more fight here in some of these games that we've seen, especially from last week, where there was not much fight to be found across the board on that side. Thank you, Simogen, for the $10 donation. That is very kind of you. Very kind of you. Adrian X, thank you for the $2 donation. I went shopping with a girlfriend over watching this garbage bee. Well, you saved yourself of a very emotional experience. A roller coaster of his emotions. Up, down, up, down. Oh, we're going to go up all the way around. Oh, this thing goes upside down. Okay. I didn't think I was doing that today. But at the end of the day, you might have saved yourself some bottom line good stress for it. You know, we'd want to maybe felt differently, but you come out the loss through all that. Yeah, probably saved yourself some much needed eye pain on that one. Christopher Smith, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Christopher Smith, I want to thank all the new subscribers, man. We loaded up again today with a ton of new subs. I think we broke a record today for channel views. Went over well over 1,500 people here in the channel today. So thank you to you guys on that. Hand Grenade, thank you for the $5 donation. Very kind of you. Well, sell time is Reek on the trading block. At least the D looked better. Getting Abe and DK back will be a good boost. You are getting some cavalry back here after the bye week. And that could be potentially 2 impact players if Abe is back to his normal self. And we don't know one way or the other. I know some people like to determine, Abe's never coming back. Or some people are determining that when Abe comes back, he's going to be a shell of himself because there's no way they got that knee fixed with surgery. And then there's others like me who say we don't really know how he'll look. And maybe some of this has been also to make sure he was truly at 100% before you put him back on that field. But if he can be at that place and you're getting back DK knowing what he brings to the table, that does give you 2 impact parts back onto that offense now, which, like you say, would be a very big boost. I think there's no doubt about that. And as hard as this loss is, and as much as this tumbles you down into the bottom of the division, you are still here, a game or 2 are out halfway into the year. And if you can lock this in, anything at that point is, truly possible if the team wants to take that direction. Now, that's, of course, hand grenade if they take the direction of not being sellers. And as I say, make no mistake about this, I'm not advocating for openly just sell, 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 but I am advocating for move guys if there is a great offer that you have thrown your way and to be swayed that way. And people talk about how the draft is weak this year for offensive linemen, and it does look like that on the surface of things. So I think we'll have to see a little bit more once we get through really the final totality of the college season and see where these prospects test out at and then have all of that time to really evaluate the guys. But let's say it plays out that way. Having the extra second and third round kind of picks in there if you're able to get that for players here, could then allow you to then, instead of having to necessarily draft that guy, now maybe you can put together a better package of picks to go maybe trade for that offensive line. Because as I've said, there's 3 different methods to improving an offensive line. You can A, draft, B, trade for guys, or C, sign guys in free agency. And I'm not talking signing for a 1-year deal, prove it deal, $3 million. I'm talking sign a guy. Now, Seattle has only, over the last about 10 years, utilized one method of approach for the most part. And that is that they're going to try to draft their linemen across the board. And then when they do spend money, like I say, it's on the 1-year flyers, guys on the last legs of their NFL life. Not good players. Not good players. And so if they utilize these other 2 pathways, one way to do that would be to have maybe some of those draft picks that you could move to get those guys if that was the way to do it. It needs to be addressed either way. So I'm not looking to go full sell time. I'm not looking to go fire sale time, but I'm going to say, hey, I'm in the shop. I'm taking the close sign and I'm turning it around, and let's just hear the call. It doesn't hurt to hear and field calls. We don't have to do anything. But if I'm John right now, I think there's got to be less of at this point of necessarily it being about, I just trust in this talent I've drafted. I'm just going to keep trusting, because you have to learn lessons and learn, I think, where you maybe have gone wrong in recent years from a player developmental standpoint and John's standpoint. And maybe it's one that he doesn't really want to go down this road with, but where you can look at certain guys and go, okay, maybe I didn't get this guy who's developing like I thought he would develop. And maybe there's this guy right here who's a really good player, but doesn't fit quite to McDonald's scheme. Really talented player, but doesn't quite fit to McDonald's scheme. These are the tough decisions and choices he has to be making right now, in my opinion, Hand Grenade, and I hope he will. But I'm not going to hold him over the barrel if he doesn't make any moves. If you want to stand pat and just make, a lot of this first year is about making that assessment and then making maybe more of your extreme moves as you get into the offseason, where you're like, okay, now we're going to take the hatchet to this thing rather than the scalpel we maybe did last offseason. We'll see. We'll see on that, Hand Grenade. Be interesting. But good thoughts, man. O'Dwyer, thank you for the $5 Canadian. Appreciate you, brother. What are the 3 main things you think the team needs to do in the offseason to be competitive in the next 2 to 3 years? Ooh, really, really, really good question. I got one answer there for sure, but I'm working through the next. I'm going to go with 3 things that are not going to be necessarily, I think, what people would necessarily think. One of them is easy. And right off the rip, you say, I need to go get the offensive line as a centerpiece of what I do. Yeah, I just recounted to you guys a couple off seasons ago, 3 years ago, Creed Humphrey, desperately needing offensive line. That sound familiar? I mean, why do you think you had me so much in tears going, draft this guy, please? Because it was in that bad a shape at that time. And then we've come through even to last offseason, where if you go back and watch my live stream shows, saying previewing the offseason and what the Hawks should do, you'll hear me say, leading off the rip, make building the offensive line a strength of your team rather than a weakness every year. Make it the focal point, make it the centerpiece, make it priority number 1. And John does not make it priority number 1. It's somewhat of a priority, but he does not really address it in the way it needs to be addressed. And he just fights this tooth and nail for 10 years. It makes no sense. And he's trying to go, I think, a little bit off of his Packer background with this. Packers do a great job of drafting, but the second place that they get done on is the developmental side of it. They develop their offensive linemen. They had a whole crab technique they used for years until the NFL outlawed it, that their offensive line coach had developed. Not outlawed, but it just got called more for a penalty. And they were great at it. And the Packers developed their offensive linemen. They developed versatile offensive linemen. They also put a lot of draft capital into their offensive line every year. But we don't develop as well, and we haven't developed as well for a while. I was thinking about this the other day, and I think you can make an argument that above offensive coordinators, above defensive coordinators, the most important positional group maybe on your team might be offensive line coach. Because these guys are coming out rawer than ever. And it really gets onto your back to develop them appropriately and properly to get them ready to go. And it's a hard task, as we've seen here. So, number 1 is making the offensive line and building at O'Dwyer a point of priority. Number 1. That means money. That means draft capital. That means offloading assets from one area on the team to assets on to this point of the team. Some of this is what that is as well. Stop burying money in the bad. Start looking to put it in the good. So number 1 to there. Number 2 is getting the defenders that fit really truly to McDonald's scheme this offseason, more than guys that might even be like uber talented. What do you need in actuality to fit to your scheme for the players? We do not need Mike to fail with players that aren't necessarily quite to his liking of what he needs to make it work. And he's a guy that can get the most out of his talent. There's an area of this of I don't have to fit guys into my scheme necessarily, but there's some instinct I might have here that you're having to kind of now, as we've worked on the fly with a couple players here through the last month and a half in trades, finding those kind of personnel guys. Trevis Gibson, Roy Robertson Harris, Ernest Jones, physical players. Bringing a little bit of a different mentality in here type of players than what we've had in here prior. So there's got to be more of a commitment And that's not necessarily in putting tons of resources. It's more about fitting the type of player type to the defense that you need to have here for him. So you don't have to make these trades into the early part of the year to try to augment and fix things that probably should have been fixed in that area in the offseason, in my opinion. The third thing would be, can I say offensive line again? The third thing would be, I had it in my mind a second ago and it just left my head here. I think develop the plan for what you want to do at the quarterback position. And that doesn't mean go get the quarterback. What that means is, does John want to do the blueprint of what he did in 2012? Does John want to go and package picks to go get that certain first round guy? Does John want to go look and make a Stafford-like trade for maybe a quarterback that might, be in play to be moved out? I'd like to understand what he wants to do and know what he wants to do at the QB position, because your decision this offseason is going to be very important when you're going to have to make a call on this. I don't think you're going to just run through with Geno for another year next year. The quarterbacks of this draft aren't super exciting. There's a pathway here, though, with the quarterbacks not being super exciting this offseason in this draft, that they do have kind of second, third, fourth roundish grades. So they are in that territory of where we saw Russell once drafted, and even guys that might have a lot of starting experience in college going in that area. So maybe there's a chance he tries to replicate something like that, bring a guy in and have him and Hal duke it out and let the best man win. But you've got to figure out where you want to be with the quarterback position. I think they've been kind of trying to see if Geno could be the guy here, / didn't really like the options or had the real guy available to them to pick that they could really want to jump on, keeping in mind John doesn't really want to package picks up and move in the draft. That may be a place a lot of people want to see him do eventually, but I don't think he'll really want to go in that direction, because he's never in one first round ever packaged picks and moved up in that first round. So I think that those are the three things that sit as the three most important things here as we go through into this offseason. But if I could really highlight offensive line on that, if you could just take one of those, just give me the offensive line. Just put the resources into it, man. It will benefit this team across the board if they did so. Thank you, though. Appreciate you. Thomas Cox, thank you for the $5 donation. When is it time to start discussing letting go of Schneider? This was more, in my opinion, a decision to be made for Jody last offseason, in my opinion. And it is one of those points of data that I always say, Thomas, on this, I don't know, is what I tend to come to this. And what I mean by that is that no general managers, up until the start of this year, no general managers in the sport, save one or two, have a head coach who can overrule them, who has more power than they have to dictate things. And even if that coach isn't swinging that gavel over and over again, but swinging it at precipitous moments, like, making a trade for a safety for 2 first-round picks and a third, then he's coming in and causing harm in how that general manager can do his job. I'm not saying I know this to be the case. What I'm saying is I don't know. And so that this had to be then on the back of that committee that came together last offseason to discuss parting with Coach Carroll, to then also bringing Schneider into that consideration of where he stood. And I have read into it, based on the fact Schneider wasn't in that mode, that committee group looked at it and they saw that this was more of Carroll at the forefront in these problems, that John's not had the opportunity to run this full set go. And so that's the first important part of this, Thomas, because the second part of this comes into play on, yes, he's now responsible. And he is now completely on his back. And I don't think you fully just reset the clock here. I don't say that, right? But what I do say is that it's a little bit like Carroll back 2 years ago when he said, hey, we've been arrogant in our ways. We've got to change our ways. We're going to go over and we're going to run the Rams offense. We're going to run the cover 2 shell, Vic Fangio stuff. Let's fly. We're changing our ways. We've figured it out. We've understood. And it would be like, if that failed in that first year, going, Carroll, all these years of bad defense, and just the first year of putting all these new schemes into play, right? I think you got to be kind of similar with Schneider, where it's probably a 2-year process here. It's probably through next offseason that you make a determination like that, because he hasn't had that chance to fully run and go. This is me kind of, again, I am doing some logical deduction here that may not be where it is, Thomas. And if it's in the place of the committee didn't just really keep that into account, John's really been screwing the pooch these whole years, he's really the kind of the bad guy, okay, then he should be gone, all right? definitely there. If it's just wholly all on him on all these choices, then I'm completely with that. But if it is as I'm suspecting a bit, I think more of that came into where they understood you've not been able to run your job in the way that most general managers are able to run. And therefore we've got to give you a little bit more time. Doesn't mean he's going to turn into, doesn't mean that he may not be the wrong guy here at this point, but it does mean just in the name of giving the fair shake thing, if you're going to go down that line of it, I think that that's what you got to do here. I think that if you're going to make that choice, you should have made it this offseason if he was that close to the door. Let's put it that way. Addis the Gamer, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you for that. And I know we're behind on the donos. I promise you I'm trying to catch you up. Says, I think John needs to be taking the blame here too. John needs to get the blame here. John took this offseason where he was running full and free. John had an opportunity now to where he could have said, okay, well, Coach Carroll through these years said, look, offensive line's not as important as my cherished defense. Take care of my cherished defense, John. Make that your centerpiece, John. Okay, now you got your first offseason. And what do you choose to do with it? You have knuckleheads like me out here, morons like me, guys that don't know football anywhere at the level you know it, out here begging you for years to do this thing you don't do, and now you've got all the right and road to go do it. And instead you go back and draft, let's say, another defensive tackle in the first round. After you just spent $17.5 million on one guy that you decided to kick out to edge, and then $21 million more on this guy. And you go, okay. You wait to the third round to finally take a guy. And I think he'll be still a pretty good player long term, but you're doing that bare minimum. You're going, where's the line at? What's the bare minimum I got to do? Okay, there, I'm done. And again, he did nothing but establish the same principles he's established here as far as his philosophy on the offensive line the past few off seasons. I'll allocate one really good draft pick to it. I'll try to find something in the back end of the draft, which we all know is not likely to be found anything in there. I'm going to go find that one veteran / he decided to go double down twice on this one. So he thought, okay, I'm going bad. I got the one elder offensive lineman on his last legs that I try to carve out one final season from in a 1 year, $3 million deal, 1 year, $4 million deal. So, it'll fix that is instead of doing that with just one guy, let me do it with two guys, because I'll do it with George Fant too. And so you basically just applied your same kind of philosophy on that side of the ball and that line again this offseason. And I think people are going to, I'm not in the boat of calling for job, but I do think I understand where people are coming from, where you failed to address this thing. You had high opportunity to, and instead you went on, and what makes it worse is you went on radio with the soundbite saying guards are kind of overdrafted and overpaid. John, read the room. See where the wind's blowing. And it's not that you're wrong necessarily to say, well, they're overdrafted and overpaid, but it is, the price is the price, right? You can't walk into, you can't walk into high-end market on Beverly Hills and see all this and go, yeah, but I don't think the leather's that good. So I just want to pay like a fourth the price. Like, no, we're not gonna do that. I'm like, okay, well, I'm going down to the mall down the store then. Oh, you pay for what you get. And so I think that the blame is rightfully placed on his shoulders here, as we've seen this offensive line in countless games almost single-handedly take down the whole ship with it. And you've had time to learn this lesson. It's not a new thing just this year. It's not a new thing just last year. There's the 10 years of data that, I just dropped a video 3 weeks ago with neglect on the thumbnail title for a reason. It's 10 years of neglect. And I'm not doing this calling for heads. I'm not doing this to say, John, gotta go. What I'm doing is saying, John, time for an over course correction. I don't effing give a damn. Time for an over course correction. Time for you to walk in off season saying, I put no investment in the future. I got nothing in my stocks. I've been doing that 10% thing. Okay, now I got to throw big money bags into this investment for that retirement, so to speak. Otherwise, it just looks like if you were to avoid another offseason, if you were to attack it the same offseason, well, we'll just develop the guys we got within. We'll just roll with this. Who's an elder guy I get for $3 million, 3.5, 4? Okay, get him, put him in there. If you do that again, it's going to be very hard to excuse that. I don't know how anyone at that point could stand there and go, just trust the process. He's doing the same thing. He's doing the same thing he's done for 10 years. I'm not trusting that. And I like John. I do. But on this one, it is Very frustrating to see. Mickle Cam, thank you for the $10 donation, Mickle Cam. He says, I think I've seen enough of this offensive line. We've got one quality starter and 4 mediocre backups. Schneider cannot be the GM after 2025 if he doesn't fix the offensive line. Grubb needs to do better. We've become the Browns. I agreed. At least the Browns know how to invest in an offensive line. You know, their quarterback likes handies, but they know how to build an offensive line. So, you know, I will say that. And yeah, I think that's pretty accurately what I see from the same thing. And as I said, that I do think you give him the 2 years, but I've got to say, I mean, if I walk through an offseason of another Lakin Tomlinson clone brought in to be our left guard next year, and I got to bring and another center they're going to pay $3 million to, he's got 150 games started by 5 teams in 6 years. Please. I mean, how do you excuse it at that point? How do you not at that point have the fan base completely at your throat? I'm trying to hold him back here, John. I'm the guy back there trying to arms out, holding. Stop, guys. Just stop. No, you don't understand. Hold on. Just stop. No, you don't, guys. You just trust the process. Losing arms over here. And it's getting hard to excuse when it looks not even, again, at league average, but when it looks absolutely like the worst offensive line in the pros. I think you have, you'll be back down near about 28, 29 in pass protection. You'll probably be somewhere about 24-ish with run blocking as far as PFF goes. I think the run block win rate by the offensive lineman is even worse when you get down to the individual breakdowns outside of PFF on that, by the way. But I don't know how he ignores it. I don't know how he walks in another offseason and says, not that important. Man, Grubb needs to do better too. Mickle Cam, I'm halfway into the year now, and I think I can kind of thoroughly say that I'm pretty unimpressed by Grubb. I think that he is a little bit held back in running his scheme the full way he'd like to run it because he doesn't have the personnel that exactly fits to what he wants to do. And I feel for him there. The offensive line does not make it easier. Any offensive coordinator that is an offensive line that's not opening up holes in the running game and not allowing for good pass protection is going to struggle to call a good game plan when that's something he deals with game in and game out. Now, is the offensive line, in part bad because of the way that you've trained him? Maybe not. I'd hasten to guess, though, that, considering this offensive line problem has been a problem before Grubb got here, it's maybe somewhat of a talent issue, as I was speaking to about the way that they build this and the kind of the smallish nature by which they decide to build this line, how they want to go about building it and the way they put resources into it, I should say. So, Grubb does need to be a little bit better, though. The weird thing he has where he'll suddenly run game going, and he just suddenly, I got to start to pass again. No, make him stop the run. That first drive, 6 straight touches to Walker. Were you getting huge gashes? No, but you were doing the job and moving up the field and controlling the clock, and you're setting a good precedence for the day. And then you suddenly got pass happy. And he does that a couple times where he just suddenly locks into that. And I get he wants to do it. I understand. I get it. Your spread offense, you want to throw the ball 70% of the time. I get it. Your pass protection sucks. You're having drops over the course of the game from your receivers, like 4 drops in that first half. I understand. I understand, Grubb. But sometimes you got to just know what you got in the house and what you can roll and where the game's going. You got a defense getting stops on the day. You're down the goal line there at first from the 6-yard line, and you got Geno chucking it. Come down another drive, second and goal from the 5. Got Geno chucking it. I understand you can't run. I get that. You're not doing a lot of creative stuff either. I'll say that. Where's the fly sweeps? Where's the little Vishka Chenault bubble screens with DK Metcalf out of the lineup? I'm waiting to be a little bit more impressed by some of the play calling sequencing. And again, I know he's held back somewhat by the personnel and by how bad that line is, much in the same way Geno is, but it's not an end all be all excuse too. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, in the big picture, I am more encouraged. I've never seen McVay's offense look so pedestrian. McDonald, to your point, Jordan, was in his bag today, I think. He was. I think he got a good rhythm on McVay, got a good beat on what McVay was going to do in this game. And this was as much, I think you could say, I know we've got some better wins and all that against maybe, I think, lesser challenges, but this might have been as impressive a performance as a play caller from Mike McDonald in this game. in the way that he was running it up. The creative fronts, the simulated pressures, the all-out blitzes that he was running. I mean, he was changing it up across the board. He was making Stafford uncomfortable. I love the flow. I love the change up over the course of the game. Really, 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 really impressive. And I am encouraged still with McDonald long term. This is a guy that I think is a very bright coach. He's got to get his personnel in here that fits to what he wants to do, and the type of, as much as finding guys that fit to the scheme, finding the identity of players that fits to what he wants to do. But he's been impressive, and I think he'll continue to grow and get better with time. But yeah, I like the way he put it. It looked a little pedestrian. Sanchez, thank you for another $2 donation. He says, guards are overpaid. Well, you get what you pay for. That's it. And you can lament it. You get mad at it. You cannot understand it as a general manager. Why is a guard this offseason getting paid $20 million a year? How could you do that? He's not even that good. Or he's good, but he's not great. And you go, well, I don't understand it either, man. I think some of it's just there is a desperation mode at play with these teams, John. And the alternative is that your line looks like yours. The alternative is if I don't pay this guy, my whole offense comes to a dead standstill. So I guess they go, it's worse than the alternative. And you get mad at the prices, but the prices aren't changing and they're not going down anytime soon. And utilizing this just one hallway of we're only going to draft them. We're just going to draft them. We're just going to draft them. It's not going to work. You got to do a little more than that. It's going to take a little bit more than that. Especially the shape it's in. If some of this development actually come a little bit more forward over the past couple of years, it'd be different, but it's not. So stuck is as stuck does. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you for that, Garth. Says, I saw some signs of life today. Winning is the most important thing, but I dig the effort today. Why did the Rams D-line look like the 85 Bears, though? I've got a good answer for you on that. Let me start up with the front, which this is the part that doesn't have me. This has me a little less mad than last week, for instance, where I thought that, we basically defensively didn't show up for that Bills game. I just didn't. The effort wasn't there. The fight wasn't there. The effort, like you mentioned, and it wasn't there. And it just so stood out. And we've seen a few of these games past years where it just so stood out that it was missing. That was not there. The effort was there today, I would say. It was. And the Rams are a team this year, Garth, that overtook the Cowboys from last year. The Cowboys were one of the preeminent teams at running stunts inside. And what the Rams did with their draft this offseason is they took a first rounder, Florida State, Jared Verse, and second rounder, they took Braden Fisk, defensive tackle. And in drafting those two guys, what they've done is grab two guys now that are not only talented guys, but two guys that worked those games in colleges, worked those stunts in colleges all the time. So they know how, they've been repping it out. Think about how much reps you'd get on that year after year doing that with a guy. And so they really have that locked down between the two of them, how to run that. And with Braden Fisk, he is really good. A guy that I didn't think would be able to get away with just being a stunt guy like this. He's a stunt merchant, but it's working. And he gets back there on the back of these stunts constantly making it happen. So he does it non-traditionally in how he gets there. But our offensive line struggles to move in pass pro. Anthony Bradford, as good an athlete as he is, when he gets into his slide, is not really as good at keeping his slide and keeping the guy in front of him. And likewise, Laken Tomlinson has stone of feet. It's like before every snap, Laken's feet have been welded to the ground. And so now when you get guys stunting, you're really challenging that lateral movement of your offensive lineman to a huge degree. Then you throw one little extra point, dynamite, lit dynamite into the mix, being Mike Jarrell over there on the right side, who's your fifth rookie tackle, sixth rounder, starting in like his fifth game. And it just turns it into a complete and utter, catastrophe a little bit. So they had the way to get after us with that stunt game, and I knew it coming in, and it was one of the reasons I said you got to stay on the run, Grubb. You can't find yourself pulled away from it, because you may think you can hit some spots down the football field, but they're not going to give you time enough to get those throws down the football field to hit it. And without a DK guy to really pull coverage over the top, I thought you were more drawn into just trying to kind of manufacture things. Grubb didn't really want to go down that way with it today. He's very insistent on wanting to push the ball up the field, and if he's going to be the coordinator here long term, much like I say with all the rest of this team, be it McDonald or where you've been missing on the team with the offensive line, you got to start to build up the right stuff here. You got to get him the horses to allow him to run the scheme he wants to run it. Because whether Grubb turns into a great coordinator, a good coordinator, a bad coordinator, he's not one that wants to pivot down. He does not want to downshift into third, you know. He wants to keep the thing up in fifth. And if that's the way the coordinator is going to be in that aggressive mindset, then you got to give the horses up front to make that happen. Kind of means a couple of things, quite frankly. But good as well said, Long Sanchez. Long Live the King, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, you kick the field goal in OT when your defense is balling. Well said. Well said, King. I was shocked to see them not take the field goal in that moment. I don't like seeing it. McDonald tried to mention at the end that, you know, you should be able to get a half a yard on 2 carries. You know, if you need to go get it, you should be able to go get that. I think that sounds all well and good in a vacuum, but when your offensive line is a catastrophe, you don't lean on your offensive line for game. You go, we need game. You know what we need? We need our offensive lineman to, no, you don't do that. And the calls were dumb. I mean, it just odd choice in that moment. Absolutely a head scratcher in that moment for McDonald. He's had a couple of them in back-to-back weeks now. You went for it last week. I sat there on the live stream saying, take the field goal, take the points. Again this week, take the points. Hope he starts to learn this. I know he's a young coach trying to, you know, work how he wants to be out, how aggressive he does or he doesn't, but that's aggressively stupid. And really what should inform your choice in that moment, as you say, King, is not only take the points you're at home. That would be just the general consensus there in that moment. But then also the fact that your defense had played really well up into that point that day. And yeah, the Rams got the touchdown at the end, but they partly got that touchdown at the end because your defense was loading up to stop the run because the Rams were right on the outside onset of getting to field goal range. So they start playing more aggressive to stop the field goal, which would not have had to have been a problem if you'd just taken the 3 points. Don't understand that decision-making from McDonald. Did not understand the decision-making from him last week in the call to go for it for 3 points either. Both those had me going, huh? What? Garth, thank you for the $5 donation. Oh, I read that one. Did it post you twice? I think it posted it twice there. No, I just read it twice. Jacob21, thank you for subscribing to the channel. I appreciate you for that, Jacob. Folks, please do hit that like button if you could for me. You know how you do. You know how you do. You know how you do what you do when you do. God's Gang, thank you for the $5 donation. People talking trash about Gino's outrageous. It's like they don't understand football at all. You're going to watch me get beat on again here on the round table this week as I go in for my weekly appearance of getting whacked around for, of course, my Gino take, especially as those guys are going to be sitting there, Sam Howell, huh? Get Sam Howell out there. I'm going to hear Sam Howell stuff this week and all that. And for us that, like yourself, myself, God's Gang, that do support Gino and have been in favor of Gino, he gave you really some tough moments in this game to have that back as much 4 times. But he did also show you the good side of it. And the evaluations of quarterback right now, whether you agree with my take or not on this, I think everybody can come to a unanimous understanding of saying, you know, the development, the drafting, the targeting right guys, getting the right guys developed into the right state. It's a broken process, and it's a broken outlook, I think, from fans in general and looking at the quarterback position. This showed itself with the CJ Stroud discussion that came up, and so you can see the same echoes of the Geno Smith discussion in the CJ Stroud stuff, where CJ Stroud is dealing with, I don't think quite the same pressure rate as Geno Smith, but he's starting to see it dialed up over the past few weeks heavily. And you saw in that Jet game him under a ton of pressure. And rather than people look to that and go, man, you know, the running game's not been as good for the Texans as maybe it was early in the year. He is under an absolute avalanche of pressure. Maybe that's affecting his play as a quarterback. Go look at the headlines of CJ Stroud having a second down year, sophomore slump. Man, what happened to CJ Stroud? How's CJ Stroud been so broken? And this is the problem with the quarterback position today, is everybody expects these guys to be superheroes. And if they're not superheroes, then, you know, then they're garbage. They're not good enough. Then he's just a guy. The place where they do get the rightful point of criticism on this God's Gang is pressure or not. There's too many times this year that there have been interceptions that should have been incomplete passes. Too many interceptions that have landed in the defender's hands that Geno Smith needs to throw into the seats. And those are the ones that get a little bit harder sometimes, especially down the red zone, to give him as much slack for, and he deserves the share of criticism on that. And Geno knows that. And I think he's pressing a little bit too much. No DK in this game. Feels like he's got to raise his game just a little bit. Does a little bit too much. It's not an end-all be-all explanation. But for the folks that might be anti-Genoites out there, I just say, man, sure would be nice to be able to make this assessment with even like a league average offensive line. Okay, you can have your bad defense. Okay, you can have your special teams. It's going to have its mistake every week, as they did this week with a missed extra point, which caused you to basically be in overtime as a bottom line. But sure would be nice to be able to just say we got an average offensive line for Geno rather than league worst, to make this assessment. That's all I'm going to say. And I've seen some people already raising the hopes of Sam Howell. Well, maybe we go to Sam Howell. The people on my roundtable this week are going to say, well, I guess you got to put out Sam Howell. This is the one that somebody's going to have to walk me through this one conceptually. Sam Howell had a better offensive line and pass protection last year with Washington than Geno has this year, by a good measure. Sam Howell had a better run game last year than Geno's had this year from a consistency basis. So he sacked 50 times last year behind Washington's line, and then he has 21 interceptions. That same Washington team, by the way, that now is up to 7-2, 8-2. I can't even keep track. So if he has 50 sacks, 21 interceptions, why do we think he's going to do any better than Geno Smith on that basis? Not to mention, I've actually seen it in person. And folks, if you had my eyeballs at training camp, for any of those folks that are like, well, maybe Sam Howell, if you had my eyeballs at training camp right now, if there was anybody that was on that berm at training camp right now, I guarantee you, they're not saying bring Sam Howell and put him out there. The difference in playing training camp between those two guys is on different countries. Sam Howell's got a long way to go. Long way to go. But God's gang, I know where you're coming from. It's a muddled conversation. It's not easy. Geno could help us a little bit sometimes with some of these just silly, needless interceptions that just don't need to happen. First down and goal from the 6, pick. Second down and goal from the 5, pick. These are rip your heart out, gut-wrenching kind of moments. And, the second pick especially, Braden Fisk is holding on to your Barner's arm there. It's basically PI. It's open PI, but it's just in the dirtiness around the line of scrimmage, so the officials can't really see it. And it makes it tough. Cameron, thank you for the $10 donation. Says, I think we are in a 2010 type season. And we all thought we were going to be in a 2012 type season this past off season. We've been humbled. I believe in McDonald. We are still 2 years away. I think that this is a very fair take. I do, Cameron. And I think we were all hopeful. You'd had the draft return and the haul back off of Wilson and what really could be argued at the end of the day minimum as a top 5 all-time NFL trade. And you go, man, the fruits of that will start to really fully bear out in here into year 3. And you start to get that. And unfortunately, you're not quite at that stage of things. You're right. And I think we're back to maybe that 2010 look here. And it's back to maybe more of a look of we've got some things we got to kind of turn around, turn over. And maybe some real hard decisions that aren't going to maybe please all of the fan base and what they need to be done. But we got to make some hard decisions for what's best for the long term of the franchise. And I think a patient approach here, less of one that's being burned up by this urgency to win now, would be a better position to play this. In the hopes to better situate it for that future when you can contend. But thank you, Cameron. Well said on your part. Very well said. And I think that is absolutely probably about where we're at right now. Garth, thank you for the $5 donation, Garth. Brandon, give me an example of a franchise who commits to the offensive line in spite of skill position players, if there is one. The Kansas City Chiefs. I mean, they're the shining example right now, Garth. They went into a game. They went into a game against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and they had that year lost to Eric Fisher and Jeff Schwartz, their 2 tackles. I think they had another injury on that line that was getting a little older. And they said, okay, that's not going to work. They got to a Super Bowl. That was back-to-back years, I think, on Super Bowl. They said, that's not going to work. We got to change this up a little bit. We got to move assets into different directions. They went then that next offseason and they traded, I think, a first-round pick for Orlando Brown to be their franchise left tackle. They drafted Creed Humphrey in the second round. They spent money on Joe Thuney, a free agent with the New England Patriots, who's remained a very good player for them. They also then spent money even on Austin Blythe. This was the year before we bought Austin Blythe on the 1-year flyer. They bought Austin Blythe just as a hedge for Creed if Creed wasn't ready to go. So they even invested beyond that. And they did so at the cost of Tyreek Hill. And the Chiefs, the last couple of years, we can look at their position players and go, But they've been able to get by. Why? Because that offensive line's been legit. And the defensive, of course, has taken a huge step forward. But that's just one I'd point to. I think the Bills haven't always gone as hard to skill position players in recent years as they've kept their investment in their offensive line. I would say the Rams are an indication, Garth. Look at the way that the Rams doubled back down on their offensive line even this offseason. Steve Avila, recent years they drafted there. They've had Havenstein and Nope Boom. And they went and got... what's the other guy? They signed the guy in free agency this year. Was Glasgow there or something like that from the Lions? So they spent a big deal contract on that. Kevin Dodson, you signed a big deal to. At the same point in time, you've got a Cooper Kupp and a 5th round pick Puka Nacua. So those are off the top of my head, but I'm sure I can think of some more. I think it's going to be more of a strategy. Chargers, Garth. Chargers this offseason. Had an opportunity with that 5th overall pick to take a receiver. Everyone says, Garth, you got to go take a receiver. Got to get explosive offensively. You don't have the skill position players. You're trading Keenan Allen. You're trading Mike Williams. You can't do that and not do anything else but wait till the second round for a guy. You got to hope for Quentin Johnson, who looks like a bust after his first year, to develop. That's not going to work. You got to get a receiver in here. What do? They went offensive line. Joe Alt already had a kind of a strong offensive line. Reinforce the strength. How are the Chargers looking right now? How are they doing? They got Ladd McConkey and Quentin Johnson, who every game I turn on still gets the dropsies. But they're making it happen because they can run on just about anybody. Because they got that offensive line that can get it done. So there's a couple teams out there, Garth. It's a trek they do take. And if anything, I would say, too, we've kind of skewed into the opposite direction on that one. Lee McG, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you for that. Quarterback sneaks have an 88% chance of success. A power run behind our terrible guards. So predictable and arrogant to think otherwise. Moment too big for grub. Kind of feels a little bit like that, doesn't it, McGee? It's kind of the lazy play call in that moment. I'll run power to this direction. You even have your tight end, Brady Russell, he's doing this movement, folks, right? So he starts here, okay, and the hole's going to be right over here, okay? So this is where the running play is going to go. So you even have Brady Russell prior to the snap doing this move. He's all but doing, they got those pointer dogs that'll do this move, right, when they're pointing at something. He's doing basically the equivalent of pointer dog move for a fullback for where the run play is going on that 4th down. Telegraph City, man. Telegraph City, Lee. And keeper to your point, 88% chance of success. I think it's probably been right around there this year for us with Gino on those kind of plays. He's been pretty good at running that. Fullback dive. Pitch play outside. God forbid we try to use Walker's speed. I'm sure Grubb's like, well, they'll just penetrate. We can't trust our linemen. They'll just get penetration. It's like, well, then the defense knows you're not going to do it too, right? And then they're just going to load up on those A and B gap runs then too, right? So then it still becomes stopped. But that's what's been maybe a little bit beyond how he sequences plays and punting drives at times with really no benefit, where it just seems like he's almost kind of probing. The creativity, the lack of creativity from Grubb has been a bit startling this year versus what I saw from him at Washington. Agreed. I'm not a fan of those calls there, Lee. Not a fan of those calls that he on that. Just kind of boring, and they weren't going to get anything done. Garth, thank you for the $5 donation. I pray to God the best interests of humanity. I pray to Pumpkin in the best interests of the Hawks. Just like God, Pumpkin works in mysterious ways. She's in a dream state right now. She's trying to fix things for the future. She's moving ethereally, astrally, through the lands. She's like, I got a lot to do this bye week, Garth. But she's throwing on her cape. She's going to go make it happen. I can see it in her face. It is true. But thank you, Garth. I appreciate the donation, brother. Nicholas Newton, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, I'm over the damn process, B. I get it. There's discussion this past week about why is the 12th man checking out? Why are they selling their tickets to the opposition every week? And it was pointed out, I think it's a valid thing to point out. You haven't been a good team in a while. You haven't given us a lot to cheer for. And I do think it is funny, by the way, folks, a little bit on that sentiment. By the way, I was thinking about this one. I do think it's a little funny when we fill up Mariner Stadium every year, and that team hasn't even gone to a World Series. So it's like it doesn't kind of work. What's good for the goose ain't exactly good for the gander on this one. Yeah, 81 home games for your baseball team, and you're throwing $3 million through the stadium there over. But I get the frustration. I get people that say, hey, I don't want to be in on checking in on this. This is not the same fun brand of football to watch. I'm not enjoying this. I'll check back in when you guys, actually give a shit. Man, I think that's where some people think on this too, where I, like last week, I'm like, man, are we getting all the effort here? It's one thing to lose, but as I said last week, you have all oars in the water pulling as hard as they can. This week, I think it was that way for sure. But I get the frustration, Nicholas. I can get being at the end of your rope on that one. Bryce Coots, thank you for the $10 donation. Says, hi, Brandon, great show. They need to be aggressive on getting a proper O-line build. If he doesn't build one, John Schneider needs to be put on the hot site. Let me say this right. Sorry, Bryce. And shout out to Bryce here from the Hawk Zone. Folks, we'll be going on the Hawk Zone for a roundtable here on Saturday. We got a lot of folks that are going to be bopping over there. So if you haven't already, do get subbed up to the Hawk Zone. Not just because I'm going over there too, Bryce. You guys are pretty good too at what you do. So, that as well on it. But I'll be heading over there on their side of it. And he does some great work over there with his partner on that side of it. And hopefully they're going hard with it tonight too as well on this. He says, hi, Brandon, great show. They need to be aggressive on getting a proper offensive line build. If he doesn't build one, John Schneider needs to be put on the hot seat. Britt is the only lineman to get a second contract. There we go. So you got Justin Britt, the only offensive lineman for your Seahawks to get that second contract. I think he was, I want to say, drafted about 2014. So that's the last guy to get that second contract. And even in the case of a guy like Bryce, who is a quote unquote success story, which look, he is, he got the second contract with you. It isn't a pure raw success story, right? Because he starts out as a tackle. He's not really a tackle. Okay, let's move him into guard. Not really a guard. All right, let's go center. Center? He kind of works in there at center. And so it was even as that success story, you didn't see it right and proper in how you scouted it and picked it. You didn't exactly develop it right, and it took him failing at two positions before you finally got to the third. And so it still is almost a representation of almost as much of a failure as a success, I would say, especially given the fact that Bryce, once you gave him that second contract, he didn't give you the same level of performance of that one final year that gave you the performance to deserve that next contract. But this is a bit at the heart of our discussion today on this, Bryce, and I think it's absolutely true. I don't know. I don't even need to go through all of next season. If our offseason approach by the time we get into June and we're landing in June and we're like, okay, all money spent, no more draft picks, we're set, baby. And I'm looking out there and you've done a third round pick for a left guard and you've signed a example player A who's going to have a $3 million deal and he's 32 years old and he's had 2 torn ACLs and a torn pec. And you're like, but one more year, man. One more year he's got. I'm telling you. You're licking the bottom of a can for the last couple drops. But Bryce, thank you for the $10 donation, brother. I appreciate you on that. And I would say it's the question I will get asked. You'll get asked. Any person doing any of this kind of content stuff's going to be asked as we go into the future of this team. So what does the team need to do? How do we get this ship righted? And it does not get terribly complicated for me on this one. I do believe in what Harbaugh said this preseason. I thought it was a great point. No one's pushed back on it. And that is that offensive line remains the only position that's not relying on anybody else on the field. Quarterback, relying on the offensive line. Receiver, relying on the offensive line and the quarterback. Running back, at the very least, relying on the offensive line. We can play this game all the way on. Defensive line, I need my guys to cover. My cover guys, I need my defensive line to get home. It all interconnects to where somebody needs somebody else to do their job. Offensive line does their job pure on their own. You push your man back, you keep your quarterback protected, or you don't. It's just that damn simple. So it's time to step up to the plate. I'm not calling for jobs. I'm not doing that. I'm going over the more. But I do not think any of us are being emotional here at this price. Getting this close into John Schneider's face. John, listen to me. Build the offensive line. So over it, Bryce. I'm so over watching it every year. Just completely collapse the whole thing. We build this big, beautiful building, and then we put it on toothpicks at the base. And our general manager looks at it, well, they're overpaid. What do you want me to do? I mean, they're overpaid. They're toothpicks. Appreciate you, Bryce. Thank you, man. I look forward to doing that show this next week, man. We're going to have a lot of great to talk about, but we'll get into it. Washington Fish Quest, thank you for 36 months as a Hawks Nest member, almost 3 years, man. Appreciate you for that long time support. One of my OGs on the channel. On the bright side, how about White and JSN? Go Hawks. Well, I'll tell you, you're looking for a feeling of a ferocity of spirit from a player. I want to play in this sport. I want to be here. I want to show that I deserve to belong. I'm gonna make it impossible, undeniable for this team not to keep me here on this roster by what I'm going to do. And it's a spirit you see from certain players in the league, like a Juwan Jennings type with the Niners was this way. Has no business cracking into that receiving core, has no pathway to get there. Even coming into this year, for instance, I know he got signed to that small contract, but Parasol's in front of him. But that guy works his butt off by all accounts, as much a self-made player as he is a just highly talented player. White today, saw him go up and get that ball. You saw him with the yak after the catch down up when they were pushing down near the end zone, I think at the end of the game. And then you got the block punt. I mean, that guy was putting it on the line. And JSN, look, I questioned him last week, and maybe I need to do more questioning. If we're going to get almost 150 yards receiving every week, I'm going to question him every week. But I'm going, look, he's looking, not say full pedestrian, but like a third round receiver. It's like, he's got some talent. I'm not saying that, but it's like, where's the impact of that first round that you're hoping to kind of get from him? Comes out and gives you the best game that we've seen of his career. He was great. Wish he didn't have the drop off the hands thing, right? Wish the interception early on, he could have, I mean, he's got 250 yards left on the table in this game, legit. JSN does. 2 penalties that take back, 2 big plays, the drop that's right there in his hands on third down that he should have caught. I mean, the guy should have 250 yards receiving when it's all said and done. So he was great. I'm banging on last week. I'll give him a hearty tip of the cap, taking the top off the defense, that touchdown, taking those 2 hits at the end, getting knocked, just rocked. You don't get those hits a lot now as a receiver in this NFL. So it's, it's not like it was in the old days where you're always going to expect to get that. But he played great. Really impressive of him to see him take a step forward today, JSN. And yeah, both those guys were good. White might have a hard time of not staying on the active roster as we go forward if he plays like that, especially on special teams. That punt block when it came down, such a wild game, man. So many swings. Seth Kealoha, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, look around the league. Good teams have a great offensive line. It's very true. I was just looking, and I remember a little while ago at PFF on this, and just like their pass protecting offensive lines alone. And you say nothing of the all-around offensive lines, to your point, Seth. Those teams that have the good offensive lines, they typically are the good teams. Buffalo Bills have a good offensive line. Kansas City Chiefs have a good offensive line. Baltimore Ravens, atypically, have a good offensive line. Reinforced it with Rosengardner out of Washington. Love that kid a lot coming out. He's settling in there. Fa'alele is finally clicking in for them at right tackle a little bit there. A guy that I did like coming out of Minnesota a couple of years ago as well. We can go down the line. We can go down the list. Philadelphia Eagles, I think, are not maybe top of the division, second place at this point or somewhere in there. Hey, investment in the offensive line. Green Bay Packers. They took the kid from Arizona this past year in the second round. They do it every other year. They're putting that investment in themselves. Boom. Detroit Lions. Boom. You go team after team after team after team, and this is the commonality of a strain that you can see over and over again. And it's why I hammer this so hard, is that there are complicated things that are indistinguishable and hard to get edges on in football. Hard to see this edge, hard to see that edge, hard to see where the evolution of the sport goes here to prevent you from seeing up ahead on that line and being ready to anticipate it, like pre-snap motion or receivers that suddenly need to turn into yak monsters. These type of things that are kind of harder to see. Investment in the offensive line's timeless, baby. It's a Rolex, okay? It's a Rolex. So let's wind the watch. Let's go to Switzerland, all right? Put on your silly hat. Grab your wooden shoes. Rolex comes from Switzerland, right? I don't know watches. John Naylor, thank you for the $10 donation. You guys are amazing tonight. I can't catch up on the donos. You guys are unbelievable. You guys, I'd expect you to be all in your feelings tonight and out there just angry, looking at your television, just doing nothing but changing the channel. And with the angry button. You know what I mean? You guys are here with me. I appreciate you hanging out here. And hopefully I'm not too emotional. I got a little emotional on the broadcast today. Those referees were testing me. They're testing my patience, and I try to keep it together, folks. I really do at those times. It might seem like, oh, he's letting the freak flag fly on this one. He's going crazy town, and I'm trying, okay? I swear to God, I'm trying to keep my stuff together at times. This team challenges me. It challenges me somewhere elementally at sort of the heart of my soul somehow. I don't know how to put it but that, you know? Just sort of little tester in there. Just a little tester every week. But thank you, Brandon. Thank you, John. I really appreciate it. $10 donation. That is very, very kind of you. And I love what I get to do here with you guys. It's not fun to turn over a loss. It is fun to always consider what the best approach is for this team. I think that, you know, as tough as the season is that it does give us a lot to chew over about what is the right path and how they should go forward here. And I think as much as I always say, this is what this channel does when it's at its best, is to be a bit of a, you know, kind of a big brain on all of this stuff and thinking of how I think we turn it over here and all of us together and what is that right approach and path. But thank you, John. I appreciate you for that. Very kind of you. Noah Lansing, thank you for the $2 donation. Says the bright side is JSN, Ernest Jones, and the Run D is showing up. Big difference you can see from Ernest Jones' presence in there at middle linebacker and how he plays the gaps to how you can trust him in the open field to make the tackle. He is as advertised as a tackler, no doubt about that. Instinctive as well, also as advertised. They've shown up in the running game, and I think that he's been a player where that trade has made a lot of sense for the Hawks and how that helps them out and helps them out immediately at the position. I do think too long term, Dodson will get better at the will the more time he kind of gets there. You know, he's been locked into that mic here throughout the start of this year, and so giving him more of a chance to slide back to the will where he played with the Buffalo Bills will probably be helping him as the year goes along too. But maybe with Ernest Jones, a guy 25 years old, he's not an old guy. Maybe he is a guy that they look at as one of those long-term answers with him in the combination of Tyrese Knight as your 1-2 punch kind of going into the future there. So, you know, he has looked good. And JSN, great game. By far the best game of JSN's career. By far. And we haven't seen it to this way. You know, he came into this game as much as we banged on last year with rookie JSN, right? With yards per completion, yards per route run, you know, just pure what he was kind of getting done across the board as far as pushing the envelope a little bit and really challenging defenses as opposed to just being kind of dink dunk guy, bubble screen guy. And those numbers were actually kind of worse coming into this game across the board in that way. So he needed this kind of game, I think. Hopefully can give him a bit of a shot of confidence, and hopefully can also give Geno a bit of a counterbalance between when DK gets out there and how he can flow between those two guys and how he utilizes them, especially when he gets DK with some of that bracket coverage, which then should open up other stuff for those guys who are getting the one-on-ones. But JSN was great today. I just wish he would have gotten a few more of those completions counted because, man, should have had well over 200 yards receiving today. Thank you, Noah. God's Gang, thank you for the $5 donation and the double dip donation at that. God's Gang, he says, let me clarify. I'm not saying he's been perfect, but he's had the chance of winning but he's the best chance of winning we have. And when he has had time, he looks real good and is precise. I think that's very well said on your part. And for the record, God's Gang, I'm still really, at the most part, in your camp. I think that the Geno Smith assessment is one that's a difficult one to make. And then the Geno Smith decision is going to be a difficult one to make, God's Gang, because it has things that impact it outside of how good Geno is. It also has to be impacted by how close you think you are to being a winner. You know, and if the line is in a state of disrepair as it is right now, you don't look like you're close to a winning, even just but for that reason. Say nothing of the fact that maybe Mike McDonald doesn't have all of the right personnel in here to fit to what he does. Maybe Grubb could use a receiver or two that has just a little bit of a different skill set to fit what he wants to do in the spread system. And And so that you look at the situation and then it doesn't become anything about Geno and how good he is or whether he's not the right guy, but it comes, well, at his age, at the price he'll cost, how far we are from being in contending. That's where they end up arriving in the decision of it not being the right chase to go forward. And that's all the more reason that you want this thing to get better and better as the year goes along, because you want the decision to be driven by the fact that you can firmly say, I know there's some anti-Geno folks in the chat saying there will be throughout the night and as we go forward. I get that. But to be able to certainly say that, hey, we gave him this, we gave him that, and he couldn't make it roll. Once we gave him A and once we gave him B, this thing took flight and you were a top 5 offense. And you may not believe that that would be the way that it would play out if he got that. But the thing that you can't say definitively, and if you want to say that first part, the thing you can't definitively say in the second part is that he has ever been given that here. You've not given him anything close to that. And I'm not talking league best offense. Again, give me a middle of the road. You give me 15 and 15 the rest of the year. You take our PFF score right now, you say, well, for the last 8 games of the year, they were 15th in run blocking and they're 15th in pass. That alone, this offense would fly high. Trust me, they would. We just can't give them that. We can't get to that point of it. But I think he's played good, God's gang. The 2 throws were brutal in this game. But aside from that, he's played really well. And it's not been made easy on him. And really the important part here, God's gang, is that any other quarterback you want to put in that situation, dealing with what he's dealing with, a play caller still finding himself, an offensive line that can't get very little done, drops going down across the board, especially in that first half. Who's the quarterback that's succeeding in that environment? Certainly not going to be Sam Howell. I'll tell you that. Randall McDaniel, I appreciate the $5 donation. Good to see you in the house. Randall says, no Geno hate here. I admit this could be an emotional statement. I think we need to see what we have in Sam at this point. But we're just one back. Yeah, I mean, it's this is the thing. And maybe you can give me a little bit of a discussion point. I'd love to see where you're coming from on this, Randall, with this, because I'm interested. I understanding Sam's not a complete unknown, right? Sam's a guy that's been on a football field and has played football. And in the second season, he went out and played it. And I don't think that he played particularly necessarily bad, but he didn't play good. And again, the factors that he was dealing with there in Washington were more improved than what we're going to give him here. Terry McLaurin is lighting it up with Jaden Daniels. So you can go, okay, well, he's about the equivalency of a DK to a Terry McLaurin and what he was getting over there in playing. What else is he going to have that's significantly much more better than what he had there at Washington to be better than the performance he gave last year? We're not talking about Randall, him having 2 to 3 years to kind of develop on a bench and learn this game. We're talking the direct next year after that performance he gave last year. Led the league in sacks taken, 21 interceptions, one of the highest totals in the sport. So that's the part that doesn't add up to me here, Randall, is that you're not going to learn anything about a quarterback. And this is really, we got to come back to the heart of really discussion for me on this one, which is that supporting parts matter. And when the supporting parts are failing, throwing somebody into a part and saying, here, let's see what this guy does, but it's still the failing supporting parts, it's still going to fail. It's still going to end out in a state where you're looking at it going, oh, well, it still failed. And then you've learned nothing about that quarterback. If Sam Howell's thrown in behind this offensive line, I'd say, Randall, we don't really learn anything about him. I don't think that we learn necessarily anything with certainty with Geno behind this line and with the system in place. So that's where I come to on that, is that I think you already know where Sam's at in his development cycle. It's not a rookie quarterback. It's not a guy that's never played. He had a full season to play to show you where he currently is at within his game. I think there's room for Sam long-term to develop, and even maybe by next year, when we're talking another full year removed from that season, that he's had that time to kind of learn, maybe there's some potential to push a training camp next off season. But I'm also not just speaking out of the bag here on what I kind of know from all of those stats and what I saw from Sam last year here, Randall. It's also I was at training camp. I watched this guy for a couple days throw the ball. I watched Geno throw the ball for a couple days. You guys don't have to take my word on it here, Randall, but there is a key difference between those two guys and how they played in training camp. Like, Sam was not close to Geno. Not close. I'm not saying like it was like a throw here, throw. Like, he was not in the vicinity of Geno Smith from decision making to throws to dealing with pressure very well. So that's why I push back on this so hard, is it's just, I don't see the we got to try him out. We got to see what we got. We should know what we have with him. He's not going to be better in this environment. And in fact, we're really going to potentially set him up to fail as much as anything. And then, where do we stand on that at that point? We've buried Sam's confidence a little bit more deeper than the Washington team did, so that we could, quote unquote, kind of learn about him. I kind of go, I don't know on that one. And I don't think that Geno's necessarily, when you're not doing your end to hold up the bargain there to put the guy in a position to succeed, it's very hard to then point all signs to that quarterback saying, oh, he's the responsible party here. You know, you have a sack once every 4 times you drop back to throw the ball today. That's been a consistent byproduct of this team throughout the course of the season. You have an offensive line that is a penalty machine. That's a byproduct of what we've seen throughout the course of this season. The drops in the first half. I mean, these are things that are outside of Geno's control, right? You know, and I struggle with that when I'm open to it. Maybe you can sell me on it, Randall, and understanding a little bit where you come to just getting to that confidence level that there's something to gain there, something you don't know about Sam. Because we know with Sam, at least based off last year, the dealing with the pressure thing's not always the best. The sensing of the pressure in the pocket thing, the climbing the pocket stuff that Geno was doing today is not in Sam's bag. That's one of the detriments to his game that he's got to grow and I think learn a little bit. I thank you though for the $5 donation, all of your support today too, Randall. And I'm open to it. You can sell me on it. I just got to understand that process a little bit better on it. Guard Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. T-Mobile is a place to hang out and get Michelin star garlic fries and crab sandwiches while taking in a sunset. The Mariners are just there. That would explain it. That would at least explain a little bit of it on that. That adds up to me. That does add up on that one, man. Thank you for the dono. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation. White is taking Bobo's snaps. He is faster and can get open on his own. Bobo's had a bit of a struggle this year, and I do love me some Bobo. I'm a more Bobo guy. I'm a Bo bro. But even the Bo bros have to look at what, they're seeing out there. And what Jake Bobo is Jake Bobo is a slot wide receiver that can occasionally play on the outside. But he really is a slot. He was a slot at UCLA coming out in that final year. He's a big slot. He's kind of in the neighborhood of like, kind of a Michael Thomas type, and kind of that. He's not as good as Michael, of course, in Michael's prime, but he's kind of more of that mold of a kind of player. And to your point, White is a guy that's more of an outside guy with a little bit of juice to take the top off the defense over the top. We saw, I think, at times in this game where Bobo, and I have to go back and look at the All-22, but I would guess there's some moments in this game where maybe even Geno's looking the direction. He's not getting the separation there. And there's been a couple times this year I've seen Bobo struggling to generate that separation. He's being asked to do more, I think, from the outside to get it, to make it happen. And again, I just don't think that's his game. I think Jake Bobo can play in this sport. I think he's a football player. And I think he could be at the very minimum a league average slot in what he could bring to play if you had him just rolling in that kind of mode by and large. But yeah, I think there was a reason you saw White out there instead. I think they wanted to have somebody that could be a little bit more able to, we can't just have DK out and have nobody that can take the top off the defense now. And that's where you kind of were at that point where you're rocking Bobo, Lockett, and JSN out there. Is you're not going to press anybody. You're not going to challenge anybody deep. And I like the decision there for them to go with White instead, and it paid off. And boy, he got a hell of a training camp, Jordan, and he built on that today. I would say he's probably going to remain active. We go forward at least this year. Hard to not, wouldn't it be? Luxie, thank you for becoming a member of the channel. Luxie, welcome aboard. Appreciate you for that. Members of the channel, we got Monday morning. I'll be releasing out the PFF scores to you guys tomorrow morning. And then we've got Thursday call-in show. So if you're a member of the channel, please do call in this week on Thursday, 5 o'clock. I'll be setting that up. I'd love to see where you guys are at. Let's get a little bit of the state of the team. Let's get a feel for where you guys kind of stand on this football team right now. Primo, thank you for the $5 donation. Primo says, hey, Brando, hope everything's well. I have a real good question. Why is John Schneider against offensive line? Well, it is a very good question. It's one that I think is at the forefront of many Hawk fans' brains right now. It is an evolution that gets you there. You're always trying to kind of twist and turn off learning the lay of the land a little bit. And 12 years ago, the lay of the land changed where offensive linemen still mattered, but the spread concepts in college proliferated. And what happened with the spread concepts doing that is that the run game got devalued. You now had college programs that might run the ball 3 out of every 10 times. And that meant that the offensive linemen weren't run blocking really. So a whole half of what you would want from an offensive lineman from a skill set was basically gone or uncertain for a player coming out of college. And that these guys were so often in sort of a pass set as well. You didn't know how because when you're in pass pro, leverage matters, sinking your hips and getting locked in matters. But it more matters, I'd say, almost in the run game where the low man wins. And you learn little about the guy's ability in the leverage war and his natural bend on that side as much in watching the college tape. So it becomes a roll of the dice. It becomes a gamble on guys because you're not having the tape to back you up on what you want to see from them. So that first made it really, really hard. You had the lack of ability, I think, to develop offensive linemen over this time period too, where you started to lose more practice time with the CBA. You started to lose less padded practices. So when you had one of those I chew nails and spit out glass types like Tom Cable, who was going to take an offensive lineman and sort of roughen him up, toughen him down, callous him up, right? Get him all nice and just heartily tough. That was going to be Cable's kind of staple of how he would get you along. Talent or not, we'll get a guy that'll just be there, getting in a fist fight all game. And again, that worked for a certain time period. It worked when he could run cut blocks across the board. Cut blocks are not really the most skillful thing. You throw yourself at the feet of a guy, so you're maybe not the most talented guy, but you're big and you can find that guy's feet. Boom, that works. But guess what? NFL outlaws cut blocking. So patty cake blocking of spread concepts, cut blocks get taken out, no more practice time built in. John's watching all of this and he's assessing, he's determining, and he's deciding. And he goes, well, I got more certainty at other positions that are using the wholeness of their skill set in all of these other places. I don't have these other skill sets in these other positions where there's a question in my heart about this guy of whether I'm seeing it on the college tape. I've got the certainty. And when you come to draft day, you want to draft with certainty. So that also starts to bear into why he then weights himself to those other positions. Some of it is too, of course, the fact we come into why they didn't spend money throughout that time period had to go to the fact that they made a determination. And that determination is once Russell took the money he was going to take, that then they had a couple of decisions to make. Because what was going to happen after that was that you were still going to pay your defense, but then you had to make the determination of now skill position players and running backs or offensive line. Who's going to be the one then to be the odd man out? Who's going to be the one to get the minimum of assets put to them? They kind of chose receivers not to be that. They kind of chose the offensive line to be that. And so now we get down the line on this. And that starts to carry forward, right? And Carroll continues to spend, and Hawks continue, and Schneider continues to spend more picks into that defense as they continue to kind of spin it through where, well, that didn't work. Try this one. We'll try that one. We'll try this one. Try that one. Meanwhile, the offensive line continues to kind of be ignored through that time period. Now, 3 years ago, you finally actually decide to put the draft capital in. You do it with a mighty big step. Now, the problem is that you're having to start out from a 0 point here at that point because of all of that neglect I just talked about. You found yourself 2-3 years ago with no foundational pieces on that offensive line. Okay, so Schneider finally starts to change some of his ways. And he's like, okay, we're going to value a line now back in the draft again. We're going to stop treating it like that thing that we'll eventually get around to. Top 10 pick on Cross. 3rd round pick to Abraham Lucas. Come back the next year. Multiple picks to the line. Come back the next year. Multiple picks to the line, including Haynes this last year. So you start, but that's the only problem is that you've only used that method as the way to improve the line, really. That and cheap veteran free agents who are really kind of done as players. And it's not been enough. He's still, as I say, trying to do the bare minimum. He's always trying to find that bare minimum mark a bit with that line and draw it to there. But it's a tough situation that's bore out by the way that the game has changed on the offensive line because of how hard it is to draft these guys and be certain about guys. And, by the nature of the offenses that are run at the college scene, it just makes these general managers harder to, and so they want to go to the thing that they can find and run to safety. Oh, I can see this defensive lineman in Byron Murphy is a dog. He can play 3 tech. He can play 1 tech. He can be a nose tackle. I can see the athleticism. I can see the winning of the leverage. It's all right there. There is no questions. There is no wonderment. But I have that if these other guys, and I think that's the pull and the push here. I think you got to reach outside of that though. You eventually got to get to a point, Primo, where you go, okay, that's not worked. That approach and that outlook has been a failure. It's not been kind of like, well, it's been a problem. No, it's been a failure up until this point. So start treating it like it's been a failure up to this point rather than something that you're going to get around to. This isn't a spring cleaning project. This isn't a promise to the wife that you're going to get the garage cleaned up. And that's kind of how we've treated it, right? It's basically been the way we've applied this one. So that's my belief as to why he's been led here and gone so light with it. Doesn't make it right. I'm not saying I understand it even, because I think that he should have probably course corrected on this one about 4 years ago. But maybe we will finally this offseason. Guard Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, don't wake up, Pumpkin, but what has she transferred to? What has she transferred to you regarding Abe's future? Please don't wake her, as I know she's at work in other realms. Well, indeed. If you cannot tell by the arm over the face like she's doing right now, covering her eyes, she's doing that because she's already communicated to me the real important part, which is that Abe Lucas is going to come back at almost 100%. He's got to, get his health back as far as, his legs under him and get his wind and all that. But she's told me that Garth, they're just being cautious with him this whole time. They took the long-term approach. She said, that this is what this organization does with injuries. DK Metcalf maybe could have come back this week. They said, no, you're going to wait till after the bye. They're cautious and they're careful. You needed this win this week. You definitely could have used DK this week, but they said, we're going to be cautious with that. We're cautious with our players. We're going to be one of those organizations that doesn't try to, use you out until you got nothing left. We're going to take care of you a little bit. Maybe that'll be worth something down the line. So with Lucas, she said he's actually going to come back to front on this one. And he's going to be raring to go. He's going to be impact-like when he arrives. And I said, thank God for that. She looked at me and she goes, I know. She said it like that, Garth. I know. I said, did you just learn the human language? And then she did this. It could have been coincidental, a 1-2, I know. And then the nod. I was like, I'm looking around. Anybody else see this? Anybody see this? Good to go, Garth. He will be good to go. I have a feeling even if he wasn't, the team was like, yeah, we don't care. Get out there. We need you. Mike Jarrell, Abraham Lucas. Abe's like, my knee. And they say, oh, that's good. Mike Jarrell. And no shade at Jarrell. He's held up, solid and done what he can. I'm not throwing it's not on him. He's in this situation. He shouldn't be playing this year. It's really what it is. He should have a season to get his body right, to get himself prepared in a program. He's being thrown out there and doing what he can. But, yeah. Luke's coming back. Rowan G, thank you for the $10 donation. You guys are amazing on the support and the donations. I really appreciate you on that. Have you been looking at any O-line talent in this draft? A lot of tackles this year have short arms and are going to be looked at as guards. Good thing we need both. I started getting a little bit into my evaluation this weekend, Rowan. Went back, I was looking more a little bit at quarterbacks. I started to take a look at some of the wide receivers a little bit. So I'm slowly making my way here to the offensive line and to the guards specifically on that. I promise you I'll be doing my deep dives on all those guys for sure. But haven't had a great chance. Georgia, Alabama have a couple guys that have been interesting based on what I've heard on some of the scouting reports that are kind of standing out a little bit. I think you touch on where really is the likely place to find the left guard of the future, for instance, or maybe even the right guard of the future, for instance, if they can't trust in Haynes to be the guy. And where I think that lies is in transferring the guy from tackle to guard, because this is a bit of that issue of finding those linemen that can make it work. This is a little bit different from the prior issues I talked about, where with the spread concepts now, you're getting lighter and lighter and lighter with the offensive line. But when you do have guards at the college level, they'll tend to be more of the trash cans that can't move very well. Trash cans full of dirt. And so you go, okay, I need more mobile guys. And you guys can pull out in space, get to the second level. When we run those tunnel screens that we've been so successful, can get down to the second level blockers 7-8 yards down the field. And you're going to have a hard time sometimes finding those guys as guards on the inside row, and they can do that. So you do go to the tackles at the college level to transfer them inside. And if there is not good guards out there, that would be, I think, definitely a place that you could roll with this. And you usually, even if it's let's just take it for granted, Rowan, that it's, as people are saying, where it's maybe a little bit light with the guards in, let's say, the late first or the early second round, you will be typically able to find a guy like the Cowboys did a couple years ago in Tyler Smith, who's a tackle at the college level, but then they kick into guard, at least initially in his career, and he's really good in that guard. So this is a pathway that a lot of teams take. The Rams are synonymous with doing this, and they've been a team that's tended to like their mobile offensive line with that as well. And the short arms that you touch on, that's the quickest route to get your butt shipped to the guard or center position, man, is if you don't have those 33-inch long arms now, you're not going to be it ain't going to be working for you out on that edge. Few guys can really get it done out there, because when those defenders have those long arms on you, you just can't get your hands on them, and it's like big brother on little brother a little bit at times. Even if you have a guy really good technically and all that, it can be a big time neutralizer. So the short arm stuff will definitely factor into pushing guys to the inside. Connor Williams, Guy played our own center right now. That's a tackle at college. Eventually ends up at centers, played a little bit of guard. So very common way that this is part of that same evolution point of where the line's gone, where teams draft, how they look at the position, how they develop the position, what's the best route on that position to go to get this guy that fits to the scheme and is also the best possible player, rather than just the best possible player, but not the fit to the scheme. I like it a little bit of a Damian Lewis type. So I'll try to get a little bit deeper on those guys, Rowan. I'll see if I can get some time this week to even start maybe doing a little bit of a dive on them. I've been a little bit late on the O-line this year with the draft coverage, just because I've just been sort of hesitant with it. I wasn't sure that we'd be as scintillating on as there was much interest on it, I guess I should say. But guards, man. Guards and centers potentially here. As Connor Williams is on a 1-year deal as well, there's no guarantee, especially with his snapitis. He's got the snapitis that he'll be here long-term either. So you might still have to rebuild like all 3 pieces of the interior line this offseason. Say nothing, and we don't know quite where the right tackle position is. And this will be a very important part of the puzzle to keep in mind, I think, when it comes to building other parts of the team, considering where that line might just be, Rowan, come the end of the season if they kind of stay at the same course, at the same point, you know. But thank you, man, for the $10 donation, Rowan. Sorry, I don't have maybe some more names to kind of throw at you on that. I will try to get some look. I'll get some look-sees. Check back in with me on Wednesday's show if you get a chance. And we'll see if we can. I got a couple of names there for you that we can kind of pinpoint on that one. Thank you for the donation, though. Appreciate you. I know I'm a little behind on the chat here to a great degree. Thank you for holding in with me on that, folks. Ben Dinnett says, Geno synapses don't fire enough for him to be elite. It may or may not on that. It's hard for any quarterback's synapses to fire in the right mechanism when you're under so much duress so constantly. But it is the part that may be true. It's just from my perspective, hard to pinpoint on that, being that you just don't know because what's being forced by the pressure and the bad offensive line versus what's him, going defunct. I do think it's reasonable to say those two real big plays that stand out in this game from Geno on those interceptions that just really loom large. Harden, there's no real excuse to be thrown at those. I really can't at the end of the day. Got to be more careful with the ball. Sean Lee said, I don't trust Schneider's drafting. Well, he's earned the right to be a little bit less trustful of it, right? And these guys aren't really a lot coming forward and developing. Raymond, Seahawks had more offensive weapons today as well, considering that they had GSN and Lockett and both beast running backs. They still had some stuff to work with, yep. King Bomber says, and there were really no offensive linemen to take in 2023 where you drafted and you weren't able to hit on later picks. Yeah, it's pretty much true. That was the Avelia Osiris Torrance draft for guards. And even the center in that draft, I think, was off the board by the time you picked with like the Charbonnet. I think you could have gone, I think it was John Michael Schmitz, I think, that was there. It's not that he's played particularly well, I think, for the Giants since he's picked. Team may have not been particularly high on that guy. But yeah, to your point that wasn't a great draft for offensive linemen. King says also people bringing up the quote of John Schneider saying guards are overpaid, overdrafted is also a bit out of context. I think it was draft ploy to get teams away from where they are moving up. Yeah, I don't know on that, King Bomber. So here's my issue with that. If that's the reality of it, then why does that contextually match up with his exact track record over the past 10 years? I mean, that's the only problem with that is that I'm with you. I'm with you on the mind games you're trying to play and everything else. I don't know that there would have been one general manager out there that was shifted off of their outlook of what John was going to do, because if you're a general manager at that point, are you going to take a pretty succinct and clear strain of an approach of what the team does in the draft, or are you going to think he's going to jump this year in this one outlier spot? So I don't know. That's a tough one for me because it doesn't fall in alignment necessarily. He's been kind of a man of his word on that when it comes to how he's picked and how he's approached the position. It's certainly an explanation when you go, well, wait, why didn't you, before you even know that quote's there, King Bomber, and you look at the team and you ask the question, and we were asking this question before that quote, why do you ignore this offensive line? Why does this get the bare minimum? You have that quote come into play. That's an obvious explanation for it too then, right? And if it's not that, then what is the reason? Because you don't spend any money on the guys. You certainly don't overdraft them. Yeah, Phillips, Sean McVay played chess while McDonald was playing checkers. I don't know, David. I thought that they were pretty well going back and forth today. I thought the defense did its part. It's more the offense. Anthony C says, John Schneider's overrated. Scott McLuhan built the Legion of Boom. Did lose the Scott McLuhan part. It's an interesting one to bring up. First Quarter Sports Podcast. Any other conversation about this football team is meaningless unless it surrounds the offensive line. The team is uber talented, but will never go anywhere without an offensive line. Well said. Well said. Miguel says, Gino is in better half of quarterbacks, but doesn't seem to be actively making his weaknesses his strength. He can get rid of the ball, not take yards, lost on some plays, and tries to fit it in tight windows. Yeah, I think that's accurate, Miguel. Sometimes just doing too much. Stay within himself. This is also where I give him a little bit of room sometimes because we will oftentimes come back to him and be like, okay, look, our defense isn't getting any stops. Okay, we can't run the ball. Oh, it's on you today. It's like, why is he playing trying to play like a superhero? Why isn't he playing within himself? It's like, well, how are the other parts doing? It's hard to do that today necessarily with how the defense was rolling, but it's atypically kind of the scenario you've been giving him this year. First Quarter says it's not three things to focus on. Literally nothing else matters besides your offensive line. You cannot run the ball to save your life, and your quarterback gets sacked 10 times a game. No way to have winning ball. Yeah, I was just trying to honor his donation, and like I said, if I could answer 3 times as an offensive line, I would. I think it's the place. I've been hammering this for years, man. Yeah. Ryan Ball, when they tried to run it on 3rd and 1 in overtime, I said to myself, we don't have the offensive line for that. Then they tried it again. What was that? I don't know. I don't get it either. I sit there and go, what are we doing? We don't have the horses to get that done. Kevin O'Connell, honestly, this game remotivated me. Everyone's saying LA's going to win the division. Well, we brought it to them. We dropped the ball and didn't have DK, and still they barely won. I'm rejuvenated in Mike. Let's go, Kevin. I like the positivity, man. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. John says it seems like they might be teaching how to play offensive line. Maybe wrong. Maybe that's an issue. Could be. You look at Christian Haynes, look at how he's playing. You look at Dominic Pooney out there for the Niners and how he's playing. Haynes is now inactive today. Pooney's out there being one of the better right guards in the sport, drafted after Haynes. Makes you think. It does make you think. Let me catch up a little bit on the chat here. So if you did ask a question, I missed it. We had a lot of people donating and just kind of flicks the chat through a little bit. Let's keep it to the other side if we can on it. Last Second Sports. What's up, Jesse? Says, I rooted for the Seahawks today, was a Seahawks fan and got the full Geno experience. Didn't like it. Elite throws and awful ones. That's a kind of an encapsulation of it. I'm sure it's the stuff that'll come up on the round table again this week. And it's again, Jesse, it's one of those things where I know nobody likes to hear it from me and you got a bit better play from the defense today, but the offensive line is just god awful, man. And you still can't run the ball. You still can't pass protect. I don't want to let Geno off the hook on those throws. Those are bad 2 throws. He's got to be better than that in those moments too, but there are no quarterbacks going to be functional behind this offensive line right now. That's why I say, like, sign Geno or not sign Geno at the end of the year right now. It's really like it becomes the irrelevant question, as many are saying here in the chat on this, Jesse, where it's just that the line is this bad. The line is in this much of a disrepaired state. You can pass protect and you can open holes. I mean, that should be the kind of the non-starter at that point for any quarterback in the sport. And as much as we want to think that Mahomes and Allen are miracle workers, their offensive lines are playing remarkably better right now than ours across the board. So there's no QB going to be successful in this one. But yeah, you did get the Geno experience today. It was frustrating and maddening. He also shows you some of what he can do on the good side of it. But yeah, that's what it was. Good to see you in the house, Jesse. Four Fake says it's rigged. Golden Warrior McVay won't lose. And yeah, for don't tell Santa Cruz. I love seeing Russell Wilson finding his footing out there in Pittsburgh. Don't tell Santa Cruz. But if you're looking at the supporting cast there with the offensive line of Pittsburgh Steelers, and you look at the Seahawks offensive line and going, yeah, they're pretty close to linemen on that one. Not even in the vicinity of the same place. And it's about investment and making it a point of emphasis. And the Steelers for years have done a great job as a franchise they may get other positions wrong, but they will put the investment into the offensive lineman. And Fatano's out this whole year, and that offensive line is still performing really well because they didn't just go, hey, it's just Fatano this offseason. We're going to ride all of our hopes on Fatano. That'll be all we do. We're just going to go Fatano and it'll be fixed. No, they really invested in that. So it's exactly what I talk about on this of you can take a quarterback by an offensive line that's bad, so he's going to have a hard go at it. You give him a good offensive line, you'll see a dynamically different quarterback. Kieran says, yeah, so where's the DK crowd? Where's the trade DK crowd now? Got your taste of how that actually looks. It's not going well. It's very true. James Peters says, Jones definitely needs to be re-signed over Dotson. Don't know if Knight will be ready, but he should with a full year in the system before next year. I would think that that's a possibility of the way this goes, James. You're going to have to find a middle linebacker from somewhere here. And, you got in-house, you feel good about what the guy brings. Maybe that's the way they roll. Steamy Dolphins should try Oluwatimi at center 2 games straight. I mean, I think the team got kind of made their bed with this one where they just feel that Oluwatimi's not good. And that doesn't mean that Connor Williams is good necessarily, but it's just that they feel he'll be worse. Now, maybe he snaps the ball better, but they think they'll get maybe a worse player. He had so many chances to grab the job. It's just not going to happen there for him. Haley says, I really wish they'd gone play action on 3rd and 1. What a shame, man. Yeah, me too. Something a little more inventive, Haley. Something a little more than just we're going to pound us right down the hole. We're not that team right now. Tasha captures it well here. She says, Russ would have gotten beat up behind this offensive line. Bingo. He would have gotten beat up. And he's in the right scenario with Pittsburgh right now. We're going to run the ball. We're going to play defense. We're going to limit your passing attempts over the course of the game. You're not playing that way right now. There's no way you could play that for you. You wouldn't run the ball well enough to play that way. You don't play defense well enough to play that way. And I hope the best for Russ. I do. I hope he goes to the Super Bowl this year. Go get it, Russ. But would not have excelled in this environment. Motive, and why does the team not move players that underperform? We've tried nobody else that's left guard. All we do is keep playing a center who keeps screwing up snaps when we almost consistently shotgun. Well, this is a bit about the lack of really diving in and putting the investments in the offensive line like you need to do here and trying to do the bare minimum. I'm hoping that's going to be enough because when you go bare minimum and your front line of bare minimum doesn't work and you've not reinforced the depth, then both your front and your depth are in bad shape. To the point of if the front fails, you don't have a guy to call upon that you feel confident in being able to do even up to that, even into that low bar of a place of performance. And that's, I think, why we're where we're at with this. If somebody's mentioned Oluwatimi, I think the team made pretty certain on this that they aren't going to go with Oluwatimi. It's like, for those going to Oluwatimi, let's rewind this. Okay, I hear you guys wanting to start Haynes, but what I'm telling you now about starting Christian Haynes is he's not going to be up to Bradford. As bad as Bradford's been, Haynes is going to be even worse. And the coaching staff's telling us this because they're not going to Haynes now while Bradford's this bad. Now let me just fast forward here a little bit to the future after Haynes has played a few games. See, guys, I showed you. We've got a couple games of performance of Christian Haynes now, and he's not even as good as Bradford. So kind of shows you the coaching staff knew what they were seeing there with it. You'd like the players to be better. You'd like to have some quantifiable depth that you could call upon to feel confident about that could at least hold the line if the frontline guy can't even be a league average player. But you don't have that, unfortunately, because you've decided to go bare minimum for 10 years straight on that offensive line. So same thing here with Oluwatimi. I know that he's a name. That's a 5th round guy. That's a 5th round center for a reason. That's a 5th round center who was supposed to come ready-made to play at the pro level. He then was not ready to play at the pro level. He's not good enough. And I think he knows how to play the position. I just don't think he's good enough. And I share the frustration of the fan base out there. It sucks to see, but it is a bit of what we're dealing with. Rodney Prescio, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, I don't feel Mike is the right decision long term. Well, it's definitely not a certainty on that one way or the other. I like the guy long term here, Rodney. It certainly is one that I don't think that you can make a determination of this based off of 1 year. I mean, you can, certainly. I'm just saying, from my perspective, I can't come to a conclusion on a guy after one season, especially if we don't have the personnel quite to fit what he wants to do on the defensive side of the ball. But he may not be, and you may have to go to a different guy long-term down the line. I think still, every team in the NFL is on the search of that until you find your guy a little bit. So we'll see if he can find his footing here. We can see if he improved it in the second year too, but I can understand having some issues with him. Past couple of weeks, he's had some pretty bad moments too with the going for it on 4th downs and 2 different big moments in the games where you're actively feeling the coach coming in and having a kind of a negative effect on the game with that decision making. And there's not always a lot of times in the game you get those calls as a coach. You got to be right when you're making them. And they just kind of looked even on the surface to not be the right ones. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, my point was seeing what we have in Sam Howell has a lot to do with Geno Smith's mistakes. Picks, some of the snap issues. The bad is outweighing the good. Okay. I mean, that's fair on that side of it. I mean, the thing with this comes down to, though, what was kind of initially at the heart of this was, Randall, what you wanted to see what you had in Sam. And my whole thing was that we kind of knew what we had in Sam. As far as with the Geno mistakes go, I can't speak on the snap issues. Maybe Sam would get that corrected and those would no longer be an issue. I think some of the pre-snap control where your offense has been at its best this year, Randall, when you've run up tempo and Geno comes up there and he's getting everything in alignment and he's reading things up front, I don't think that Sam Howell's going to be near him on being able to make those reads up front. And so that's a place that you go backwards with him. I think that there's the bad there, but I can't say that I feel like it is outweighing the good. And again, as I say on this, I think when you put a quarterback behind a piss poor supporting cast, when you have an offensive coordinator that looks in over his head, when you have an offensive line that's the worst in the league, you're going to have quarterback failure of any guy that's put back there. I mean, that's kind of, I think, where our inherent difference maybe be lies on this one, Randall, is I think anybody's going to fail in that environment. And I don't need to flip through different quarterbacks to be, to get that determination. I've seen enough in NFL pro circles and quarterbacks behind this kind of situation to know that that's the way it plays out. And I see no benefit to going out and getting like a Sam Howell, eroding his confidence behind that same kind of bad offensive line and knowing already that his confidence was kind of shaken after that Washington experience and he got traded. Say nothing of if you tried Sam Howell out there and got him hurt in this environment because he's trying to do too much, which is going to be, if you're putting a quarterback behind this offensive line on this team right now, they're going to have to carry a lot of the load. So that's where I just don't think that bad's going to be that outweighed by that the bad outweighs it that much. The bad is bad when it goes the direction it goes. And I understand going long-term that it doesn't show you, but I don't think that there's any benefit here short-term to putting Sam out there. You know what you need to know about Sam. He needs some time on the bench. It's the very same thing we're looking at, Randall, with all these quarterbacks that have been benched across the league here. With that stat that I showed this last week. The problem comes into play as we look at these 22, 23, 24-year-old young men and we say, you need to be playing right now. You need to be at your best right now. Give them a couple of years. Give them a little bit of time. It's okay to do that. Less of the stress test to the QB position on getting out there and throwing him out quick and more to the giving him time to develop. Let this guy develop behind a guy like Geno over the course of the season. See how he's dealing with it. See what he can learn from this from within Geno. I don't think Sam learns anything by being tried out there into an environment that's going to set him up to fail. And again, it's completely on point to question where we're at with Geno and whether he's the long-term guy here on that. I'm with you on that side of it. But I think running Sam out there is just you're gonna get him bashed, you're gonna get him broken, you're gonna get confidence shaken. You're not gonna win more football games. And I'd like to give him that full year removed from that Washington experience, and I'd like to put him behind at least, Randall, when I trot back out Sam Howell again out there, I want to trot him behind at least a league average offensive line. That would be at least what I would want to see him with. Again, man, last year, better line he had over there with Washington, Randall. 50 sacks, more sacks than Geno. 21 interceptions. You know, the bad will be there with him too on that side of that a little bit. And that's what I just don't have faith in with Sam, is that you're going to get anything better, but you're going to get remarkably worse. You know, I appreciate the donation and the clarification on that. I do. And you're not alone on that, Randall. There's a lot of folks that are in that same camp. Randall also with $5 donation says, basically Sam in 2023 is like Geno in 24. Lots of yards and lots of picks. He was in year 2 and not year 12. Doesn't have to be next week, but if we keep losing. Okay, so basically Geno in 24 is Sam Howell from Washington last year. Okay, so Randall, Washington Commanders last year, according to PFF, were ranked 15th in pass protection. The Washington Commanders, Randall, last year were ranked 9th. So let's bring this up. And I don't think I'll necessarily sell you on this. I just want to kind of provide a little bit of my kind of push, why I'm at the pushback point on this a little bit and making and doing this math just a little bit. So let's go to first here. I've sorted the columns here by run blocking here to the right? Niners last year, your best run blocking unit in the entire league. Lions right there, all that adds up, right? None of this is PFF juice stats crap, right? This is PFF legit. So we've got 9th for the Washington Commanders. This is last year, by the way. That's what this is sorted by. Hopefully you can see that up on the screen. 2023, not 2024. So we have Washington 9th in running the football last year. Let's see where they were with pass blocking. Boom. 15th in pass blocking last year. So why do I think this is relevant? Let's go take a look at the Seattle Seahawks coming into this game, shall we? Let's first sort by, let's go run blocking first. So we got the run blocking unit first. Seattle's at 22 as a run blocking versus 9 of Washington Commanders last year. And then let's take a look at pass blocking. So then you're 25th in pass blocking this year. And by the way, this is going to be after this game, about 27th, 28th. Let me see if I can get to it here. Let me roll down the list here. So this will put you about 24th, 25th. Notice the Steelers there, low in pass protection. Why is that exposed more? Because they run the ball and they limit the passing attempts. They run block really well. But here's where the rubber meets the road. We get back again, Randall, to sort of the inherent thing here on the supporting cast and how much it affects versus not. Sam, 50 sacks last year, 21 interceptions. Well, he had by and large a bit better average offensive line, right? He was a better than average offensive line, and yet he put those stats up. So you put him behind this one now. How does that 50 sacks not go to 65, 70 sacks? How does that 21 interceptions not go to 33 interceptions? And I think that's just where I stand on this. Is there's no bonus point of putting Sam out there in this environment. It's an environment of failure. It's an environment of it's collectively kind of a league worst offensive line unit. And on top of it, Randall, let's not also forget the fact that you have an offensive coordinator who has really no rhythm right now. He is finding himself. He may be in over his head. So the combination of those two, throwing that on Sam's shoulders, I don't think that there's any real feasible hope there that you're going to get better improvement past you're just kind of throwing the penny down the well and you're wishing there. You know, and again, Sam had a much better offensive line than what Geno's been given this year. Keeping in mind with those stats of Geno this year, Randall, so much of it is the quick passing attack and getting the ball out of Geno's hands. He's had the ball out of his hand as fast as any quarterback in recent Seahawks history, and yet still those pressure numbers are throttled to the nines. So I'm just trying to explain why I'm so kind of concretely in this place of there's just nothing really to gain on it. You're not alone on it. There are other folks that feel in the same stance of it, but I think if Sam gets put back here, you're going to see even a worse version of quarterbacking. And I feel it with just about 99.9% certainty. Watching it in training camp, Randall, watching one guy throw to the next guy throw, one guy's command of the offense versus the other guy's command of the offense, how one guy deals with pressure versus the other guy. It was night and day at camp too, on top of what I've seen from him just, with the in-person, on from the tape, essentially. But may irrelevant at the end of the day. If you're not, you lose many more games, you won't even be in the playoff hunt. So, Eric Michelet, thank you for the $10 donation. Eric says, Brandon, what are your thoughts about all the times we've gone for it on fourth instead of taking points this year and the negative ramifications when one of our best players is our kicker? Well, it speaks to the absence of talent on that secondary part. When you're looking at punter be your best player, that's definitely a bit emblematic of the fact that you don't have a lot of talent across the board that's really a difference-making talent. You got some good players. You don't have any great players, really. I mean, maybe a DK or something like that, but it's very thin. It's very thin. And you want to be one of those teams that's a contender, you probably need some difference makers in places. Going back to front a bit on this, I think McDonald's been a little bit over-aggressive with his fourth downs. Last week in the game against the Bills, you take the points in that moment and you keep yourself within a touchdown at halftime for a team that was really playing out of sorts in that first half. You get yourself to half to give yourself some time for this thing to maybe settle down a little bit, come out of half within a touchdown, within striking distance. Instead, you go for it. You're still down multiple scores then going into half. The game just completely gets out of whack. I did not like the call in that moment. Especially with the wet conditions. When you're trying to execute offensively in windy, wet conditions in general as a coach, you've got to build that into your strategy and understanding. And at that time of the game, at that half, the water was coming down sideways. As a coach, take the points. It's a chip chop field goal. Keep yourself within a touchdown. Today, you have overtime. You got the chance to take the points. I don't know if I've seen that recently, a coach take that and make that decision, especially to make that decision at home, Eric, when your defense had played so well throughout the course of the game. Usually coaches are informed by that fact in that moment of, you ask them about it after the game and they'd say, well, I decided to take the points and trust our defense because our defense had really held up their end more than our offense had this year, this game. And so I was reading a little bit of where the defense was. I didn't want to put the defense in a real tough position there of, like you've got to not even hold back a field goal at this point with all you've done on the day. I want to at least make them feel like, hey, you get that one stop, that one stand, and this thing's over with. I don't get how he got to the point of not thinking that was the right way to go. You're trusting the run game in that moment, Eric, where the run game has shown it's completely untrustworthy, that you don't know what you're going to get snap in and snap out in the ground game. So to trust it in that moment and to trust it 2 snaps over, to show no creativity from an offensive coordinator standpoint, if you're going to go for it in that moment. Very silly, very hard to understand. Maybe the situation just got a little bit too tight in that moment, but I'm not a fan of it overall so far this year. I think there was one game where there was some scoring going on and we went for it on a fourth down where I was a little more in support of it. Might have been that New England game or something like that, where I was a little more understanding of when you went for it in the moment. I think you didn't get it there or on that, but some of these other ones, I definitely would like to see a little bit less aggressiveness. If your defense is getting ran up on, okay, go for it, but if your defense is getting stops, if they're holding the line, trust in that defense. They've earned the right for you to give them that trust on that day, especially after a long season like this where you haven't been able to trust them at all in a lot of these games. So the fourth downs are definitely I'm not enjoying them so far, Eric. I can't say that I'm agreeing with most of the calls I'm seeing on the fourth downs. And any of you that are on the live stream, you guys are knowing is before the play snaps. I'm telling you guys it's that way. I'm not sort of hindsighting it. I'm in the moment going, what? Why? Kayon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, please stop entertaining the Play Sam Club. It's dumb. I think it's worth discussion because people are going to want to bring it up. And he's a guy that, from Randall's perspective on this, Kayon, and, you know, he's rightfully so. It's a potential quarterback of the future for you. You know, it's a potential guy, if you don't sign Geno after this year, who quickly becomes your lead dog candidate to start after this season, you know, to be that guy. And I think there are times in other teams, you know, that Randall's referencing in his long history in watching football, that there are those times that you see teams in this position, like Seattle's kind of standing right now, where they then would pivot then to the Sam Howell kind of quarterback. And you'd say, okay, let's go with this guy and see what we got with him. So I don't think Randall's broken in his outlook on it and thinking that might be a bit of the potential pathway to take here. But every situation's unique and everything's specific and has its own unique conditions at play. And I think especially the conditions at play here, Keon, with the lack of that supporting cast that's existing here, that's the part that pushes me into the no-go mode. We can't go to Sam and say it's like Geno coming out of the New York Jets situation, because Geno had time to grow his game. I don't think Sam's had the time in only a year to substantially grow his game from where it was. But I get the thinking on potentially that pivot, especially if the season went away from being in playoff contention, because normally that would be where you would go with it. It's just so bad, the parameters in front of him you'd be giving Sam, that he'd be made to look really bad, much worse than he is. Definitely than he is, I think. And that's what gets me a little bit reticent. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. This is Brando. Haley thinks Pete wasn't fired. She believes he planned to retire post 23. Granted, Haley is probably a Niners fan, but please call him out. Well, Haley is a female, so first off there, Garth. And she's actually right on this one, based on what we had heard. So she might have the last laugh on this one with you, Garth. What we had heard on this was some of this, and some of this kind of driving towards the end game here, was that Coach Carroll had said reportedly that maybe this was going to be his last year at the start of the year. Last year, what we were hearing was there were reports of that he had told John and them that's where maybe this was going to be. John was even starting to do some of his coaching scouting process for who would be the next coach at that time. And then Carroll kind of came back sort of mid-year and was like, no, I don't want to do it. And so he kind of doubled back around from where he was pivoting to. I don't know how much of it factored in, Garth, on the bottom line of, you know, whether he would have been let go, or whether, you know, that him kind of flirting with retirement was a part of the decision making there. He was, essentially at the end of the day, fired. He wanted to stay. The team probably would have kept him if he would have acquiesced to some of their requests. He didn't want to acquiesce to any of the requests that were at play there. Thank you, Feed Me, for the $2 donation. He says it's a rumor, B. It was never confirmed. That's true. Never confirmed. These are more, you know, kind of rumors, and what we've heard is maybe some of the smoke in the background of the process. So I don't know for sure on that. And at the end of the day, it wasn't a retirement. You know, he didn't say, you know, we're going to go ahead and call it a day. You know, at the end of the day, it was, it was him being let go. Sorry, one second. Getting a text here. So we don't know for sure, man, but you definitely let him go when it's all said and done. You know, he did want to remain. Rand Ball, Pittsburgh spending $4.5 million on the quarterback position this year. That is why Pittsburgh looks good. There you go. Puff, puff, pass. Mr. Unlimited has a great defense and a decent O-line. No quarterback will be successful with this line. No, sir. Agreed. Seth says, we don't need to trade DK to improve line. We got to cut dead weight, which will happen after this season. Lockett most likely retiring. Draymond will be gone, and we won't be paying for Jamal anymore. That's right. Dead money of Jamal comes off the books. DK is not a guy that needs to be traded. There are some that have been thinking that you have to move DK to get the line better. But there's plenty of other assets to pull from other places, including even this receiving core, that would be better to be pulled from than to be pulling it off of from DK. And I would expect that he will be signed to a contract extension after this year. I hope that is what happens. The team is not going to be for the better if they don't. And there's plenty of ways to be able to sign DK and still be able to take care of the problems on this team. It is not one of those finite resource problems. It's more about making it a point of emphasis problems. You've ignored the offensive line kind of by and large. Or if not ignored it, you've only decided to do one way of utilization. It's a little bit flag like you're talking about. Yeah, you've drafted here recent years, but you don't spend money. You don't make trades. There are other ways to improve this offensive line. Go Stupid says, you want to bring back the man who runs the ball on 3rd and 12? Yeah, I don't. Dustin, yeah, the LBL, sorry. Haley says they're going to have near 100 million going into free agency. This is coming off season. About 13 of that goes to EJ signing, another 5 million to extend Cross. Lots of room for some of Mac's guys in offensive line. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Agreed. Brian says, if DK is good enough to bring a top tier O lineman, then why get rid of him? 0 cents. Yeah. Well said, Brian. And it doesn't have to be either or in that. You can do both. Motor says, burn it all down and collect the insurance. Best quote I've heard in a long time. Love it. Lexi, Joe Burrow has played incredibly well with an assembled O-line built via the draft and free agency for him. Signing OBJ as a top passing blocking left tackle. I think you meant Orlando Brown. Karras at center, Cap at right guard, and then a first rounder for Mims at right tackle. Along with developing Cordell Volson at left guard, with the supporting structure of having established good players at either side of him on the line, and it's clearly helped their offense while Seattle refuses to. Very well said, Lexi. People often point to me with Burrow, to your point on this, on the early Burrow career of how, well, I say nobody's going to be successful behind this offensive line, and they'll go, Burrow. And you do indeed have that 1 year where he was able to rise that cast up with a bad pass blocking offensive line. He had at the same time, by the way, a good defense and a pretty solid running game to go off of. So it wasn't all bad for him. And then also, of course, sandwiched in between that 1 year where he was able to ascend past that supporting cast of an offensive line, he got his ACL torn in half. So, there was that little part too on the other side to get to that place of it. But to your point on this, Luxie, did the Bengals take that as a rule of thumb from their standpoint and say, hey, we've been able to survive playing with fire, Russian roulette every year with our quarterback in this offensive line. Let's keep doing it. That got us to a Super Bowl. Or have they instead said, we better get this guy some offensive line help in a major way? This is not the smart approach. Sometimes it's nice to let other organizations make mistakes you can learn from, so you yourself don't have to make them. I love your points, Lexi. I love where you're coming from. Thank you for your membership, and I cannot agree more. He lined our best game of the year from a wide receiver, came in a game where offense was junk and no DK. Imagine what we could do with an offensive line and no DK. So we've been looking at the offensive performance the past couple of weeks and been like, yeah, we've been fine without DK. It's been great. Like we've been doing, it's been perfectly fine. Yeah, we don't have to trade DK for the offensive line, folks. We got plenty of other guys that we can move off the money-wise, and it's not a matter of DK or the offensive line. Like, you can do the DK and you can do the offensive line. It doesn't have to be an either or there. I'm telling you, we can do them both. Slated for watching the Geno postgame made me realize this man really has everyone on his ass with absolutely no help to show for it. He's trying to win for the same people who are calling for his job, shaking my head. I know he's doing what he can, man. I feel bad for him, I do. Kieran says, Brandon, honestly, I take a trash can over Bradford right now. Can't do any worse. James says, problem with Schneider is he always wants to take 345-pound guards, but they aren't football players. 49er Rams take shorter 315-pound tackles and convert them inside two guards. Yeah, we've looked for more of the big dogs up in there that can just drive block, especially in the Carroll era. Just big old 345-pound guys that space eaters. And now with these offenses, we didn't do it under Waldron. It's the thing that drove me crazy with Waldron is going from the Rams offense to ours is that you got to start to find more of those mobile offensive linemen. That you kept rocking old Gabe Jackson, who could no longer move. You kept rocking Damian Lewis, who cannot move in space. It didn't make sense. If you're going to bring this kind of system in, you got to have the linemen that can execute it. James Peters, Bobo can play outside while inside the red zone. Other than that, he's a great undersized tight end, inside slot blocker for 10 to 15 plays as a game and a great special teams player. I think that's accurate, James. And Jesse, we got the JSN at least broke out in this one, man. You're right, man. At least you got that a little bit. Ghost, who cares what he does before? This is Lee McGee says the next couple of years are going to be rough. Buckle up, folks. No way we can shore up this team into a contender with a few trades and a single draft. Just hope it isn't too painful. Copium. Might have to be a bit of a turnaround on this one. That's right. Pop pass. We forget how Mr. Unlimited played the last few years behind our shit offensive line. Yeah, wasn't good. Was not good. Ryan East says DK is the best blocking wide receiver, and he's our best blocking wide receiver, and he's a double team magnet. We're not letting him go. I don't think so either. I don't think the general manager front office looked these last two games and went, oh, we can do fine without DK. Dustin says, yeah, they felt DK missing today. Way different with him out there. That's for sure. Ma'ala says, hi guys, tuning in from Abu Dhabi. Gino, this was our game. We played well. The turnovers are a killer. They are. And Gino didn't play a bad game by and large, but those two red zone turnovers are just ones you look at, and that's why he is on his own butt about it in the presser going, I kind of let down the team today, let down the city today, and I don't think I'd go as far as to say that with him. He's doing his best out there, and he's not doing it under easy circumstances. But they're brutal turnovers. They're hard to excuse. You can't have it in those moments. You got to have these games where you know where you can take the points. So you got to read your game where you got the defense playing well and knowing that a bit as a quarterback. He'll bounce back here. Miguel coming in with some positivity. Says, we lost because the Wampulance, laughing out loud. We got this. If Arizona is currently in the lead, we can beat the Rams if we play well. We can get in the playoffs and take our glaring weaknesses to another level. I like it, Miguel. Love the confidence. Love it. James Peters, JSN's a phenomenal route runner. The problem is he usually only gets 5 targets a game. He was 17th in the NFL in yards before this game and probably top 10 after this game. Probably. Yeah. And this is a good game from JSN, but this has not been who JSN's been by and large this year. DK was out last week too, so if we're going, well, we need DK to be out. Well, he wasn't out last week. And I love JSN's game out there, and I'm hopeful that he can continue to capitalize on this and go forward. But the stats, the down year stats that we had from JSN last year where we were feeling this is underwhelming coming into this game were even worse. The yards per reception, everything down across the board. So, you know, I want to see him come forward. I got hope for the kid still. He's a young player, but let's get more. Let's get more. Slated for, what's worse, the 4th down calls tonight or the one against the Cowboys last year? Well, it was just one play last year. And it was kind of just a blown, like you got to shift DJ Dallas over to the right side to have him pick up Micah Parsons instead of leaving Micah Parsons unblocked. I don't like that play. But it's really hard to excuse trying to hammer the ball twice over the A gap when you've run like crap the whole day for the most part. We're going to run when the defense knows we're going to run it. No, we can't beat them when they don't know we're running it. I don't get there as an OC. And the same play back to back, just ugh. Moonman, I get tired of this Ryan Grubb hate. The play calling was good. It was just stupid mistakes our players made. I don't know, man. There's stuff that Grubb does that I'll like. There's stuff that Grubb does that drives me crazy a little bit, Moonman. I don't, you got 13 points this game. He can't throw. He can't take care of the ball down by the red zone there when he gives Geno a chance down there. And there's some good play calls in this game. Nothing is to me fully black or white on this thing a little bit. I think he's still finding his way as a coordinator. I think there are still some frustrating moments, especially with his penchant to kind of drift into pass too much, where he's got that pull to want to get back there and throw the ball. I think there's some missing of some creativity. I think the offense, much like we've kind of talked about with Grubb and his defense in the past couple of weeks, sort of doesn't look exactly like what he was running at UW. Looks a little bit like the shell of the offense he was running at UW a little bit. But I'm hoping there's time. Still halfway into the season. And he is, to your point, Booman, dealing with parameters here with the failing offensive line that's going to impinge him as much as it's going to impinge the running backs, as much as it's going to impinge Geno Smith. Ma'ala going to week 9, and we still seem to be struggling to put a run game together. Tonight showed we can't let Geno carry the game in the air. He panics under pressure. He can sometimes do that. Sometimes he makes good decisions. Sometimes he panics. That's for sure. And when he panics, it's not good. Kaon says, without a line, Grubb, Geno, and Walker are basically impossible to judge. It makes it very hard. Yeah. Makes it very, very hard. D-Man, the Seahawks were 3-0 when she was in the hospital. They have been 1-5 since then. I'm readmitting her back to the hospital. Hey, you got to do whatever it takes at this point, man. Bill Anderson says this needs major work on the offensive line. Yeah. 100%. 100%. Garth, sorry, I'm a little bit behind on this. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. Think Grubb's predictability makes an already poor offensive line even worse? John Snyder's comments about O-linemen before the draft, was that just CYA in case things went south? I'll go backwards to front on that one. I think somebody, Flag Sabbath was saying in the thing above on this that he really felt like maybe John Schneider's comments were a bit more smoke screens and trying to send teams off the trail of the scent of what the team was intending to do for the draft. It could have been that with John. I think it's more, to me, John, a representation of where he is mentally on that, and that he kind of more let slip a moment of honesty because it's been congruent with where he's been the past 10 years, Randall. So, I could be all in on that thing of it would be a CYA or it would be that he's sending the smoke screen stuff if you didn't have the 10 years of track record where you fit to a certain type in the way that you've gone about building that offensive line. And that type has been by and large the same method of approach. There's little outliers in there. There's a 2017 Dwayne Brown trade where you give up a second and a third round pick to get Dwayne Brown, but then you don't make another trade after that for another 7 years of a quality offensive lineman. That's a trend at that point. That's a philosophy at that point. We do not want to trade for offensive linemen. They cost too much. Now, God only knows why, given that, look, you gave up prime real estate for Dwayne Brown, but he gave you prime play for the real estate. So it's hard to see on that second part there a little bit. I just kind of take him at his word with it, to be honest with you. And Grubb's going to absolutely not help the offensive line out with some of the predictability. Yeah. I mean, that play call at the end there, as I said, you got that fullback who's doing everything but as like a pointer dog pointing to right where the hole is going to go, right where you're going to run the ball. I mean, he's showing the defense that. And I can't tell you, I saw it all over the tape last week on the 22, all over the tape on the 22. Anytime you went to the run play in the 22 tape last week, and some people have been saying, well, it's our 2 tight end sets. When we're out there, we're running. When we go to 3 wide, we're not running. I really don't know the reason, but I do know what I'm seeing, which is that you're seeing defenses not only keyed up of when it's a run, they know it's a run, and you're seeing defenders take these 1, 2, 3 step cheats towards the line of scrimmage and where the run play is going prior to the snap. That's a hellacious sign for me about your scheme when you're having defenders that keyed in. Think about that as opposed to what Shanahan does to defenses, where with a mere fly sweep motion, he can make a linebacker shuffle a couple steps outside of the gap that he wants to go in there and attack. It's the inverse. And is it because the O-line's so bad? Is it because the 12 personnel looks versus 11 personnel and that you show your run versus pass hand on that? Hard to say. But to your point on this, Randall, they're seeing it coming. They're seeing it coming. They know when you're going to run. They know when you're going to pass. And it's just making everything all that much harder because when the defense knows what's coming or has a high likelihood of knowing what's coming, it's hard to play. And that's in the best of times when you have things working together and functioning right. Randall with another $5. And Randall, man, thank you for all of your support today. I really appreciate you for that, brother. Very, very kind of you. Through all of these losses, we're just a game back. We have 4 divisional games left. We beat ourselves more than we get beat in these games, most of these games. It's not over. It's not over, Randall. It is not over. And I'm not packing this season in as of yet. The benefit that we get on this year in something that's outside of our control is that things are wide open in the NFC. And that there's a very much, I think, an indicator here that this thing's going to be everybody around each other by the end of the year. If we can kind of hold the line and find ourselves a little bit. Or as we say, like you say, we can stop beating ourselves. Because I do see it the same way as you on this, where I look at these games in so many ways of self-inflicted wounds, pre-snap penalties that you can control, controlling your temper, keeping your emotions in check, not these silly interceptions. Things that you can control are still well within your grip here to get better. And you can improve those. Those are not things that are about talent or a lack of talent. Those are things about having your head mentally in the right space so that these don't pop up like they have. But it's not over. You're at the bottom of the division, but everyone is fairly even, Steven. Anything is possible, and you never know, man. You never know. Maybe this thing starts to come together, especially if the defense can build upon this performance, where that was a lot more akin to what we thought we were going to get from the Mike McDonald defense this offseason. That's much more closer to what we were hoping we would be landing here. And more of that. I'll certainly help this team out to a huge degree. Say nothing of Metcalf coming back, hopefully almost at full health by that point in a couple of weeks. And then Abraham Lucas, hopefully also at full health. What will that do for the offense? Just those 2 additions back into the fray. But thank you for the donations, Randall. I love, as always, your optimism. And I'm with it, man. It's a tough loss to turn over here, and it's been a rough season with a lot of embarrassing losses in large. But at the end of the day, I don't feel down the dumps on this team or that this thing is in a horrific state or something, or that this is going to be years of darkness. I don't get to that spot of it with myself. There's still some hope here for me on this side, and there's still a lot of good to pick over here too with this team. As much as we're talking about the bad things coming off this loss, there's a lot of good to pick over too. Miguel says, talk about what Schneider is sought after he leaves. He'll get snagged. Who's next passed up? Does he want to come here or even available? Let's let the season speak for itself. Enjoy the games. I like it, Miguel. I like it. Yeah, I don't know who you'd pivot to if you're going to look to move off Schneider. There's not exactly a laundry list of great GMs out there banging around the streets. You'd probably end up taking a risk on a hopeful guy if you did. Deron Jason Schneider needs to be on the hot seat. No more hall passes. No more hall passes. Emily says, draft Tyler Booker for left guard. He's on my list, Emily, to take a look at, so I'll try to scout him out this week if I can. I like it, though, man. Or woman, sorry. Hey, we want to go. You want to go first round, second round, third round, just hit all offensive line? I don't think any of us would squawk about that. I made the case on the B&B show a couple weeks ago about that. I was kind of joking, but also now kind of not. Haley, Hawks Nest. One thing with Geno that's unfortunate is that he always plays worse as the hits pile up in a game. He did a good job shaking them off today, but those picks were rough. It's a bit of the nature, I think, at times of you get a guy under that much duress, and it works the other way too, Haley. You know, you get a quarterback with a lot of time on the day, and he's been given that time, and now he can get more comfortable in the pocket as the game goes along versus the opposite end of that, like you talk about, which you get the guy more jumpy. It's the culmination effect I talk about where people will start to be with Geno seeing ghosts or, you know, this pressure didn't get feel. And it's where over time, when you have this happen for years on end, now bad habits start to get built up. Now you start seeing a quarterback get a little shaky there in his decision-making where once before he might've been a little bit sharper. And I think that there's something to that. It's not to give it an explanation wholly for what we saw from Geno today, because like I say, those two red zone picks just can't happen. It just cannot happen from Geno's perspective. You can't have it happen. it can't. But it's also fair to say that's the way that this is going to go. If the line's going to play it this kind of way, it sort of is inevitable a little bit to that side of it. Do you not get a thought Grubb was supposed to bring new, modern, innovative playmaking to the team? It's been a bit absent on that, yeah. Been a bit of an absence on that one. Paint 808, Aloha B. Quick recap on what you think of the game, please. I had to do some shopping, so I'm here late. Haha, please. I got you, man. I'll try to give as quick as I can on it. You try to run and lean on that in this game a little bit early on. Did a good job. Kind of got away from it back to the passing. A lot of the defense was able to really step up today in a major way. And they did their part in this game to do enough to help you win the game, quite frankly. Creative concepts from Mike McDaniel, simulated pressure looks. Offense early on, interception on a tip ball that it's a third down play right in JSN's hands. What a flip there as you give the Rams good field position, and you're going to be around midfield with a first down if he just catches that. 2 more interceptions for Geno down at the red zone today, where you had every opportunity to really take this game and take control. And Geno with 2 real inexcusable interceptions. He's under a lot of pressure. 7 sacks on 34 dropbacks. 11 quarterback hits. I'd imagine that we're going to probably be somewhere in the neighborhood of about 20 pressures on the game. Somewhere in the neighborhood of about 60% of his snaps he's being pressured, which makes it hard to play the quarterback position at that point. But you got a block punt. You had some unsung heroes pop up in this game. But unfortunately, when you throw 3 interceptions in a football game and 2 interceptions down by the red zone, you're probably going to have a hard time coming away with the win on that one. Jimmy says, Haynes is a rookie and O-line's hard position to learn. Like, huh. Dustin, it's sort of ironic, like 4th and 1 and the dumbest thing you can do is run it. Yeah. Especially if the telegraphed run like that. Miguel, rookie coach, rookie teammates. We need to learn from these games, plus win these games soon, not fire everybody. Jeez. I'm with you, Miguel. Patience is good. Patience is good. Bob Mueller, Geno Smith, arm talent and precision from the gods, but his turnovers are a huge issue. Well said, Bob. Really well said. I echo that. We are not in 1987 anymore. Quarterbacks in 1980s could throw 20, 25, 20, 30 interceptions, and head coaches might not blink. We're not in that era now, and you can't be so frivolous with the football. Yeah, I think Bob's right on the precision. I think it's Bob might reference back to that on you, Nick, is he might say it's the decision making, not the lack of precision on that. It's that he's choosing at times on to make these throws that you would say, hey, that's one that should never have left your hand. Dirt it, throw it away. Val Ramos, I agree, man. We should have kicked it instead of go for it. I was surprised by that decision. CD Woods, what do we do on the O-line? We struggle scouting, developing them, and very few good O-linemen hit for agency. It's like, what do we do? It's a great question, man. I would go to a trade, CD. And I think if it's got to be one where a trade where you've got to give up a little bit more to get a good quality guy than you'd like to give up, and that hurts tough. Tough, John. You put yourself in this predicament. To your point on because of the lack of development. You draft these linemen, they're not developing along. I mean, Cross is really the only guy who's come really forward. Bradford marginally, maybe. Oluwatimi, no. Haynes, inactive for this game. Don't know what you have anymore with Lucas. This wouldn't be as much of an issue, but you don't choose to do anything in free agency and you don't choose to make any trades. So it becomes all about the line. It's all about the line. Sink or swim in drafting. And if the guys don't develop or you don't draft the good guys, it's toast. And so I would say What we've done the past 10 years here, CD Woods, is determined really as a bottom line. It's not that we haven't spent money, but it's a Luke Jokel 1 year, $7 million deal. Austin Blythe, 1 year, $3 million deal. Laken Tomlinson, 1 year, $4 million deal. When you've spent money, that's how you've spent money. So you've not really even tried to spend money in free agency. A guy like a Kevin Zeitler, for instance, who's bounced all around this sport, who is a functional guard. Functional. I mean, functional is huge for us at this point. He's a functional guard open on the open market. Got plucked, playing well again this year. That would have been a guy in free agency you could have gone out there and targeted. And there's usually always a good collection of at least right guards. There might not be left guards in the market. You usually find at least a couple of right guards in free agency that can give you at least league average play. But you got to be willing to spend on them. We're not willing to spend. We're not willing to trade. And when you only have one method of approach to improve that unit, and then you don't have the developing factor with it, where you can say, hey, we've got one of those, Dante Scaramucci, the guy that was the New England Patriot offensive line coach for years who was great, or Coach Mudd, who was here in Seattle for a while, but did really great work out there with the Colts. If you don't have one of those guys that can really bring those guys along, then you're going to have to utilize those other methods in order to improve the team. And so see Woods, we got to open up those other two doors, and we've kept them closed, locked. We've chained them up. We've put a barricade on the door. Got to take it all down. Maala is just watching the full game. Got to take some words I said back on Geno. Jesus, sacked 7 times. No wonder. This is John Schneider. We have had O-line issues for a long time. This has to change. Has to change, man. Has to change. I think it's a common element in this chat throughout this stream today, even and certainly during the show, during the game itself. People recognizing that this is too much. This is far beyond the pale. Far beyond the pale of bad. Rundah's O-line is our biggest issue, he says. Chris says, I blame Boeing. Since the strike started, everything Seahawks have gone. They're throwing out bad vibes, Chris. The Boeing employees are killing the vibes. James Peters, most guards in the second and third round are starters or capable, at least at center and guard. They're rarely taken. The first round, D only tackles because of the agility length needed. True. You can find him. You just got to target him. Adam Gotti's okay here, Megan. He's good. We're good. We're good. David Holy, David Yang. Holy, I just saw some of the replays today, and not the whole thing, just... Yeah, Geno threw a touchdown interception in the red zone. Damn. Yeah, he did. And James says Lockett will be back on a team-friendly deal since his cap hit is huge and mostly guaranteed. So maybe sign an extension to a split bonus money, buy as a third down guy. You might be able to find that place with them. I hope they could. If you get him down at a much more discounted deal, that'd be nice. I mean, he's fine for what he brings. I just can't pay $19 million a year anymore for it. Haley, HawksNest, Jackson Power, Johnson, BB, and Graham Barton are the only interior offensive linemen higher on boards than Haynes. Sucks he hasn't played well, but it's not like he was a bad pick at the time. No, it's not that there's an issue with the Haynes pick necessarily being a failure at this point. It just does. It comes down to that thing where you have 3 potential roads, right? Like we can go down all 3 of these roads to turn this unit into its best state and its best form. So when you choose only the draft road, and then you're going to say, well, we'll pick 1 in the 3 rounds, and then we'll pick some back-end guys that aren't likely to hit, and we're going to sign some aging vets who aren't likely to give us much play and have a high likelihood of injury, both of which we got from Laken Tomlinson and Noah Fant on those small, tiny deals that we gave them. Then it becomes fully that spotlight on that third-round player succeeding or failing. You know, you sort of, by the methodology of your approach, have made that pick much more having to hit than it should have had to, because you should have reinforced it with other supplementary moves, which the team won't do or doesn't do. So it's not as much that there's anything bad with the Haynes thing. It's just that that's the only route you went for any kind of remarkable improvement on this team in the offensive line this offseason. That was your big swing. You know? And Adam and Megan going at it. I hope you guys are all good. We're all on the same team here. Peace on earth. Peace on earth, please, folks. Emotions are high, I know. Nick, the Hawks Nest, is the quarterback and or center supposed to set protections? Could that attribute to some of the bad pass pro? I think Geno's setting most of the protections as it stands right now. Connor may be doing some of it, but to my eyes, Geno's running a lot of that. Typically, you want your center to run it. I think they're probably more comfortable having Geno run a lot of the stuff because they like to give Geno the control, especially with the up-tempo stuff, but also because Connor was a little late to the building too, I'd imagine. Hard to say with that. And I am making a bit of a guess with that one, Nick. But I think it's Geno making the calls there. Typically, it does tend to be centers, but sometimes you do have to have your quarterbacks to do it. If you got a rookie center, you don't trust your center as much. I think the bad pass pro more comes down to, at the very least, 3/5 of your offensive line are bad in pass pro naturally. Laken Tomlinson is just naturally bad in pass pro. He's old, can't move laterally, more of a drive blocking, run blocking kind of guard at this point in his career. Anthony Bradford was really raw coming out. What he did at the forefront coming out of LSU was as a run blocker. He was really raw as a pass protector. You knew he was going to struggle in that way. He struggled at LSU in that way. You understand that that's going to be the way it is. And then you had Stone Forsythe, who was more than double the amount of pressures of the next tackle before him when he was finally IR'd. Not only playing league worst level at right tackle, but significantly so as far as the pass protection goes. So you have 3/5 of your line that's just a complete open door for pressure. 3/5. And that's hard to make it work at that point. I think that's really where I think the pass pro's at, is it's just you don't have the talented guys to do it. It's, in retrospect, it certainly seems very odd that you've sort of set up an offensive line, especially with the guards, to be more of a run blocking line on the interior. But you want to pass the ball all over the place. It's sort of that disjointed stuff with the way that this team is sort of structured a little bit. You want to do this, but you have the personnel to do that. David Yang says this game should have been a win, no doubt. Should have, David. Should have. Played well enough to get the dub. Just couldn't bring it home. Bob says, Geno has zero poker face. He does. He's got a lot of tells. His cadence isn't firm and his voice is soft. I don't know what he's even saying half the time. Geno needs to work more on the voice. Maybe so. Did a good job on the false starts today. Love the cadence, the hard cadence. Got the free plays a little bit today, which was cool, Bob. But definitely could stand to see the body language improve at times from him a little bit on the sidelines. Try to carry yourself a little more leader-like, a little more even Steven. Team's going to look to you in those moments. Rundaz says, can't even say go Cougs in the chat. F YouTube. Oh, that sucks, Rundaz. I'll say it for you there. James, if we trade DK, we have to spend another first-round pick on someone to take the top off the defense. Shaking my head. That's 100% true. You move DK, say nothing what you want to be mad about how much he's going to be paid. Now you're going to have to go spend another significant capital to go get a receiver that can fill into a spot, because the core we have right now is not going to be enough to get it done. And you're going to need to put a significant talent out there to get it done. I don't think on a team that's got other failing parts here, the thing I don't get with the DK thing, and you may not be the biggest DK fan, but there are plenty of absolute failing supporting parts on this team that are not getting the job done. I get that the contract with DK is coming up, and that makes a lot of your guys' butts pucker at the thought of spending more than $30 million a year. But why are we concentrating on one of the things that actually works well for your team and is a plus part of your team, rather than the things that are absolutely, we go across the board here, aren't working? Like the amount of time that people spend in my chat here on DK versus a guy like, let's say, Draymond Jones that's being paid $18 million a year. It's kind of wild. You think that Draymond's doing his part by how little he gets mentioned. And I'm not trying to go after Draymond here. Just like, let's concentrate on really where things are not working. We want to put this team right. We want this team to be better as soon as possible. We're not going to get there by offloading some of the few things that actually work well for us. Especially understanding wide receiver trades, you're not going to get maximum return back for DK. You're not going to get the quantifiable return back for DK, because any team you trade him to is going to say, hey, we can't give you all that. Who's got to pay him $33 million, $34 million a year? It just doesn't make any sense at the end of the day. But that ain't going to stop y'all out there. I know that. That ain't going to stop no one in my chat. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, Garth. Let me make sure I get Randall's here. Hold on. Okay, I got Randall's there. Thank you for the $5 donation, Garth. This is Brando. You speak of this great opportunity the Hawks got in the Russell Wilson trade, yet we're still whining about the offensive line. John Schneider is on notice, I suppose. Well, as Coach Carroll said this offseason when he was let go in his final press conference, he looked over at John and he said, it's now on you. You know, there is nobody else that's going to catch the flack for stuff going wrong. You're not protected by saying, hey, I don't have the power and control I once did. You got the power and control. And on those Russell Wilson return assets, like you talk about, you made good picks. And I think those drafts are still really good drafts overall, but there are some head scratchers in retrospect. There are some head scratchers. And Derek Hall's rounding in a pretty good player, but second round pick there. After you had already drafted Mafia in the second round the prior year and spent the money on Uchenna Nwosu, right? The 2 second round running backs. You know, John deciding to go against what has really become a pretty driven hard rule of thumb here, being that if you have a bad offensive line and you go get a difference-making running back, you're wasting the difference-making running back because it doesn't matter how good they are, they're never going to get around how bad that offensive line is. That's been proven true. That's what the analytics stat nerds told us 2 years ago. And quite frankly, it doesn't make me happy to hear it, but it's proven true. And so, you know, he went up against the grain on some of this stuff a little bit, paying the price for it. And, you know, we all got to be aware about where we're limited. We all got to be aware about where our weaknesses are so that we make sure that those don't become the thing that end up allowing us to sort of sink beneath the waves. But when it comes to his offensive line right now with John, to your point on the final part of this and being put on notice, he's not going to get through another offseason of doing this. You're not going to get to another season next year of this fan base looking at this. I'll be one of the loudest people on it going, I won't even need to get to the season, quite frankly. And I'm a guy that's real hesitant on this type of stuff, especially with John, that I want to make sure he's getting a fair shake here on the end. You go through another offseason of this crap. You go through another offseason. I ain't waiting to training camp. I ain't waiting to preseason games. It's going to be hammered, and it's going to be hammered here throughout. Because you're walking me right back into that same damn nightmare you made me live for 10 years, John, and it's not fair. And it's so sillily stupid. It's you being like a child at that point to reject it. I don't want to pay the price. Tough, pay the price. I get it. I mean, who in the fan base after watching this offensive line, if he overpays tomorrow for a great offensive lineman, is going to be like, oh, God, the assets. Oh, he got a great guard. God, what is he doing? Not one person. Zero blowback from that decision. Even the Dwayne Brown trade. This was our mentality back in 17, folks, by the way, where the line was at. I'm going to take you back in the time machine to 2017. Even the Dwayne Brown trade, the one trade you made in 7 years for a quality offensive lineman that was a home run and worked out for you so well. It was a second round pick. You were only supposed to have to give up a second round pick. And then you were including Jeremy Lane into the trade. Jeremy Lane went to the Texans, failed his physical. Texans came back to Seattle and said, we don't want to do a deal now. We wanted Jeremy Lane. We wanted a healthy Jeremy Lane as part of this package. John Schneider kicked in an extra third round pick. Wasn't supposed to be a second and a third initially. He kicked in the third round pick. Did any of the Seahawks fan base get mad at that time about that extra third round pick? Do you think you saw anybody out there bitching and moaning about that? Or do you think everybody was standing on top of their chairs, clapping above their heads, screaming, doing the whistling move with the two fingers that I can't do in their mouth? Because you had gotten actually a quality left tackle. It felt like you overpaid and it felt like a fleecing. You were so desperate. It's part of the thing that I don't get here with John on why he won't go back down this road. It worked out so well for you. Go overpay. I don't care. Fix it. So Garth, it's going to be a worthy question to ask. And John is on notice here. You know, he's going to be given, I think, some time. I don't think that he's necessarily on, let's say, per se, the hot seat, but there are no excuses on this. I'm not going to excuse it. Other content creators in the Hawk fandom aren't going to excuse this looking at this. Analysts aren't going to excuse this. People have been laughing at it for years as a situation. And I just think that It's long overdue for a heavy course correction, not for a minor fix, not for a, okay, we'll double down where we once singled up. I want a quadrupling down. That's what I want. I want a quad down. Real G's, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, how many draft picks should we allocate to drafting the offensive line, and why is it all of them? Because we waited for far too long, and we forced this to happen. Like, you want to go 1, 2, 3? You can only find really good quality offensive line. You say, Brandon, hey, if you want a good offensive lineman, you got to give him the first 3 rounds. They're gone, my brother. They're gone, I tell you, once you get to round 4 and onwards. Well, I look you dead in the eye and I say, well, I'm going to go 1, 2, 3. And I ain't going to complain one damn bit. One damn bit. So I will allocate. The answer is whatever it takes, in my opinion, on this Real Cheese. Free agency happens before the draft. God forbid you take care of some of this up ahead of time so you don't put it fully on the draft as being the full bearer of, well, we got to go get a rookie and hope that rookie can come out there and start day 1 and be ready to roll. Obviously, that's not the ideal for me. But hell, you went 1st and 3rd round a couple of years ago. And if Lucas can come back and be really strong, and with Cross rounding into shape, that looked like a pretty potent strategy to me from a couple of years ago if you want to go down that line again. 1st and a 3rd, having addressed somewhere in free agency or in trade in a major way on top of that, with what you're returning back at that point. You know, you can even go beyond that, I'd say, to be honest with you. But yeah, Real Cheese, I think you've got to, and really the picks, we've done a lot of the 4th round and onward picks. Bradford, Oluwatimi, Sa'atoa Lamea. I mean, Jarrell's hanging in there all right, and maybe he's a guy that can develop long term, but we've kind of, Stone Forsythe, we've been down the line of trying to make the 4th, 5th round, 6th, 7th round pick works. You got to just kind of go give up the value to get the guys, you know? I get the impression when I do these scouting looks at guards and centers here a little bit, that it gets pretty clear for these NFL teams which guys are legit quality guys and which guys can't get it done. Because there's so few of them that can get it done. So they stand out in that way like a sore thumb, but in a good way. Like a good thumb. Like a healthy thumb. Like a healthy thumb in a sore hand. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I meant. Thank you for the $5, though, Cheese. I appreciate you for that. Holiest Hand Grenade. Thank you for the $5 donation. So saw a comment a while back that John Schneider is prioritizing the defense first because that's Mike's side, and he's going to worry about the offense after. Can't say that's true. I agree with you, Hand Grenade. I mean, the last 3 drafts, John's put draft capital into offensive linemen. So there has been a little bit more that he's increased over the past 3 years from, let's say, the prior 5 years. I want to say that he's put more draft capital in the 3-year period than he had the past 5-year period in total. So there's been some priority put into it. The problem is the priority is just put into it through the draft and through no other means. And when it comes to Mike McDonald's defense, you know, Leonard Williams was brought in prior to McDonald. You re-signed him, but you didn't want to give up that 2nd round pick for nothing, and you liked about how he played. I don't know if that was almost a decision he was a fit to what McDonald wants to do here, but that's not, I think, as much a decision that you made specifically for McDonald. You signed Baker and Dodson to 1-year deals that were pretty cheap. Rashawn Jenkins is essentially on a 1-year deal that you'll get out from under after this season. I mean, Byron Murphy is the one pick you could maybe go to on that, where you would say that's one where, oh, you really grabbed that extra for him there. But that was as much about, you could easily see the value selection of that pick. You had 14 offensive players selected in that 1st round. If you're asking for your team to be value-based in their approach, it would be understandable that Byron Murphy would be the guy at the top of their board, and probably would have been for about 25 teams in the NFL if they were picking in our very same spot. So yeah, I think that, I don't know if it's because he's prioritized the defense. I think it's more, I come back to just not wanting to overpay, not wanting to spend too much for what he thinks he's getting back in return on the offensive line via a trade or by free agency. And he didn't exactly go overboard this offseason to piling up on that defense, really. Most of what you have on defense asset-wise was here prior to him arriving. Mafe, Hall, 2 second-round picks, here prior to him arriving. Williams, here prior to him arriving. Draymond Jones, here prior to arriving. Uchenna Nwosu, here prior to him arriving. Witherspoon, 5th overall pick in the draft, here prior to him arriving. So, yeah, I agree with you, Heinger. That's not really been the way that this has played out. Eric Michalet, thank you for the $10 donation. Eric, you guys are unbelievable tonight, as always. I know I say that over and over again, but it's amazing the support on this channel, you guys. I really appreciate y'all. Nothing will change for this team until we can beat our division foes. This team, even in the good days, has been owned by the Rams, 49ers, and lost head scratchers to the Cards. It's very true. When you do lose the Cardinals down, it does feel like, how do we, 6-6 tie or something? Even when we, don't lose just a tie, it's like, ugh. But yeah, we've got to get ahead of the Rams and the Niners. And they are who we are chasing right now. They're smartly run organizations. They spend their money well. They know when to go for it, when not to go for it. They know how to build their teams up right. They know where to put the money at and the assets at. They have a plan of attack and a philosophy, and they stick to it. Their player development is top notch. Some of the things that I would knock on this team in recent years, and getting some of that development from your 4th rounders onwards. Over about the last 3 years, you've kind of gotten Tariq Woolen and Kobe Bryant is only really your true 4th rounder onwards that are giving you pretty good quality of play. Everything else has been a little bit empty on that side of it, even with all the picks that you have had. But we are chasing them, Eric, and they are the standard, and especially the Niners. And if you want to get to that standard, you've got to start to find your way to greatness. And that begins with a couple of different places. It gets with the proper roster building construction, things that we're talking about right now. It gets to getting the right coaching, which I think that we have finally, I think we've started to kind of get that right, at least defensively side. We'll see how the offense goes with that. Player development, all that. Getting the leaders developing from the clubhouse. That's certainly something that you have, I think, especially in the Niners case, in theirs, that helps keep them where they're at. But we've been owned, man. Rams and Niners in particular have really owned us over the past 5 years. We have not had an answer for these really smart, young offensive coaches. They have had our number. And it would be great to start to turn this around at some point, because it sucks getting beat, especially as the guy who's got to go in on a weekly basis and hear it from Niner and Ram fans and Cardinal fans every week when we have these kind of performances, especially the guy that's got to go and face that fire. And they're unforgiving. They all get to win and I got to lose every week. When I signed up for this roundtable, we were 3-0. This is not what I signed up for. But yeah, man. Well said, Eric. I thank you for the $10 donation and all of your support today. I know you've dropped multiple donations today on the channel, including during the stream earlier. We've got to find our way around those teams. How we deal with those teams. What's our plan of attack? I think what's nice about this a little bit, Eric, is at least schematically speaking, as we saw today a bit from McDonald as he started to maybe unload a little bit more of his scheme here in full. And we got a feel for that and what it brings. He's got some answers for what those teams are going to try to do to us schematically. You weren't able to do it in the 49ers game a couple weeks ago, but your team was tapped out and tired in that game on that Thursday night. So it's a little bit of an oddity, but you did in this game. And maybe there's going to be some answers he can call upon to help your defense out into the future on this, Eric, that you haven't been able to prior in these matchups where they have also owned you at. I think that there's something to that, but we're still trying to get our footing on this. You've got 2 more games up against the Rams and the Niners here. Say nothing of the 2 matchups against the Cards. We're looking very tough this year. We got a long way to go to get it right if we're going to get it right this year, if we're going to get back into contention. As Randall was saying below, though, you are still only like a game 2 out here. You still do in a lot of ways control your fate this year if you can find a way to clean some of the things up that have been so problematic across the board. Thank you, Eric. I appreciate you for that donation. Braden Larson, thank you for the $5 donation. I was feeling okay with the call to go for it with the thought that they would pull out a creative and intricate play, not a basic run anyone could see coming. It's go back and watch the play, folks. I referenced this earlier in the stream, and this is what it was like, and that you could see the run coming, and that you had Brady Russell at fullback, right? And Brady, the hole's here, so the hole is right here. Okay, right in front of my mic, right? And Brady's over here to start things off. And so Gino goes, 51-20. And he bounces on right over here, and he's like just about starting to, like, you can almost feel his body language going like this. And if I'm a linebacker on that play and I'm an inside linebacker looking for keys, my key there is telling me that that's going right up over the B gap there. That guy fullback, that running back's going to go right behind that B gap. And to your point on the creativity side of this, Braden, why don't you show that and then go to a pitch play to the outside? Why don't you give him eye candy going here and go over here? Last week, that third drive of the game, we've not seen anything like it from Grubb since. The creativity, the misdirection, the eye candy going this way, the sets going this way, the motion going that way, coming back to this direction. That's what's supposed to be a bit of the centerpiece of his offense. And it's by and large missing. And on that kind of play call was hugely missing. I don't know if McDonald just said, just run up the middle. I don't care. We should be able to get a yard. I almost got the impression of McDonald after the game that he almost just told Grubb to run it up the middle. Because Mike McDonald were that responsive, we should be able to get a yard on 2 carries, And I don't kind of disagree with him, but Mike, you looked this off. You've seen this offensive line, Mike. You're not getting the yard. Come on, man. You've seen this line through the year. You aren't those guys. You're not that guy. It's like that meme. You're not that guy, okay? You're not that guy. You're not that team. You're not that offensive line. So nothing intricate, nothing trying to do anything different than here's what we're going to do. See it coming? Yeah, we see it coming. Okay, you ready? You sure you see it coming? Yeah, we see it coming. We told you the first time. Here she comes. And then stop dead in the tracks. You could see that play right after the snap like, this one's toast. Both of the 2 plays. Yeah, bad play calls. Odd play calls. Where's the creativity? Eric, the Fallen Oek Sanders. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. Eric, the Fallen Oek. I like the username there, Eric. Appreciate you subscribing to the channel, man. Garth 9, thank you for the $5 donation. Pumpkin, tell Brandon you have this under control. The offensive line. I believe in you, and I know you believe in him. Brando. She's doing what she can. She's also looking at me like I'm not a freaking miracle worker. What am I, Mother Teresa? What am I, Buddha? She's over there like, they got to meet me halfway here. A cat can only do so much. But thank you, Garth. Appreciate the donation and all of your support to the channel, brother. Pumpkin will save us yet. She's our great refuge. She's going to bring this home one way or the other. Eric, thank you for another $10 donation, man. Thank you, man. Again, all of your support, multiple $10 donations here today. Thank you so very much, you guys. You allow me to be able to do this thing, and hold on. I'm hearing some weird noise. Why are fireworks going off tonight? Why are fireworks going off? Is there something going on tonight? Did something just happen or no? Why are there fireworks outside my thing going off at 9:49 on a Sunday? I missed a holiday? Must have missed a holiday. Eric, thank you for the $10 donation. I appreciate you for that, man. Again, just unbelievable amount of support. You guys, all of you guys you really do allow me to do this. You guys do. If not for the support, I wouldn't be able to do this full time. And I really thank you guys. It's a tough season to cover this year right now for our Hawks, but there's no doubt about it. I love having this interaction with you guys. I love being able to go live almost damn near every day now with this channel. It really is a pleasure and an honor to be able to do this. And I hope you guys know that that's never lost on me, that this is such a special thing that I get to do here with you guys. Eric says, let's be real. O-line isn't a sexy thing to build up. D-line or offensive weapons get a lot more shine. That being said, the team that builds the O-lines tend to win. Good run games and protect the quarterback. Well, I haven't even looked this in advance. Here's your premium stats for 2024. Here's your pass protection grades, right? So the top teams, top grades, so to speak, on that We've got one strange outlier here with the Colts. 4-5 record is your best pass protecting unit and a good run blocking unit. Shows you how bad Anthony Richardson's playing right now, that he's not able to succeed in that environment. Green Bay Packers, they're doing pretty well. Denver Broncos, they're doing pretty well. Tampa Bay Buccaneers 4-4. Their defense is holding them back. It's not really the offense there. Arizona Cardinals, I think you could say the same thing. That's another unit that's been a good unit there. Baltimore Ravens 5-3, good unit. 4-3 Chicago Bears. Commanders 6-2 at 8. Minnesota Vikings 6-2. So out of the top 10, you have 2 teams with a losing record in pass protection. So you have your top 10 pass protecting units in football by PFF. Only 2 have a losing record. Let's go down to the bottom of the list on that one though, right? Let's go see at the bottom how that one looks. When we go to the bottom, 22 Chargers. Not a great pass protecting unit, but they can run block. They don't throw the ball very much. Keep those things protected. They got a winning record. Giants 2-6. Bengals 3-5. Seahawks 4-4. Steelers, much like the Chargers, you don't pass protect well, but you run block well, and you don't throw the ball as much like the Chargers, mitigating the issue that you have on your team as far as passing goes, as far as pass protection goes. Titans 1-6. Cowboys 3-4. Browns 2-6. Patriots 2-6. Rams 4-4 now, and the Saints 2-6. So, one team with a winning record, 2 teams with a winning record there. It's kind of the inverse of what we saw at the top, right? And I think there's a little bit of a rule of thumb to that. And then even those teams that are bad in pass protection, Eric, at that point, have a good run blocking unit that they can lean back on, at least on the other side of that. So you're right. Those other things do get more shine. And it doesn't help that the analytic folks, I think, have pressed heavily on this as more teams get, I think, opening their ear up to the analytic folks and listening to them, right? Getting a little bit away from your old school style of football. The more that they've leaned in that direction, the more that that's taken them to say, yeah, it's all about the skill position players. Yeah, it ain't about the trenches now. It's about the back end in your secondary. That's what's going to really drive this. And it really does come down to, no, it still is old school. It still is old school. Get the offensive line put together right, and you put your team in so much of a better position for that success. It's not the end all be all to fix everything, but much better to be at that end than the end that we're finding ourselves on here, Eric. And so it ain't sexy, but it is necessary. Just like the eating the vegetables, You may not like the taste, but you're healthier for it. You got more nutrients for it, and you're better for it at the end of the day. Eric, thank you, man, for the $10 donation. Well said on your part. What you said, according to what we just saw PFF, and Eric, we could go through this for years, with that PFF chart, by the way. I could go back to 23, 22, 21, 20. I could show you those top 10 teams. You're going to see winning franchises over and over again, and that's just in pass blocking. That's not even taking into account the run blocking side. It's real unequivocal. It's really something that's not even to be debatable. But for some reason, it is one of those blind spots that just shows up over and over at times, Eric. Hard to say why exactly the teams don't more learn this lesson sliding in the other direction. Maybe we will now as we start to go forward. Of course, some of it comes down to the things we talked about earlier on this being the offensive line prospects, the quality offensive line prospects has dwindled in the last 10 years. And that the good ones that are there get picked really fast, really high, and there's not a whole left over after that point. But you got to work with the environment you find yourself in. That's it. Thank you, man. Appreciate you, Eric. Ethan, 14, thank you for the $5 donation. Would you still extend Geno? He's 35 next year, and we look to be 2 to 3 years away. I would personally extend him, but just a thought. It's a great question. I will say that what answer I give you now, Ethan, shouldn't be taken as the final answer, because what I've always wanted to do with Geno this year is to let the full season play out and see where he lands at the end of the year, because we have that given time to wait. We don't have to be pressed to make the decision November 3rd or November 20th. Let's go through the full season. Let's see where he lands out at the end of the day. Let's see what supporting cast we've given him at that point. And as you say on this, how far out are we? How much? The other part of this, Ethan, that you didn't mention in there that I think is another very key point to this is that what does Geno want? How much does he really expect to be paid? If he's on pace to be throwing for 5,000 yards this year, does he then expect to be paid $45 to $50 million a year? Can I look at myself in the mirror as a general manager from John Schneider saying, well, my team is 2 to 3 years away, but I'm about to give this quarterback $50 million? I don't think you can quite get there in your mind as a general manager to do that. Now, if Gino's willing to take the kind of discounted equivalent deal that he took a couple of years ago, if he's willing to take a little bit more of the team-friendly deal, more incentive-laden a little bit, if he's open to that, and you can find him in that mid-tier deal point, if I can keep him, so the past 2 years, to put a representation on this, the past 2 years, Gino has averaged being the 17th highest paid quarterback in the NFL. He's been about the same spot the past 2 years. Like what he's making that year, what he's costing off the cap, truly. I'm not talking about the average per year. Never get caught up on the average per year, folks. That's agent talk. That's big fat agent talk that don't mean a lot. Look at what they're really making every year, what they're really truly costing the cap every year. Gino's been the 17th highest paid quarterback in the sport the past 2 years. If I have the opportunity to go in this offseason, and even if the team's out 2 years, but he's going to take a contract that's more into that 17th highest paid role. I mean, now we're talking more into $38 million a year or something, $37 million a year. Oh, we're kind of finding the mid-market deal now, aren't we? And I still do become enticed in my imagination by the thought that what if we could finally get Gino, the supporting part here, locked down? What if his offensive coordinator can finally find a footing instead of being searching in the dark without a flashlight, their hands just reaching for everything, hoping to find something? Or an offensive line that can at least be good at one thing. Say nothing of just maybe get league average at both things. So I'd kind of still be in the mode to do it, but it would be with conditions. I think I would be less likely to want to sign the deal if they are as far away as they look right now. If you're signing Geno Smith to a contract extension, it's really about, you're going to compete in the here and now. For the reasons that you gave, Ethan. He's 35 years old next year. You're not spending 35 on a quarterback like that unless you know you're ready to compete in the here and now. Not you think. And I think what's really important about this team right now going into the future is going to be properly determining where you truly are as a franchise. Are you contending? Do you need to be in rebuild mode? Is this going to take a couple more years? These are not answers I have anything with certainty with right now, but they have to be answers that have to be fully vetted out before making some of these decisions. And you better be sure about your approach. It's a complicated question. It's a complicated question. Lorraine says Gino sucks. Adam Gotti, Jalen Carter's been a good player. Jalen Carter's been really a pass rushing defensive tackle. So Jalen Carter wouldn't do much right now for us. He's not been a good run defender for the Eagles, and they've used him really protecting him snap count wise in how he is a pass rusher versus a run defender. And I would certainly say he's been a good pass rusher from a defensive tackle position, but he's not been a good run defender. And so, I mean, I don't know if as much that makes that the no-brainer pick then for him to take as the number 5 overall pick, especially understanding there, Adam, the character concerns are still an ever-present part of what you have at play potentially there with Carter. And the fact that he's been able to keep it in line with Philadelphia Bulldogs East, basically, with former teammates there to keep him kind of in line on that, that's cool. That's great. But it's not like he's been out there turning into Cortez Kennedy like I thought he potentially could when he was out there. He's not been a good all-around player. He's been a pass rusher. It's good, but that's not going to do anything to fix our run game woes. And I'd say inside, we're getting pressure from the inside. Seth says Gino has absolutely zero trust in his offensive line. Hard to work and make good passes. True. It's been the cumulative effect of a bad line over time, Seth. As the quarterback starts to lose faith, the quarterback stops standing as tall in that pocket, stops being willing to go through his reads, starts to lock in on guys, starts to feel ghosts. Bad habits start to get created out of this kind of environment. It's not the end-all be excuse for Gino's throws in this game, but it is what you're going to get, cause and effect. We got our cause, you're going to get your effect. Dustin says, no excuses, but the third quarter refs were so ridiculous. They just basically marched them down the field for an entire quarter. It was insane. It was. It's not a game that I would blame on the refs, but that third quarter drive was absolutely just so beyond the pale of ridiculousness. And the NFL, they want to tell us that they're calling these things legitimately. They want to say that it's all above board, but it does not feel above board as you're going through that third quarter drive. And every third down stop you get, here comes a flag to bail their ass out. I definitely got some of that vibe too in the third quarter. Like I said, I had plenty to blame. We still had opportunities in this game to still take it, but man, it'd be nice if just once maybe the refs didn't help the opposition out almost every week. I said it during the live stream broadcast, we're the second most penalized team since like 2010. Only Raiders have been penalized more. And here we're going to have another year here yet again, where we'll be one of the most penalized teams in all of football. And maybe we're just that bad. Maybe we're just that undisciplined. But boy, it sometimes feels like, it sometimes feels a little like there's something extra there. Not saying there is, just saying sometimes it does. Emily Watson says, I draft O-lines the first 3 rounds. I'm with you. Left guard, right guard, center. Let's go, Emily. I'd put a big old Joker smile on my face if they did that. Cody White and JSN were 2 standouts, Lorraine. They played well. I'm way behind on the chat here. Sorry, guys. We were way behind. We got a lot of people in the chat tonight. If I missed his question, just repost it on in. Ivan says, I don't understand why fans want to blame everyone without addressing the elephant in the room. John Schneider's washed. How did he keep his job when everyone else was fired? Should have been gone too. I think he's getting plenty of blame tonight. I'm trying to put my share of heat on him. I think he kept his job because the committee and Jody Allen determined that I think that there were personnel decisions that went wrong these past couple of years that weren't solely on John, that there was a heavy amount of influence coming from other directions. Can't say that with certainty. Would have made sense, though, if they thought at the time he was a big part of what had been problematic leading up to you moving on from Carroll, that he would have gone too if he was, from their estimation, part of that. But he deserves, it's his roster he's building now. So, he gets to have to shoulder that burden now at this point, and there's no excuses to be given. Haley, the Hawks Nest, important to note, only 2 rookie offensive linemen taken in the first 3 rounds have been playing well this season so far. Rest are slightly below average. Yeah, that is true there, Haley. I will say with Cooper Beebe, the Cowboys are moving him into center. I think he's more guard than center, and I think making him learn how to snap and do that type of stuff, I think it's working down a little bit of his, I think it's taking down a little bit of his improvement there. But it's well stated on your part, and it's hard to dress position because of that reason. It's hard to find good ones. All the more reason there, then, Haley, you got to utilize all those methods of improvement. Can't leave things closed just because you don't like the cost. I don't want to trade for a guy. Last time I did that, I had to give up the extra 3rd-round pick. I wanted to just give up a 2nd-round pick for Dwayne Brown. He's 32 years old. I don't want to give up a 3rd-round pick in addition to it. I know, John, but you got to have to give it up. All right, I'll give it up. It worked out for you. Do it again. You got to give up the cost. Tommy says it's irrelevant how good Geno is. What good is a Ferrari if you can barely afford rent in a trailer park? We need an offensive line first. Well said. Well said. Lee McGee says Jake Bobo is actually John Schneider in disguise. He's pissed he's not getting to play more. You'd have to be wearing some stilts. John's a little bit of a shorter guy. Bobo's got that 6'4" build on him. Redeem Patriot, another freaking rebuilding year. Hawk to Morgan says we could have traded back to get more picks, then landed a 2nd O lineman. We could have. We had trade opportunities there for Byron Murphy. We did. Move back. Go get yourself that Cooper BB. Go get another lineman. Double down on it, maybe. You went with Murphy instead. Murphy's been fine, but did you need Murphy versus what you maybe needed on that line? And I hate picking for need, but boy, when you wait this long on something like this, you got to do it. I guess, will McVay beat McVay today? McDonald beat McVay today. The defense was better than last year's McDonald versus him. Agreed. Yeah, I thought so too, Nagasa. I thought McDonald was pretty impressive today with the play calling. Lee McGee, I like your mic. Do you mix your voice or use compression? I don't. I do some audio additions on like Streamlabs OBS just to remove any of the, with these SMB mics, you get some buzz sometimes, so you'll get a little bit of the low end stuff there, but nope, I've got to just working through my Cloud Lifter and my Scarlett and right directly on into the tank. So I tried to see if I could figure out a way to make my voice get like lower. I've seen some of those guys able to get their voice super low down the deal. I can't figure out how to do it though. My voice can get a little high pitched, especially when I get frustrated. I like to be able to get in those nice deep tones. But just I appreciate that, man. I'm glad it sounded good. But it's just the pure mic. I definitely recommend too, Lead. I love this. The Shure SMBs, man. Great mics. It's great mics. Jim Campbell, the pick six was a killer and a big reason they lost. It was, Jim. I'm a Geno backer, I am. But you can't have those interceptions down by the red zone. Hard as people may want to go on Geno on those kind of plays down there at the red zone, that's rightfully so. And I'm a guy that backs a lot of people off on the criticism of Geno, but on those two plays, it can't happen. It cannot happen. Those are, as you say, it's just a killer in that moment. I mean, it is an absolute just game killer in that moment. First down and you're throwing a pick six at the goal line. Brian Myers, B in the 12s, like every game, positives and negatives today. Bye week, good time. Hope to see y'all while I travel over the next few weeks. If not, when we see the Niners, take care. Sounds good, Brian. You have a good travels. Stay safe. Lots of fluids. Watch out for those colds that everyone's getting. Gotta be careful there. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, I saw a fellow at Costco today with an Alexander jersey. I thought he must be a man of faith, wearing that around for the free samples, trying to avoid contact. Maybe so. Hey, it might have been his lucky jersey, Garth. We all got a lucky jersey. Mine's not been coming through for me too well recently, I've got to say, but I still call it my lucky jersey. And if he's been having that one for years, like I'm sure he have been, then I imagine that one would have been that way for him. I imagine it would have been so. Our lucky jerseys aren't even working, guys. There's nothing to offset this. We're totally lost, Garth. John says, why not the tush push on the fourth down? I don't know. They've done pretty good with the draws with Geno. Like that. It was kind of a long yard. You like to be kind of inside a yard, I think, if you're going to do that. They also don't do a lot of pushing of the tushing. And they kind of just ask the quarterback to go through. They don't want to really push up, which I think to make the brotherly shove work, you got to get the tush push in there. If you don't get two hands on some butt cheeks, right, you're not really committed to the first down, If your running back ain't willing to get a handful of ass, you just don't want it enough. Ivan says, excuse I hear is this is a new staff. Teams have been able to turn it around in the first year. Texans last year, Commanders this year. We tore down the coaching staff, but kept the snake's head. Ooh, well said, Ivan. Well said. Dustin says, we've been told for 10 years that you just run up the middle and you win with 1 yard to go. Yeah, they've told us, right, Dustin? That's one of the things I've always pushed back. When the defense knows you want to do that, it's not so easy. Mr. Kane, my brother from another mother. What's up? Says, Brandon, just note that we win in regulation if we make that extra point. Not going to freak out this year, but yes, O-line is a priority, number 1 next off season. It's a good point, Mr. Kane. Special teams been one of those things that has actually held up pretty well throughout past years that we could rely upon. Dixon's done his part. Even on that mixed extra point, I don't know if it was really on Myers. I think Myers was trying to sort of do like the golf shot where he was trying to bend it around the defender coming right at his face there because you had really quick penetration there. And Harbaugh taking over for Izzo has not been smooth sailing. Every week we have some kind of special team snafu. which we just don't have enough room for error to be able to afford that on top of everything else. And yeah, we got to get the O-line right, man. John says, I was watching the Tutupu podcast. They're running the zone run scheme, but I guess they're teaching it wrong because he was talking about how Shanahan had free agents owning at line with a 1,000-yard rusher. Owning a line, 1,000 yards rusher. Yeah, Shanahan also does a good job of getting the linemen that move fit to his scheme, in years past, and those guys that had some mobility. Redeem Patriot, when your flare is out, your primary pass from your quarterback, something is out of whack. I think it's Price auto-correcting you guys on that. James Peters, Schneider has no problems paying Williams or Jones $20 million, but can't justify $12 million for a quality guard. Unbelievable. It is. It is. May says, Hawks Nest, it happens here too. Well, that's good to hear. It's not just us. John, I kind of feel like when a new era of good football emerges, the stars kind of have to align for whatever reason. They're not aligning, especially for Geno. Yeah, I think that's probably right. You're kind of, it's the secret sauce, lightning in a bottle, that something that you just doesn't have necessarily a tangible form, hard to put your finger on. Could be, yeah. Could be a bit of what's at play here. Chance Brown, I feel like McDonald really likes Kobe Bryant. Good to see Kobe Bryant. Good feels like he just wants it more than a lot of players on our defense. I love that, man. It's a great thought, Chance. I agree with you. The spirit of Kobe Bryant is a guy that's had to fight his butt off to get where he's gotten. Starts out as an outside corner, capable outside corner, two-time All-ACC, Walter Thorpe a winner as the best cornerback in college football. So what does that team do that drafts him in the 4th round? What's that first thing they do with him? Kick him to slot. Not really well suited for slot. He's 6'1". He's not really a change of direction guy. Makes it work that first year. Gets some turnovers. Peanut Tillman punch. What did the team do with that guy into his 3rd year? Move him to safety. And here he's now moved to his 3rd position. He's worked his butt off in all of these games. He's laying it on the line. Almost had another great pick today in this game. Just missed getting an interception. He had a play today where the ball carrier was down on the ground, kind of by their own. They like tripped over their own feet and they were ground. And he comes walking over and he does like a wrestling move punch to knock the ball out of the guy on the ground. Like he kind of comes up from the top rope. He was doing what he could, man. He was doing what he could, but he's been impressive. Kobe Bryant's been impressive. I like what you said about that. There's a little bit of I want this that you feel in him a little bit more than some of the other players. And certainly maybe what you were getting from that with maybe like a Rayshawn Jenkins earlier at times and how he was playing indifference. Miguel says, Brando, when Hawks lose, you're my silver cloud lining, my safe place to vent. Thanks, bud. Hey, my pleasure. I hope I can be that guy for folks. I get in that same place, and it's in doing these kind of shows after the games and even doing the show during the game itself. I probably would have had a heart attack watching that alone today. I would have been an angry man. But having you guys going through it with me, it makes it easier somehow. And you guys always make me feel better about it as well. If I do any of that at all, you absolutely do it as an equivalency on the other side of it. I come out of it feeling a little bit okay, And John, yeah, I got some yak from JSN today, man. Is it the Chinese New Year? Okay. Well, there we go. That makes a little more sense. I'm like, is that gunfire outside? Do I need to drop? CS says, imagine Kenneth Walker how dangerous he'd be with guys in front of him making holes for him to run through. I'm still on the fence with Geno. He's proved he can do it, but today was horrendous. Yeah, it's a bit of the question, I think, for me that does apply for me with Geno or with a Walker or even a DK Metcalf. I look at those 3 guys and I say, what more could they be if you had this offensive line in place? And I think on all 3 of the answers, it's quite a bit. And I don't think that they're bad where they're at right now. I understand where you're coming from on the Geno side of it. But getting this offensive line, a rising tide raises all boats. Certainly it's going to raise your best boats. Your boat's most seaworthy. You tripping shorty says putting in Sam could help if he played guard. There we go. Miguel says, my buddy was at the game, told him if you don't yell, we lose, that simple. Came home, no voice. Perfect practice for next time. Let's go. That's the way to do it. He did it right then, Miguel. That's what we got to do our part. Win or loss, we do our part. Help our team out as much as we can. It sounded like it was pretty loud in there today. Garth, isn't it? I guess it's Chinese New Year there, Garth. That makes sense. November 3rd, huh? Why that date? Why that one? It's a new one for me. Tripping short, you say what you want about Waldron. He can pick up 1 yard sometimes. Sometimes. Amazing Bro says, extend him. Gino! Young Guns says 30 plus years of watching Seahawks ain't ever said, man, we can't even hike the ball properly, let alone multiple plays, multiple games. Connor Williams is trash. It's tough when you can't, it's things I'll always go to is sort of the rudimentary stuff that you never like to lean with players. A center that can't snap, or a quarterback that doesn't have can make all the throws, or, a defense that can't tackle. Some of the straightforward things you go, kid, these are kind of the straightforward things of your job here you got to be able to do. But the lack of the hiking problems have been just, really, we're at this stage of things, we can't hike the ball right. We're at that place. Come on. Oh, man. DJ Jimenez. I told him, I keep always missing your donos, man. My bad. DJ Jimenez, thank you for the $5 donation. On the positive, it's been 9 consecutive weeks of precise long snapping by Chris Stoll. Well, there we go. Our center may not be able to snap a DJ, but at least our long snappers got it in lock. Chris Stoll, Michael Dixon, your most consistent players of the year on the team. Those guys are clockwork, baby. Every week, they're getting the job done. Getting the job done. Thank you, man. I appreciate you, DJ. You're awesome, brother. I hope you're doing well tonight, man. It's good to see you in the house. Sorry, a little late on acknowledging that one. Garth, thank you for the $5 donation. It was awesome to see the Huskies beat USC last evening. Pac-12 as a whole hasn't shook up the Big 10, but Oregon is number 1, and I'm rooting for them. Oregon's got a really good team, and I like that quarterback they got. He's a gutsy little guy. He's got kind of some of that Brock Purdy vibes off the back of him. That Dylan Gabriel kid. And that Oregon coach has been, building his resume up bit by bit over there. He's taken that program to a really nice place this year so far, and how they've gone. It's been up and down this year, like you say, with the Pac-12 teams coming over there to the Big Ten. Some of it you could kind of understand a little bit. I mean, USC, you're moving on from Caleb Williams. You're going to, maybe you're going to get some inconsistency. With UW, they lost so many guys at the NFL level, and that was a team really set up last year to really engage and cook it up. And you could see how it was going to maybe take them a little bit of time now to kind of return these things through. It's kind of how college tends to be. There are those Alabamas and Georgias that every year are just, they're monsters, and they're just going to reload every single year. And then there's those programs that got to kind of do it in cycles. UW is still, I think, a bit in that cycle stage of things. They've done a good job of building the program back up, but still is kind of in that cycle period. And they've had some good wins this year, and they've had some bad losses. And so they've kind of played to how you'd expect them to play. But I think long term, it'll all settle out to where these Pac-12 teams will not be, as some people were thinking, to your point, that Garth, where they're talking about the Huskies or USC going to the Big Ten, and it's like, oh, they're just going to be completely classed. Like, they play a different style of football out there at the Big Ten. It's like, give me a break. You guys are not the SEC. Tap your brakes. You got good teams, but tap your brakes. I think that we can play with them. And with the new college playoff system now, it's so much more opened up to where you can lose a game or two, and that's part of why I think these teams are more open to joining these big conferences. You're like, hey, we get a loss or two, but we still got a great team. We'll have a chance at the end of the year in the playoffs. But nice win by the Huskies. Good to see them find some good moments this year. As you know, they're in that kind of reforming oneself a little bit. Reforming oneself after so much turnover, Garth. And Garth, thank you for another $5 donation. It says, Pumpkin, Brando is the Kirak Hadawak. No, your Bene Gesserit training will allow the sleeper to awaken. I trust in this, Pumpkin. She is my Bene Gesserit. She is. She's like, say it again. Mean it. Seahawks will win. I wish I could use the voice. Use the voice on Gino. And Seahawks win. We will win. You know. We will win. I am the kid at Hadawak. Is it Aladdin? What was it? The other one name they called him, Garth? There's the other name they call him in it. We got like 5 names in it. Thank you, Garth, for the $5. Pumpkin's showing me the way, man. It's an intensive training. It's a thorough training, but I think I'm getting a step ahead. I think I'm finally seeing what she's trying to show me here, you know? Seeing the light, man. Seeing the light, brother. Seth Davies says, literally just average in pass blocking and run blocking, and we will dominate games. That was my point earlier on the stream too, Seth. If I've got a league worst crew basically on both sides of what I try to do in offense and running and passing, and I'm doing what I'm doing from a productivity standpoint offensively up into through the course of this year, what happens if I can take that unit up to merely an average state? What sort of improvement would I see from the offense and sheer productivity then on the other end of that? And I agree with you. I think that it would be substantial. We don't know. We don't get to see it. But the specter of it remains in our minds. It does for me too. Miguel says, Pete Carroll made 180 transactions his first year. We have an okay team already, so we are not in the same boat. We need experience and consistency to be great. So let's see the bright side. We could have won today. That's for sure, man. That's for sure. I'm going, Gino is damn good and accurate, but he makes blunders frequently. He does. He does. Adam Gotti, Brandon, no offense. I know you're a man of knowledge of the game, but I think Sam would do well. You should watch his tape from last year. So I was making this point a little bit earlier on the stream with this, Adam. I did a tremendous amount of deep dive tape on Sam Howell with his Washington experience prior to this season. I've got all the tape, game tape. I got all the all 22 tape to go back and watch his tape, Adam. My evaluation point on this comes from a couple of different places. It comes from an evaluation of knowing Sam Howell, watching him back to his, Adam, I've been watching him to his back couple of years in college at UNC. I've been tracing him back to his change of offensive systems in his final year in college, turning him into a kind of Tim Tebow guy for more of a spread style system guy that can go out there and throw the ball all around the field. So I've been tracking this guy from day one. I got a very good measure on who Sam Howell is as a player. I'm not uncertain on this evaluation in the least. So as I mentioned on this, Adam, last year, Sam Howell had the 9th best pass protection in the entire sport of football, and he had about the 15th best run blocking unit in all of the sport of football. Sacked, league worst rate 50 times, 21 interceptions. So a young Sam Howell put behind a system that was at least reasonably in point for him to have some success. Not all. He had a bad defense. I'm not saying that was a good Washington team, but that's a Washington team with basically the same offensive line that's 7-2 now, starting out their year. So how is it that he fails in that environment with some reasonable conditions set up for him to succeed, but he comes to this situation that's set up for him to basically fail with the offensive line you're putting him here, and he then succeeds in that environment? That is not logical. That is, I want to throw something at the wall and see if it sticks. But then even beyond this, Adam, I went to training camp in person this year. I went for multiple days. I watched Sam Howell in person. I watched Sam Howell run the offense. I watched Geno Smith run the offense. There will be not one person, Adam, that you're going to see in this chat who went to training camp and watched Sam Howell and watched Geno Smith who will be calling for Sam Howell to be playing right now. The level of difference in their ability and what you saw from him on the field was miles apart, not close. So there's a lack of my ability to understand. You can sell me on it, and people have been trying to sell me on it even in this stream, Adam. I'm not fit into a spot where you can never move me, but you're going to have to sell me on more than, why not just try it? Why not just do it? We don't just do things for just for the hell of it. We don't just do things to throw things up at the wall. We do things because we know intelligently doing this has this potential really good outcome that we like. Setting a young quarterback up for fail, a quarterback that already had his confidence last year beaten down a little bit, reportedly speaking, probably not the best for him in the long term. He needs time to sit. He needs time to better learn the game. That's just my take on it. But trust me, Adam, in that I've watched a lot of tape. I do my homework on these guys. And second Sam got traded, you're looking at him as potentially that quarterback of the future. So you're going right back and ripping through all that tape of his Washington experience. Does not sense pressure, does not deal with pressure well, does not recognize pressure, does not have any subtle pocket mobility. He has mobility, he can get away from guys, but he doesn't sense when the pressure is there. It's not sensing until the guy's breathing down the back of his neck, basically, which then it's too late. And no offense taken. I understand if we have a difference of opinion, that's all good, man. Miguel, we could have won in 10 different ways and scenarios, but we shot ourselves in the foot today. That's an easy fix. Beating the Niners like we used to is not easy. We were elite. It's true. Grassa says, we're Rams are lucky we picked Murphy and they got Burst and Visk. Maybe. They're a good combination with those two guys. Motive, the thing is Sam is young and could develop into the future. Could be Geno is old and is not going to develop anymore. He's pretty much hit his max and he keeps us in middling, which is terrible. Well, I mean, long term, if you want to go and put the horses behind Sam next year, do so. Just don't put him behind a failing unit. Give him an opportunity to succeed. If we want to throw Sam out and you want to make him the answer after this year, then that's fine with me on that. More about making the change now doesn't make any sense. Going to him in the here and now doesn't make at all any sense. But if you want to go through an off season and, you know, you don't want to pay Geno an extension and Geno goes to a different place and you bring in a different quarterback and you got him and Sam, you know, fitting it out and you've done more now to address the offensive line so you're not putting him behind as much a failing unit, I'm okay with that motive. That is maybe potentially a way to go. Ivan says extending Geno shouldn't be off the table. We haven't seen him behind a viable offensive line. Want to see what Hal can do, but not behind the current offensive line. Spend money on an O-line or work the draft. I think you got to use both, Ivan. Using just one method and not the other is not going to get you there. So they've got to do more, especially the state of the offensive line and how bad of disrepair it's been in for a couple of years now. I don't think extending Geno's off the table here. I think it's a decision that doesn't have to be made now, just like it didn't have to be made at the start of the season. You let that season play out. You see where you finish. You see how the team is coming together, or if it isn't coming together, if the line is coming together or it isn't coming together, if you have a lot of work to go or you have a little work to go. All of these things are then going to impact that Geno Smith decision. And I think we got to give it that time to see how that plays out fully on that. So Blue Hawk 206 says, if the season is lost in a couple of weeks, let's see what Sam can do. He just says, Geno Smith maybe an upgraded Giannis Wallace. Nah, he's better than that. John, I understand the line struggling with Russ because he sets such a deep pocket and then never steps up in the pocket, so it makes the O-line look bad. Why are we struggling with Geno, a great pocket passer? Because the line is eroded in pass protection to that degree. You know, you have a league worst offensive line pass protecting unit pretty much. You're going to be sitting about 27th, 28th in the league, you know, and that's with Geno getting the ball out of his hands as quick as any quarterback in the last 10 years for a Seahawks quarterback. You know, Geno's getting the ball out faster than he has the past 2 years. Yet the pressure is just getting there that fast. You have instant pressure happening. It's not just merely that it's as bad as it's ever been, John. The pass protection may be worse than it ever was, would be my answer to you on that. Ethan, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, why don't we use Sharp more in those 3rd and 4th and 1s? That's not really K9's game. Good point, Ethan. Last year, there was data that came out showing that Charbonnet was one of your least effective running backs in third down and shorts. You would look at him as from a size standpoint, you look at him as a hard runner and you think that's a short yardage guy. But the data from last year didn't support the fact that he was a good short yardage back. So he should be probably better than he is on that part, but he's just not as good a grinder on that. I think as a power back, he's more of a better power back of when he gets a couple yards up to speed in the open field and he can kind of lay down his head, he can be a power back like that. But if you have him around the line of scrimmage where he's not quite maybe as much up to speed, maybe not as good in that component. So that's my guess on it. Just they don't trust him as much of a runner as they trust him as K9. I think they feel like K9's a much better back. And I think especially when you can't trust your offensive line to not only not get pushed, but to allow penetration in the running game. If you have the back that can get out of that penetration, that can get creative and find the hole, you go, well, we got to maybe go to that guy because the other guy's not going to get the clean hole he needs to be effective. These are all guesses, Ethan. They are all complete guesses. But it's certainly possible, that it's something else, but I think it's something more towards that if I had to guess. Mr. Kane, thank you for 38 months, almost here. We're working our way in here soon enough here into 4 years, my man, 4 years. As a Hawks Nest member, it says, Hawk fans that come to the games, remember, start yelling when the opposing team is in the huddle. Don't start after they break the huddle. And hit that like button. Well, thank you for that reminder there. And thank you for 38 months. 38 months, almost 4 years. I got some OGs in this house, man. I tell you, I got people who have been around here 4 or 5 years as a member. I'm not talking subscribers, members. And Mr. Kane, well said on your part. If you are on as a fandom, don't wait until they get up to the line of scrimmage. In the huddle, get loud. Get it so that he has to say the play call twice. Make them burn some time off that play clock. Do everything you possibly can. And it does sound like that the fans were pretty good today as far as the volume in that stadium, a little bit more improved, especially coming off last week where we were hearing Gino, talking about, but man, it felt like a away game at times out there in that stadium today. So well said, Mr. Kane. Well said. And please do, folks, hit that like button. This helps show up for other fans looking for Seahawks content right now, trying to figure out this loss. We can help them figure out that loss by you hitting that like button and showing my videos. So please do that. Sub up if you get a chance to, like Tribe has. Thank you, Tribe, for subbing on up to the channel. I appreciate you for doing that. Welcome aboard. John says, yeah, it's time John starts answering for the Jermaine Fetties and the fact that he's only giving out second contract to the lineman he's drafted. Yeah, no second contract to these guys, right, John? So, if it's a good pick, why don't you, if you're so on your P's and Q's in drafting offensive linemen, why do you give none of them a second contract? Well, they're overpaid. Okay, well, yeah. We gotta run out of the excuses when it comes to this and that, why we can't build the line. Build the offensive line. No more excuses. This has got to stop being a yearly event. Brody says our defense had control of this game and we still lost. Yes, sir. Yeah, Cortez Kennedy was a beast, Adam. Blue Hawk 206. I always love watching Kennedy tear apart offensive lines. He's a great all-around player. Run game, pass, equally great in both areas. Truly deserving of being a Hall of Fame. Our best defensive tackle by far in the history of this team. Great player was Kennedy. But I'll tell you this, Jalen Carter has not been Cortez Kennedy. Seth says, bro, Hal is not the answer right now unless you want more interceptions. Exactly. If there was even an inch of a thought that there was a potential that would help to put Hal out there if this season goes away, I'd be with you guys. But I've learned something pretty concretely in watching bad offensive line play over the past couple of years, and not just with our Hawk team, but with other teams across the sport who have also made this mistake. There is nothing to be gained behind a quarterback who's playing behind a craptastic offensive line. Nothing to be gained for that young quarterback. And if there was, why are we seeing so many of them benched across the board over recent years? Is it just that they all suck coming out, by and large, on that? There's been a couple success stories, but there's been a lot of suckage. Is it pure suckage, or is it, hey, a lot of those environments where you can see those quarterbacks getting benched, I can point to you and show you a porous, bad offensive line. It's, you've heard about peanut butter and peanut butter and jelly. This is more water and oil. Young quarterback, Bad offensive line, recipe for a disaster. Slowly Juan, it's funny, Geno still has a better QBR than Stafford. Kieran Brando, not that you need it, but 2-to-1 compression and a soft limiter in your audio chain would take the audio to the next level. People with the low frequencies in their voice are swallowing the mic. Yeah, and I think I got some of those low frequencies at times. I've tried to play with it. I suck with it, Kieran. I end up frustrating myself. So I've tried to play around with it and try to get good at it. It sort of escapes me a little bit. And then I end up just going to how do I get the background? Because there'll be this buzz noise you'll get with a little bit. How do I get the buzz noise out? So let me get rid of this damn buzz noise because this cannot be on my audio. But I'd like to actually, you're right. I could definitely take it a little bit to the next level if I got a little bit of the compression stuff down, because you make your voice sound silky smooth, silky smooth. It's a good suggestion. I got to figure it out at some point, brother. Stoyan B, remember when I told you that Geno don't know how to position himself in the pocket? Can you explain to me how you can run away from your pocket so bad backwards you get sacked for close to negative 10 yards? There's definitely a point of pocket malfunction that can exist with Geno at times. I would say that it's not 100% there, or that it's by and large what he's like in the pocket as far as pressure goes. I'm obviously making a guess here. So could it be that there's a malfunction in Geno's brain that's just going to occur no matter what? Maybe. Is there a little bit of a cumulative process that undertakes here, as I've talked about, Stoyan, where if you take a quarterback over 2.5 years and you give him league worst protection and you give him an inconsistent running game, and by and large you get him a poor defense, which is going to ask him to be even that much more perfect on what he's doing on his side of things, you're going to end up with a quarterback eventually down the line seeing ghosts, making unforced bad decisions, and starting to become very regressive in their play. So that he starts to show signs at this point would not be shocking to me now that we're 2.5 years of it being consistently about the same thing. It would happen, I would argue, Stoyan, to any quarterback that you would put in this situation. It's not to let him off the hook for bad decision-making in this game. There's places that definitely could have been better. I'm not going to excuse those red zone interceptions. No how, no way. Can't happen. Can't happen, shouldn't happen. Just can't. But this is the eternal debate here that goes on here a little bit, and it's what makes this debate so hard. Supporting cast. How much does it matter versus how much should the quarterback be able to overcome? Cumulative stuff that's hard. And cumulative impact on a player is hard to measure, right? I can't point to a statistic. It's just something I think I'm seeing there. A guy 2 years ago that was navigating the same kind of pocket troubles and doing it well now doesn't do it as well. Is that because he's just feeling some of that heat? Because he's having a lack of that trust. A guy that used to go through more of his progression reads on snaps, who's not doing the progression read, is that because he's not trusting that his pass pro is going to hold up as long? Harder to know for sure on that stuff. It really is. You have to almost be in the building to know for sure. I've got instinct on this that I think go to that direction of it, but it doesn't mean that I know for sure. That's for sure, Stoyan. It could be just the malfunction thing, It's the hard part about when you don't take care of the offensive line is that this thing remains a question eternally. You could remove this as a question if you just got the offensive line to a functional state, but because you absolutely, utterly refuse to get the line to a functional state, it remains a question. Ivan says, love Mike McDonald, but what do you think is not clicking on defense? Is culture the issue here? Do they need to make unpopular moves soon? I think they played a really good game here today defensively, Ivan. You stopped the run. You were more creative in your fronts and simulated pressures. I thought that this was a step forward today. Now, 4 of the last 5 losses have been pretty embarrassing for the defense, and a lack of discipline, maybe a lack of true full buy-in from some of the players across the board. New coaching staff's going to probably need some different players in here long-term to fit to what he wants to do. And it wouldn't surprise me if there are some pretty extreme moves made this offseason to start to turn things over if he doesn't feel like he's got the guys. But with that said, if you get through the next half of the year and there's still some of this steady improvement along the lines as we go forward, they may get to the end of the season and feel like, okay, we got most of the right guys in here. There's just a little bit of overturn. I think we got to get to the final point of the season to make that determination. But I think that today was more of a step forward than a step back. One of those touchdowns in this game's on the offense. Defense did enough for you to win the game today against a very good offense of the Rams. Blue Hawk says, maybe we get Walter Jones back from retirement and move Cross to right. Walter had that knee at the end, man. His knee just started getting dodgy. But hey, I bet Walter's good for 15, 20 snaps. Johnny Pedroza. Seahawks need to bring back Dwayne Brown, Phil Haynes, DJ Fluker. Ever thought those guys would be the ones we were pining for? John says, honestly, I think improvement to the O-line standing. We need a different O-line coach, maybe Scarnecchia. What do you think, Brandon? I think he's retired at this point. And I think that offensive line coaches are probably more valuable and harder to find than a good OC or a DC. I think there's a very small list of guys that know how to teach it, especially at this point. I mean, we've gotten a lot of the old graybeards out of it. You know, the Muds and the Scarnecchias and the Alex Gibbs, you know, they're long gone. You got your Callahan. A couple other good ones out there, but pretty few and far between. Slowby one. He says Kobe Bryant's underrated at safety. It's better than Jenkins. I agree. I think he's better than Jenkins. John says, I think it'd be cool to hire PFF to be the general manager, just go straight outside the box with the ownership. Well, Browns tried that a couple of years ago, I think, a little bit. I think they were almost at the center point of trying to do that with Podesta there. Didn't work out great. Adam, Brandon, you said that so eloquently. A handful of ass is something I try to get every day. Hey, a handful of ass will make a man smile a little bit wider. You know, it'll help your day. It'll help your mood. Some people like meditation. Contemplative meditation. I'm good with that. Just a good handful. It's a nice ass. You know, I can just level you out too. It could be girl to boy, boy to girl, whatever your flavor is, you know. Earl J. Cole, he says, what? Chinese New Year's in January, February, laughing out loud. I was like, wow, it's November 3rd. I don't remember that one either. John says, yeah, that's crazy. The Texans turned around their entire franchise in 1 year, and it was going to a bad spot. They seem like they did a little better with their draft capital from the quarterback. I love how the Texans were aggressive and targeted Anderson. Wish we would have done that. He's been a good player for them. Yeah, he's been a good player. John's just got that thing here. Not you, John, but John Schneider's got that thing where he just does not want to trade up in first rounds. He hates giving up those future first round picks to move up for what I think he thinks risky. Maybe he'll do it at some point. Maybe at some point. Ivan, I second whoever said bring us back from the ledge. I don't think the season is a loss, more so a chance for McDonald to evaluate the tough decisions that need to be made on our roster. So, to me, it's a season where I'm going to be in that place myself, Ivan, and people are maybe looking for there to be more fury drawn out here and start putting people on the barbecue. But it's more about this season for me with the change for the first time in 14 years and bringing on a system offensively and defense that was going to take you from some of the more simplified concepts to some of the more complicated concepts. And that there was a reason to believe that was going to take a little bit of time. Say nothing of the fact that you might have to get different players in to fit to this new stuff. But it's a season for me of patience and watching how it plays out. I will be a lot more of tapping my toe as we get into year 2, 3 of the McDonald experience if, we're not kind of seeing that. But you got to give these coaches a little bit of time. Empowered Code, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Ivan says, after all our negativity, on a positive note, we did just hang with the team that should be in the Super Bowl conversation, despite us missing Fant and DK. Well said, Ivan. Well said. I'm feeling overall all right. You know what I mean? Like, we're working through it, and it's going to be a season to kind of like just let it play out a little bit, and I'm all right with that. People aren't maybe wanting to get more chomping at the bit with it, but I just got to from my standpoint, I just feel more in a patient kind of mode myself. WZ9. The Sam Howell people don't care about actual substance. They want a change of scenery at quarterback for vibes. I like that, WZ. Agreed. I think it's just a little bit of that's that thing I'd say about throwing against the wall, seeing what sticks. We're not doing this because we think he'll be better or he's going to make it improved. Let's just see. Let's just try. Let's be more both poignant and certain in our decision making and what we choose to do. A says, thanks, B, for the logic. Appreciate you, A. Empower says, greeting Brando in 1212, checking on this late night to drown out my sorrows. Feels like this is becoming a regularity these days. I'll hang in there, man. You're not alone tonight. Feel ya. Ivan says, watching Brando right now makes me feel better after loss. Well, thank you, Adam. If I can do that one thing, then I've done something good today. You know, more than being entertaining or giving you guys the insights here. We all feel just a little bit better after that loss. I think that's a good thing. Kevin O'Connell says, damn y'all, since the game, I went to a wedding. Randy says, O-line is trash and Gino is at most good and not great. When pressure, he just throws up for grabs. Yeah, I think that's probably pretty accurate to what we're seeing. I think that's fair. I probably have a little bit of a better view on Gino or more, lighter view on Gino, but I get it. John says, that's why long snappers can have a career in the NFL with just one skill. Snapping is an art. It is, man. It's a hell of a job, too, isn't it? Of course, I always think about it like your hands do have to shake in those moments, like in this game where you need the extra point. You got to have that good snap. If you don't have a bad snap there, it's like the whole team's looking at you. One job. One job. Mofo, I for one don't think the season is over. It's this Niners game after the bye with all those horses coming back that holds the season's fate. I think a win in San Fran can spark a run that no one's expecting. I love the positivity in here today. I really do, Mofo, and not just you and a variety of folks coming on in here. I'd love to see it. Season's not over, man. Season's not over. It's been a tough stretch of games here recently, which everybody's going to have recency bias and be victims of the moment, and 5 losses in 6 games, and it's going to make it hard to swallow for everybody, but you, despite that, do still find yourself in a position to make some noise. If you can just click it in, if you can just find some momentum, if you can just find a little bit of rhythm, and you're going to maybe be at your healthiest, both coming off the end of this bye, a little bit further down the road, maybe getting back Uchenna and Nwosu into the mix on top of it, maybe a chance for you there to really, make some noise at that point. Well said. Radu Turkin, thank you for the $10 donation. Appreciate you for that, Radu. What's up, Brandon? What do you make of Gino today? Thought he played mid. Bad pocket movement, bad reads, second half chances, etc. If the defense doesn't keep it close, it would be blamed on the defensive side. So, would I go far as to say Gino played good today? No, I wouldn't necessarily say Gino played good in the culmination. I think that we always on these evaluations want to drive to Radu saying, great or ass, great or ass, great or ass. And I think that sometimes in some of these discussions, it's got to be built a little bit more on there being the shades of gray here. When the guy does what he does today on as far as some of what he did is really, really good. That first half was really well played. The interception with JSN, Radu, it's kind of like this for me. It's like JSN was awesome today. No doubt about it. He was great. Well, yeah, he had an interception that he got on Gino early in this game, but nobody wants to talk about that. That's just JSN's great day. It's not to say that JSN didn't have the great day, but it was also that he was the cause of one of those interceptions too, right? And so with Gino, it's a little bit like the same way a bit, where has the good half, has the absolutely brutal red zone interceptions, has some moments in this game that, like you say, on the pocket awareness aren't the greatest, but he is also still under those conditions that I bring up weekly on a basis here, Radu, saying that you put a quarterback behind this offensive line, any quarterback, and this is where I try to draw this to people in their mind, and this is what the reason I do this is because Gino and the reference of Gino is just going to bring a certain auspice and people might like a certain vision in people's mind of who he is and what he is. So let's remove Geno from the scenario. Let's take Geno out. Let's grab him as a quarterback in the Seahawks environment right here and now. And let's throw him out just for the moment. Throw him away completely here, Radu. There is no Geno Smith, right? So if I put any quarterback in this sport, let's take these just 3 parameters today he dealt with. As good as the defense played today, and they played really good, Radu, really good. He has 7 sacks today on 34 throws. Once every about 4 throws, he's being sacked. Not hurried, not hit, sacked. He's going to come out of this game, Radu, with something like 21, 22 pressures on 34 of his dropbacks. That is ridiculous. That is utterly ridiculous. And he's not sitting back there patty caking the ball, holding it for 3.5 seconds. The data does not support that. If somebody wants, I know you're not saying that, Radu, but if somebody wants to tell me, well, it's because he holds the ball so long. And no, as I said before, there's actually data we have to track this now about quarterbacks and how long they hold the ball and who's holding all the ball longer in the league versus other guys. The data has subsequently shown that Geno Smith is getting the ball out of his hand faster than any Seahawks quarterback over the past 15 years. So you can't blame it on holding the ball. Instant pressure over on half of his dropbacks. Now, does a quarterback like that then run into plays if he's dealing with that kind of constant pressure where he might get plays where he has no pressure and then makes a bad decision? Does that stuff cumulatively start to add up on quarterbacks over time? Especially, let's say, if it's not just for a collection of games, but for a collection of years? My argument on this has been yes. My argument on this is that this is going to happen to any quarterback. So you could put any QB in this league. Patrick Mahomes, you put him in this situation, he's going to fail. Josh Allen, I think he fails. I don't know that there's a quarterback who would find success in this environment. And let me throw one extra layer on that, Radu. You have an offensive coordinator that's not exactly in his bag. He's still finding himself in addition to this. This isn't Arthur Smith in Pittsburgh, who has one of the better offensive minds in the league and knows exactly how to call games and what he can get away with and what he can't get away with. Grubb is figuring it out on the fly in addition to all this other stuff that Geno's got to deal with. It's not to let Geno off the hook in this game. The red zone throws are inexcusable. And for folks like myself that back up Geno, you're going to make those kind of throws. It's going to make it harder for us to look good for you on this or to try to have your back on this because those are throws you just can't make. But I also know, and watching other quarterbacks through the years and seeing what happens to other quarterbacks in different scenarios, that when you have a quarterback getting just lit up every week like this, he's going to start to fold. He's going to start to break. It's the fighter that keeps getting his bell rung, right? He once has a tough chin, right? Tough chin, but he keeps putting that tough chin out in front in these fights. He keeps leaning on that ability to take those punches. What ends up happening? Eventually, bang, his ringer gets pushed, his button gets pushed. And then suddenly the next cumulative fights that go after that, suddenly the button gets easier and easier and easier to push. And I think that there's a little bit of that at play here with Geno. I'm not letting him off the hook. I'm not saying he doesn't have some responsibility there, but he also didn't just play complete trash today. And in some of the way that people are talking today, Radu, the lack of even acknowledging the JSN pick, for instance, I've heard nobody in my chat in doing this now for 7 hours on bring up that play. Why? Because, well, JSN finally had a good game, so you really want to talk good about JSN. But hey, that interception's on JSN. That ball hits him right square in both of his hands. That's not on Geno there. That's Geno making the right decision there. So could Geno play better in this game? Could Geno play better in the Niner game? You know, has he had a couple of bad games in this run? Yeah. Every week we're kind of putting it on him to sort of carry things through offensively. That's kind of hard on a quarterback when you're not having a line that's going to hold up their end. But I still maintain, and nobody has yet really pushed back on this point, so I gotta feel like you guys kind of agree with me on this, that I put any QB in this kind of position, they're going to fail. There's being put up for success and there's being put in a position to fail. And our offense in the quarterback position right now, last 2 years has been set up for whoever's back there to fail. That's why I've supported Geno as much, is not because he's lighting things up. It's because he's been put in the position to fail and he has not outright failed. He's kind of held the line. A lot of times he's been the one thing we can kind of hang our hat on. Not every game, but a lot of the time. So there's definitely some things you can pick apart in this game from his play. You missed DK Metcalf's stuff, but look, did we have a running game today, Radu? Were we consistently able to run the ball? Not really. Not really. Did Grubb come up with a lot of great calls so you could really feel his presence? Not really. Not really. Did you pass protect? Well, no, as I said, you're going to be about 60% pressure rate in this game. It's such a ridiculous rate, compared to other teams in the sport. So you're not alone in your evaluation of him, but you were just asking kind of my outlook on it, and that's where I sort of stand with Gino on this one, Radu. Thank you for another $5 donation. I appreciate the double dip dono, brother. Where were the Seahawks adjustments? Rams offense found success with outside runs and deep plays after the half. Do what we do best. Not your ideal scheme. Well, that's you're touching on exactly that, the part, just piggybacking right there to what I was talking about just a second ago with Grubb kind of finding himself. And Grubb's not necessarily been outright bad, but has Grubb elevated the bad offensive line? Or has he more often than not felt victim to it? And when I look at Grubb's play calling, I feel like he's more often victim to it more than I feel like he's helping to overcome it. He can get hot at times, but he runs very cold. And when you talk about the scheme we're running right now, I mean, where's the use of Laviska Shenault in a game like this? No guy to take the top of the defense off. You're struggling to manufacture offense last week. You know you're going to do again this week. You're trying to keep that Rams team from just pinning their ears back and getting after it. You're not running things traditionally with the A and the B gap runs. You don't go to any fly sweeps in this game at all. No touches to Laviska at all. We put $1 million guarantee to that guy just for the hell of it, I guess, this offseason. Don't seem to have any real plan for him. I think Grubb has had some impressive moments, but he has not been impressive by and large. And he's not helping by and large. This game, Radu, you came out with 6 straight touches to Walker. Running the ball, running with some we are going to run it today. Gets down the field, gets onto the Rams side of the field, starting to threaten from the outside of field goal range. What does he do? Goes right back to 3 passes because he can't help himself because he wants to become super pass happy all the time. These things are not helping matters. You have 2 guards that are run blocking guards. Having them be in pass protection at the rate that's not going to work. That runs counter to what you have to use. Grubb, to me, strikes me, Radu, of he wants to run his scheme the way he wants to run it, and he kind of doesn't care at the personnel that he has. And that's not a smart offensive coordinator. That's not utilizing your talent for what they do right and what they do well. So he's not been bad, but he's not helping things necessarily. He's not helping things. Radu, another $5 donation. I appreciate you for that. He said, I would make an argument a mobile quarterback like Lamar does have success to compensate for their poor offensive line. Or maybe someone like Milroe. Well, I mean, you definitely have a guy that can get you out of trouble when you got a mobile guy back there, Radu, for sure. It helps you in one account on that. The part of this case, Radu, that we faced with Russell Wilson for years, though, with this as well, is what do mobile quarterbacks also have a tendency to do? Try to extend plays, and they'll extend plays even beyond guys that might not be as mobile as them, and that those guys then have a tendency to both hold on to the ball longer and then also have a tendency to end up taking more sacks than you might think on the surface of it when looking at those guys. Trying to see if I can find a stat on this to kind of back up a little what I'm saying here. I might not be able to locate here. So 2019, 23 sacks for Lamar, 38 sacks, 26 sacks, 37 sacks. And then when Lamar got back to being more of a, and this year he's up to 13 so far. So he's on about pace for 26-ish sacks or so, which isn't bad on the year, but it's also not low and he's getting away from it. Mobile quarterback can be fine. I'm not against it. To your point, Radu, having a mobile quarterback's good, but I don't want to necessarily go for the mobile quarterback that I don't know if I can trust his arm as much to make the throws. And if I'm having to sort of make the price of I get the mobile guy that gets me out of pressure, or I can get the guy to throw, and I'm getting the mobile guy to get me out of pressure because my offensive line isn't good, and my offensive line isn't good because I won't put the resources into it, I don't necessarily want to go down that trail of line of thinking. I would rather be at the point of saying, okay, let's get that stuff right and utilize this guy best. It's 2 different guys a little bit for me with this, and we'll see with Milroe where he factors out on. But the thing with Lamar coming out, even the first few years with the Ravens too, Radu, with this, is that even though the sacks aren't out of control crazy, he was also a low volume passer through that time period. So they didn't have him dropping him back a lot. If you have him dropping back at the pace that you'd be dropping back like with the Geno, the sacks would have been a lot more up, even with that mobility. So that's the one thing, is that some of those mobile guys end up taking more sacks. They get you out of trouble, but they end up taking some of the negative plays on top of it. With Milroe, he's come forward this year. It was really rough last year, and watching the Alabama tape and him throw the ball in Nick Saban's offense. With Kellen DeBoer this year, Kellen has grown his game as a passer this year, so it's gotten a little bit better. I still have some really big question marks about Milroe, as a throw of the ball, but you're right about the fact with the legs. The legs are, he's a difference maker from the quarterback position in his ability to use his legs and get around on that part. He would bring that to play. He would be going back big steps, though, when it comes to progression reads, pre-snap reads, how you can run this offense in full a little bit. So you're going to have to make sure your coordinator is there to be able to coordinate his ass off. And, when you have those kind of mobile quarterbacks in recent history that aren't necessarily the really complete throwers of the football, Radu, you do lean back at times and running it a little bit more like Lamar was ran, where now it's more, we're not really running the spread style system. We're more running that Mark Roman I formation, RPO, read option stuff. So then we're talking about kind of changing the offense a little bit. I know he's in Kellen DeBoer's attack, so technically he's in a grub attack, but there's a difference between Milroe running that at a moderate level at the college level and trying to run it at the pro level. I just don't trust in Milroe necessarily. But again, second, third, fourth round quarterback, you want to take a flyer on one this year, Radu, and that's going to go in that range like a Milroe probably will. I'm fine with Seattle trying it out. I don't have a problem with them, giving it out. But I think having mobility from a quarterback's great. Having mobility is good. But I first go to a guy as the passer first. And my 1-2 things I look for in a quarterback are going to be arm strength and processing. So, yeah, mobility is a good thing, but it's not in my 1-2. And with Milroe, I don't know that the ability to make all of the NFL throws, throwing layered throws, processing, I don't know if that's really as much of his game. I think he's going to be more of an athlete at the position, and it becomes a little more reactionary than at that point. I'm not against it completely. Maybe he can come forward. There is room for these prospects to grow their game, Radu, and he has this year for sure. But that's just some of my hesitancy with it. I'm not against it outright, but just that'd be where a little bit of my hesitancy would come into play on that one from my standpoint. Very good questions, though. Very good questions. I love where your mind's at on this one. And I agree with you on the lack of adjustment. I saw the same thing from the Rams offense. They tried to hammer inside on the run game early on. They came back and started throwing to those pitch plays. They had 2 successive plays where they pitched outside one way this way and pitched outside the next way, running the very same play to the opposite side of the field. Love what I saw from the Rams adjustments in that second half from McVay, from really some inventive play calling there. He was able to scheme up one play where he got a Puka aligned up on Dotson because of the motion, or Cooper Kupp aligned on Dotson because of the pre-snap motion with Puka. So he was doing some really smart things out there. I don't think that we ran a lot of adjustments in this game. Not offensively speaking, at least. Not that I can think of. I don't know what we did differently. And even by the end of the game, is just sort of chuck it down deep was kind of that was where we were going early. That's where we're going late. Run the ball and run it inside. That's where we're going to run it early. That's where we're going to run it late. I think that's a very fair critique on your part. Lou has been a member of the Hawks Nest for 5 months. Thank you, Lou, for that. I appreciate you for that dedication. Lou says, love Geno. No more hero ball, please. Yeah, Geno's got to play within himself. And I understand we ask him sometimes to kind of be the hero. But this was not the day where you were asking him to have to be as much that in this game, Lou. And you got to know the situation. You got to know if your defense is playing like they're playing today, if you can lean on them or if you can. If you got to push the envelope a little bit more today than you would otherwise, this was not the day to do that. This was not the day to risk 2 red zone interceptions. This was the day to live another day. Fight to live another day. Sometimes there's going to be an L on plays. And the thing that's jumped out with Geno, and especially throughout this year, is just not taking the L on plays. Trying to always salvage something out of it. And I like the competitive spirit from him, but you got to stop salvaging so often. You got to just take the L's sometimes. The line's going to be this bad. The line's going to cause plays to get completely just destroyed. It is what it is. You're going to have to fight your way through it. It ain't going to stop anytime soon. So agree with you, man. Less of the hero ball needs to be brought into play here from Geno. And those two red zone plays are, I think, indicative of that. The grand cardinal sin that they tell quarterbacks, the one rule that they say almost above all, is do not be rolling to your left, throw back across your body, back to the middle of the field late on a play. And if it's a cardinal sin, you better believe it is a uber cardinal sin if you're going to do it in the red zone. That's when those quarterbacks learn from the first moment they get out there slinging the rock from coaches. So Geno knows better, and he said as much in his press conference. Long live the king. Thank you for the $5 donation. Bro, Geno, Stafford are almost the same. Before Stafford got traded and benefited from McVay and a solid offensive line. It's a bit of a point I've raised in my roundtable discussions at times, trying with Jake. I just get sort of the same sort of just stare and not much of an answer back from it. You know, when Stafford got moved from the Lions, everybody called him Stat Padford. Nobody thought he could ever get you to the Super Bowl. It certainly was not a slam dunk move by the Rams at the time of this is going to bring them to the promised land. It did, good for them. But like you say, he got brought to a place where he had the kind of supporting cast that had been missing for years with Detroit. And it's just part of what's taught me over these years. You know, where I've landed up with Geno and my outlook of the quarterback position is not one that I was at 6-7 years ago. This has been an ever-evolving outlook on the position, instructed by what I've seen in recent years throughout the sport, not just in Seattle. And it's one that's taught me very concretely that there's an outlook that exists amongst fans, that exists amongst pundits and analysts, that also exists amongst teams. And it's an outlook of quarterback is this like an angel, flying on high. They can do all these magical things like an alien does, you know, like an angel does. It's like, no, it's the supporting cast is what we're taught week after week after week. Failed draft pick after failed draft pick after failed draft pick. Well, that guy's a bust. Oh, you put him in a crap environment with a crap coach who's a lame duck who's going to be fired 1 year after he's there. Yeah. He's a bust. It's broken. It's broken the way that we view quarterbacks, how we understand them, what makes a great quarterback, how a quarterback gets to greatness. And people think of them as just guys that are out there just one-on-one, crossover dribble, double back, step back jumper, let it fade and fall, no look pass. It ain't that. It's a supporting cast. And if you don't got it, you ain't going nowhere as a quarterback. I don't care how good you are. I don't care how good you are. Catalyst, how you doing, man? It's good to see you. Yeah, John, we had a good open line when Holmgren was here. He knew how to build one. He knew the power of building a good one. And as good as Mike Holmgren built that offensive line, by the way, he was seeking to even build it stronger. Like it was a great offensive line with Jones and Hutchinson and Tobeck and you got some functional guys with Chris Gray and Sean Locklear that first year in 2005, especially at right tackle. But he had drafted a guy in the first round in McIntosh. And if McIntosh had been the player they thought, he would have been, whoo. You talk about an insane offensive line. Guy never played a snap for us. He had a neck injury in training camp after you made him a first round pick. Never played a snap for us, but that line would have been even better. QB Sam Howell one says, I kind of feel bad for the Geno lovers. They're setting themselves up for disappointment. Empower says, the quarterback is nothing without a stable supporting cast. Feels like we've neglected the O-line, and it's at a point that's inexcusable. What good is a scheme without players lacking fundamentals? Well said. I had nothing to add, just well said. James says, I think the most frustrating part was after seeing us take Cross and Lucas, I'd hoped we'd turn the corner, and me and my brother was screaming for a center the next draft in the meat. Yeah, me too. I thought we were starting to shift on this one a little bit too. You Trippin' Shorty says, 2 plays in a row, I saw Bradford block absolutely nothing, and this guy just sprint past him. Yep. I've seen the same, man. Kieran says, with all due respect to us, the question isn't will we re-sign Geno? The question is, will Geno want to re-sign with us? If I were him, I would be asking myself, are there any other O-line situations? It's possible. It's possible. I think the decision may come down to if Gino were to push for a trade after this year, more down to, we don't want to give you an extension. Hey, I can get that extension somewhere else. At which point, I don't know if he'll be as moved by whether the line situation's right or not, especially if there's a team to give him the 45-50, which I don't know if there will be, but I think that's a little bit of what's at play here. You might be right, though. But you do have him on that one more year of a deal. Miguel says it took Carroll a couple of years to win. We need to give this guy a shot. He's not seasoned like Carroll, not polished. Let's not be the Browns rotating the door. Agreed, man. Got to be patient with this coach. That's for sure. That's for sure. Ivan says, you're so right. I think the Howell conversation is premature. It can be great, but also needs to be installed in a better situation. The enemy held a young quarterback malpractice clinic last year, laughing out loud. Yeah, he asked him to throw a little bit too much. The Washington Commanders got behind in those games, forcing Howell to then have to be too pass happy a little bit with that. Now, that's very much a possibility here if you were to put him in this team too at this situation. So, yeah, I just got to, if I put Howell back out there, I'd like to give him a year. I'd like to give him a lot better offensive line and let him have a real chance to be succeeding the next chance that he does get. He says, we have to be one of the most reactionary fan bases in the league. Yeah, maybe. I think it's all kind of part and parcel, a little bit of the modern day era of fandom a bit. And Tribe says, I'm so sick of Stafford. Are we ever going to beat that damn guy? At some point, man. At some point. QB Sam Howell 1 says, if Gino has market, then I'd gladly let him leave Seattle. Maybe a possibility here. Maybe a possibility. John says, I think the scouting staff saw that Anthony Bradford was built thick and was strong and could hold up, maybe, but his technique and pass blocking leaves a lot to be desired. Yeah, he's a tools guy, you know. I think he came out as a 97th percentile athlete for the position. And as you say, he's very strong and long. So he's got a lot of the peripherals you're looking for the position, especially from the athletic ability to run the scheme the way you want to run it. But raw as the day is long. Stoyan B, I'm also sick of the overplayed offensive line. I'm losing patience with Gino as well. Yes, the O-line played is horrible, but I have seen plenty of good snaps that Gino just throws away. I think the O-line must, I think OL must after the season. Don't know in the last part there. Yeah, Gino's not playing perfect, so yeah, that's the thing I talk about with the cumulative part of this a little bit though too, where it's if we're coming back to this honest story, and I mean, let's again simplify this down. Take Gino out of it, because Gino's the hard thing for people. I think Gino. Throw Gino to the side on this, Stoyan. Put him in the back department right now. Let's just remove him from the discussion. I've asked the question. Nobody in here has posted the answer that's pushed back against this as of yet in the chat. If I give any quarterback in this sport, this offensive line and the way it's played through 9 games this season, any QB in this sport, and I give him an offensive line that's played like this through 9 games, if I give him a line that can't run block, that can't pass protect, if I give a defense that by and large, especially in the games where it goes bad, can't get a single stop, if I have an offensive coordinator who is not able to really consistently draw upon plays that are going to put the team in a position for success, who, for instance, forgets to run the ball for a half at times, no quarterback is succeeding in that environment. Gino may or may not be the guy. It may or may not be time to get off of Gino. But the most important part of this discussion is the supporting cast is failing. And no matter what magical quarterback we go out there to pick, if you may be out on Gino and you say, I want this guy. You may be on this guy, I want that guy. You want Sam Howell? You want that? Doesn't matter who you go out and grab then. They're also going to fail in same set environment. So it could be Gino, could not be Gino. But what needs to be fixed beyond Gino is this environment here. And when you have a guy, Stoyan, that's getting hit, snap after snap after snap after snap. So I go let's go 5 successive plays here, Stoyan. Snap, you're hit. Snap, you're hit. Snap 3, run play, -2 yards. Snap 4, you're hit. Snap 5. Oh, you've got a little bit of time, but you suddenly got jumpy. Is that jumpiness completely not to be understood where it came from? Is that coming from left field? Is that just completely something that's occurring without reason? Or is it a little bit of the cumulative effect of having your quarterback get his brains bashed in on a weekly basis? And I'm consistent in this, Stoyan, because I've been talking about this for a couple of years. I mean, this is the point where it's like, I kind of get a right to bring this up because I've been the guy for a couple of years saying how bad it is not addressing the offensive line. I'm the guy just about in tears over the fact we're not taking Creed Humphrey instead of taking Dwayne Eskridge. because I know that this is a rule. I know that this is a hard and fast rule, and I've watched it play out in real time over the past 2.5 years of Geno at quarterback. So people get caught to Geno, I get caught to this other stuff. Because what I've learned about in 4 decades of watching football is this other stuff factors and weighs much more heavily in the quarterback position playing well or not playing well than going out and finding the magical quarterback who can fly on high and overcome all, because that doesn't exist. There are great quarterbacks in this sport, but even a Patrick Mahomes a couple of years ago in that Tampa Bay Super Bowl, right? Under duress, over 50% of his snaps, right? How'd he look? He's out there trying to make miracles, coming this close to making miracles happen, but not making miracles happen. You lose to the Buccaneers. You lose to Brady. And what did the Chiefs do? What's the first move they make on the heels of that Super Bowl loss? Do they double back down on skill position players? Or do they readdress that offensive line? Do they make that the point of emphasis, that the point of priority? And then does that pay off for them? Does making that choice then reward them on the back of that? Yes, it has. Yes, it has. If it worked there, why wouldn't it work here in that same way? Why couldn't it have that same effect here if we took those same tangible steps with that same purposeful approach? So I ain't trying to let Geno off the hook, but just we go to the root cause. Geno's symptoms today are a symptom. His struggles today are a symptom. They're not the root cause. And that's why I hammer on the root cause so much, is I think that once you deal with the root cause, the symptoms will go away. Whether it's Geno here or Sam or whoever. I'm not even caught up on it having to be Geno. I'm just saying that I want the root issue to be dealt with. More than it's about this quarterback. It's about this thing here needs to be dealt with. This is in a league worse state. This is in a league worse state for now 10 years. Not 1 year, not 2 years, not 3 years. 10 years, this has been in about a league worse state. Let's deal with this thing. And then we can get to the rest of the stuff. Then we can go find our great quarterback down the line. Then at that point, still in. But until we get those base stuff dealt with, I'm going to have a hard time, turning it off a little bit. Thank you again. Long live the king for that fiver, man. Appreciate you for that. Radu with another quad dono stack. Radu, man, thank you for all of your support to the channel tonight, brother. I really, really appreciate you. Radu says, how do the Commanders turn it around so quick while losing their 2 playmakers on defense and a lack of talent on offense? Also, rookie coach. Is it luck? Well, I don't think it's luck. Let's go through a little bit of this really quickly here. They lose to the Buccaneers. Pretty solid team you lose. You beat the Giants, bad team. Bengals, not as good a Bengal team this year. You win that game. Cardinals, I know they're technically in first place at 5-4. I don't know if we'd go as far as to say that's a good Cardinal team. The Browns, not a good team. You lose to the Ravens, kind of a quality team. You blow out the Panthers, not a quality team. You beat the Bears 18-15 on a last-second Hail Mary. Now Bears are 4-3, so I make of that what you will with that. And then you beat the Giants for a second time. So has the Washington Commanders' schedule been as hard as ours? Or have we probably had a bit of a tougher schedule than them? Do they have a lot of quality wins there? I don't think so. So I think that, first off, thing I was pointing to a little earlier on this Radu, and let me show it to you again. You might have missed it here, being on in here, is just pass protection. Let's just go to last year. Washington has been good again. You can see here pass protection wise, they're top 8. So you're giving your rookie quarterback top 8 pass protection are the Commanders right now. So that's a benefit to a young quarterback, right? I mean, that's a huge benefit. But we go back to 2023 with the Commanders and what you were inheriting there, so we can kind of remove Jaden Daniels from this. We can apply a Sam Howell there that obviously looked in over his head. You were 15th in pass blocking right here, right? And then you were a 9th in run blocking as a Commanders team. So whatever new rookie you could put in there, as more as the supporting cast defensively is told, and that's valid to point at those defensive supporting cast, Radu, no Chase Young, no Montez Sweat. You're rebuilding the interior edges. Your inside linebacker position seems like it's got a little bit of ways to go. They've done a good job there. Has Quinn, I think, as much as anything, has been impressive in building the defense back into a state of functionality there from Quinn's perspective. That's been maybe the most impressive part, beyond, of course, Jaden Daniels just being a very good player there, and he's really taking off. Kingsbury's really making it work with him. But when you have a little bit of those better base parameters to work with, specifically on the offensive line, you're going to get better play from, the quarterback position. Gino's not dealing with those kind of peripherals as far as his offensive line's concerned. You're league worst on the other side of it. That's the benefit I say to Radu on just let's get this to a middle of the road state. I'm not talking about getting it to a dominant state. I'd love that. But hey, how about we just get it to a middle of the road state as far as versus being league worst? But I think lighter schedule, certainly a very dynamic young quarterback that's using his legs in the way that like Lamar could use his legs at times. There's a little bit of a roll of the dice with that with Jaden Daniels here, Radu too. And if you go get that quarterback, and somebody was advocating earlier in the stream on that a bit above on go get a Lamar Jackson type or go get this mobile guy type, that's all well and good, but you are always in the rolling of the dice with those guys that are going to play the quarterback position like a running back, or somebody else said like Jalen Milroe. They play that position like a running back. Their odds and chances of then getting injured go right through the roof. And already we know with Jaden Daniels, he's got like a knee and a rib thing he's dealing with. Anthony Richardson, of course, has had a tremendous hard time staying healthy. Hell, Anthony Richardson can't even catch his breath as a mobile quarterback in the sport in that way. So I don't know if I like, that's one of the reasons I'm a little anti of going for the mobile guys, but they can bring the returns, Radu. They can be very dynamic also. I mean, Bo Nix has given you that a little bit with Denver as well and helping them out with that. So not as opposed to it. I do want some natural throwers of the ball though. Sometimes you have to make it seems your piece, Radu, with that, where you have to decide whether you want the mobile guy that can't really throw it, or maybe the guy that can throw without any mobility, like a Quinn Ewers type. But what they're doing is impressive, Radu. It's impressive. They're not doing it with necessarily a stacked cast of individuals to make it work. They're definitely making it happen. But I don't know if I'd go luck. I think the schedule definitely easing up makes it easier for them. I think as the schedule gets a little bit harder on them through the year, I think they do come back down to earth a little bit. But having the Giants on your schedule, couple teams in there, I think that makes that just a little bit easier. The Hail Mary makes it look a little bit better. They've been a good team. I don't want to take anything away from the Commanders, but I think there are some extra explanations there, just a little bit. Thank you, Radu, man. Thank you for all of your support. I really appreciate you on that, man. You're unbelievable. Unbelievable, you guys. Gen X US Marine. I feel like there's going to be some big changes during the bye week. Anything's possible here. I think we all feel a little bit better about his defense maybe as we go forward here, but we'll see. It's possible. John says, can Sam Howell even be Baker Mayfield? I mean, maybe, but I think he's going to need a couple of years to get there. Like Baker needed a couple of years from the Brown spot to kind of get to where he's gotten. I think similar. Have a good one there, Hand Grenade. Appreciate you, man. Giants says, okay, trade Geno Smith for Dak Prescott. See how bad Dak is in Seattle. No, thank you. No, thank you. Kieran Brando, if you ever need help with your audio, that's what I do for a living. Compression brings the noise floor up, so it might be your mic now picking up CPU noise. An expander or denoiser can fix that. I might have to touch base with you on that, man. Yeah, we might have to touch base on email or HeyHawksNest@gmail. Maybe hit me up on that so I can touch base with you back on that. I'm definitely down for figuring out a way to get it more crispy because I know that I'm not completely maxing out this Shure SMB, man, for sure. I know I can get a little bit more out of it. So I'm open to it. If you can hit me up at HeyHawksNest@gmail, I'd love to have a little bit of back and forth because I certainly would like to fine tune it. I think I've gotten pretty much, made sure there's no electric interference going on that. But at the same point in time, it's at times been a bit of a pain in the butt. Love where you're coming from, Radu, man. Great questions, great thoughts. Luke, McIntosh isn't just worse than K9 and everything. Why would he ever get in the field? Oh, so your response mails. Yeah, I mean, Kenny McIntosh is down in the field in power code. You're not running the ball well enough or consistent enough to be getting to your third running back. You barely got the touches there for your number one running back, much less Sharps. John says, God, I want to be in that meeting after the season with John, Mike, and Jody. I wouldn't mind either. Johnny Pedrosa, Gino runs 23 miles per hour, fastest player in 2024. Really? That's crazy. He got to 23 miles an hour? Red Dot says, at the end of the day, I hate this team. Okay, don't want them to resurrect the Supersonics. Go M's. John says, with all the TEF score stuff, what do you think has been John's blind spot when it comes to drafting linemen? Is it just how much technique wins over raw strength and power? I think that if you want good linemen in this day and age, John, you're very unlikely to find those guys later than ever before. And John got, even in 2015 onwards, more caught up in the thought process of I'll draft more of these guys later in these rounds, and one of them will shake out. And none of them really ended up shaking out. And so he just thought he'd kind of shotgun approach it with the later round guys, and that didn't work. He changed it about 3 years ago with going with the first and the third round pick and coming back to the third round pick with Haynes this year. But there are not many good linemen. If you want to get them, you got to pay the primed, pumped prices. And if that's the draft, that means you got to draft them high. And if that's free agency, that means you got to spend a lot. And if that's a trade, that means you got to give up prime draft capital to go get them. But that's what's required now at this point. Luke says, how's Gino's mobility? Yeah, Gino's got mobility. You guys are having some talks in the chat here. James Peters, Stafford had the ability to read a defense and knows what his wide receivers will do on their option routes. Stafford never had DKJS in a lock in Detroit. He had a good year with Megatron Tate. Yeah, skill position players don't just make the offense, though, right? And did Stafford have an offensive line in Detroit throughout his time that was more akin to what Geno Smith has had an offensive line in Seattle? And then when we get beyond the skill position players understanding, he did have at one time, or for a few of those years there, Megatron and Golden Tate at the same time. So he at least had passable pass catchers. Was it maybe then that offensive line holding back some of Stafford's performance? Was it maybe some of the lack of a dynamic offensive scheme holding then Stafford back there with the Lions? I'd argue yes. I'd argue there's some equivalency then there for what you had with Geno here in Seattle to what Stafford had there with the Lions. In some of and almost some of the same equivalency. He's got his Megatron. He's got essentially kind of his Tate there. But as we can see there with Stafford in Detroit, it wasn't enough to take him to the mountaintop. It wasn't even enough to get him to have, one playoff win in his whole time there in Detroit. So if that didn't work for Stafford there, why should it work for Geno here? You know? Luke says, I feel like Geno's doing a lot at the line of scrimmage that I didn't see Stafford doing today. I wonder what's going on there in comparison. Is McVay calling better plays? It's more of this is what's been a strength for us, giving Geno the control at the line of scrimmage. It's where our offense has been at the best from the coaching staff's perspective on it. Is it the ideal? Maybe or maybe not. I don't have an answer on that one, but it's just more about what teams are doing well. And we like running this, and we're finding a lot of effectiveness with it. I think Sean trusts a little bit more of his pure play call to roll, and less of there being a need for Stafford to get him into kind of the perfect play. Carter, Winter fans going to start blaming the GM manager. He doesn't believe in spending on offensive line, and all the top teams have good ones. He's outdated. I think that pressure is going to start to rise as we move into this offseason. I've seen it already a little bit in the chat today. Soyan says, we enjoy hard throwing balls, but they're not always the most effective ways to go about it. Good quarterbacks should know how to power the ball and win. There's completely no need to throw this way to JSN. Are you talking about it on the interception, Soyan? If it hits a receiver in his two hands, Stoyan, there's no such thing 20 years ago or 30 years ago of you threw it too hard into my hands. And it's not like JSN's 5 yards away from him. He's 15 yards down the field where Geno Smith is throwing to. Is Geno throwing it with a lot of mustard on that play? Yeah. He's trying to fit a tight ball in late into the middle of the football field. You're going to throw that with a lot of heat because you're going to be worried about closing defenders underneath. That's why they don't like to tell quarterbacks to throw late to the middle of the field. But if it hits your receiver in both of his two hands, that's on the receiver, Stoyan. There's no maybe the quarterback's got to layer that throw in and make it easier for him. You're a wide receiver in the NFL and a first-round pick at that. That's a catch I've seen you make, That's a catch I know you can make. It's not a catch that's thrown behind you. It's not, you got to twist your body back. You don't have to go one-handed over here. You're cradling up. And if you look at the technique there, Stoyan, there's a little bit of the issue that comes on and why you see a little bit of that jumping out of the hands there is he doesn't trust his hands to turn over. You see that with JSN. And that he can be a good receiver in this league, but he's not the most natural hand catcher of the ball where he's reaching out away and pulling away. And then what should be on that play is your hands turn over and go up like this. Instead, what he's trying to do, because he doesn't trust his hands, is come up here and grapple it up like this with two hands, which is going to open the door more to you using your body and allowing the ball to bounce off. So it's a technique problem by the receiver there. That's not on the quarterback at all. That's 0% on the QB there. There's not a coach in the league that would say that that's on the quarterback even partially. Every coach in the league would look at that and say that that receiver has got to catch that football. John says, it's so dumb when people thought Fisk was playing a really good game. Every pressure he got was coming on a stunt, so gimmicky. It is. He's a stunt merchant. That's for sure. But he does it well. And they've got good chemistry, him and Verse, back to college on that. Luke says, Brandon, thoughts on our offensive operations? Feels like we get the call in late and Gino has to do too much at the line of scrimmage. There's a lot of him trying to get into the perfect play. And even if you get the call in early, you're sometimes stretching the clock to the last minute because you're trying to get the play just right and all the moving parts right. And their defense is changing off what they see Gino do. And there's a little bit of the chess match going on there. I think that I think that you could stand to maybe do maybe a little bit less of that. I think some of this is the any port in a storm kind of thing, where offensively there's been very little for you to consistently hang your hat on. And so this leads you to try to go to the things that you do well and just try to lean on those all that much more rather than being very diverse in your approach. That is a guess. Mr. Kane, Brandon, one last question and then I'm off to sleep. Did it look like Stafford did the Flintstone flop on the roughing the passer call on TV? Because it sure did look like that live. It looked like that to me. Yeah, he leaned into it. It's a little bit like Allen last week where I think Halls was a little bit more, that was a way more belligerent a bit on Hall's part, but yes, he definitely leaned into it. And those quarterbacks are very good about just making it look so theatrical. So yeah, I didn't like the call at the time. I hated it and crappy call. Definitely Stafford sold it. Spec, Brandon, is there an offensive lineman in this upcoming draft that you'd want us to get? I've been a little bit behind on scouting much of the college guys. In past years, I've, deep dive spec at times on really getting deep into these prospects, early November and having about a list of 150 guys I've already scouted. The problem that I found on that is that there's just not as much collective interest out there amongst the fan base. And if it's, taking time out to spend a couple hours of scouting or taking a couple hours out to put some clips together or something like that, I'm trying to kind of more slant towards doing what's most effective for the channel. So I will get to looking at offensive prospects, but I've got to admit that I'm not really humming on that as hard because it's just like I'm not getting as much. I haven't seen as much interest on that, but I will start to ramp up on it. So what we're hearing so far on this is there are not a lot of good guards on what I'm seeing on the front of it. Sounds like we might have to do a little bit of a transition of a tackle to guard if we're going to find one that might, especially to fit to this scheme. John says, I don't think Mahomes would fail with our playmakers. He definitely would succeed. Maybe not to the level has before, but just the way he can make tacklers look bad even after they come unblocked. That's possible. I will say that one thing is for sure. You've never had a PFF line of Patrick Mahomes in his time with KSC that has either been as bad in run blocking as we are, nor as bad in pass protection as we also are. Say nothing for the question marks that exist with your play caller, Ryan Grubb versus Andy Reid. A little bit of a difference there. James, Brandon, I'm still wondering why this slant always seems to be missing in the red zone. Is it being called and Gino's not throwing it, or it's not being called? Just a thought. It's not being called. They seem to be going to more, at times, the fade balls to the back corner, but just they're not calling it, man, to my eyes. Johnson says, yeah, gets the point as a quarterback where you're just expecting something bad to happen. How do we break that bad karma? Well, you just make the offense more functional. Make the offense more functional by having less dysfunction on the offensive line. Luxie, NFL offenses have become more run heavy. The run allows a pass. Play action is king in the NFL right now, and Seattle's unable to do that. Not just the O-line's fault, though. Tight ends, wide receivers need to block better. Yeah, it's an issue that's got a couple things at play, to your point, that kind of caused this. It ain't just one smoking gun. Luxie says, at least A.J. Barner looked like what was expected as a nice inline tight end, but it's very easy to tip when you're running, when you take Fant out and bring Bobo in for the run. Yeah. There's been some tip-offs going on, Luxie. 11 to 12 personnel, when you've been showing that in prior games, has been a big indicator to teams of when you're going to run and when you're going to pass. And it's been a tell that you've shown up too often at times. Real Cheese. Thank you for the $5 donation, Real Cheese. I appreciate you for that, buddy. Thank you again, guys, all of your support today. Thank you to all of you on that side of it. I really do thank you for that. Appreciate the $5 donation. Could the Panthers or Browns get desperate enough for Geno? If Canales stays, Panthers might be a spot Geno might want to go. Certainly there is a potential play that you could have as a trade there. I mean, that could even be an offsuit trade where Seattle had some reported interest maybe in, Young there with the Panthers, and that you do a flip of a Geno for a Young type of thing, potentially from Seattle's perspective. I could see it going possibly that way. Looked at how that offense played with Dalton there versus Young, and maybe Canales looks at that line with the good, and the thing that the Panthers have subtly done here is build up a pretty good offensive line for whoever quarterbacks it. And so maybe Canales does some of that same math that I'm kind of advocating here for Geno a little bit, and maybe they become one of those teams that rises up to jump for Geno on that side of it. You think maybe the Panthers would be a bit hesitant to jump back into the draft pool on that side of it. Plus, Canales could probably sell his owner a little bit on ability to get the team turned around a little bit quicker versus going for the younger quarterback. I like where your head's at on that, Real Cheese. I like that as an inventive idea, as a possibility for Geno. I really do like the Panthers as a landing spot there. Browns will get harder to pull off. In fact, impossible. Browns have doubled and tripled themselves into that Watson contract for now and in the future. You're going to bring Geno in. You're going to sign him to an extension. Maybe it's only $45 million a year, but the Browns will not have the money to sign a Geno to a $45 million a year deal and then also be paying Deshaun Watson all of the money that's on the books for him. So Browns wouldn't be a team, but could a Jets, could a New York Giants team, could they jump up into the mark here on this with the quarterback draft being a little bit weaker? Does that make Geno's value go a little bit higher at that point? Possibly. Very good, though. I like where your head's at creatively on that Canales connection, because I could see him definitely going that way. A guy that was able to reclaim both Geno and Baker Mayfield in his two stops before Carolina. You go, hey, let's go down this road again. It's going to work. I know what I'm getting here in him. First, I don't know what I'm getting with this, let's say, other quarterback. Being like if you went with a rookie or a drafted guy. Silas McDonald, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you there, Silas. He says, I was a big Jared Verse guy at 16. I feel validated today. Well, Verse has been awesome to see. I thought he would be a guy that was going to be a high floor guy that you weren't really sure of where the ceiling would land at as far as ultimately. You knew he'd be a good player, but where was the ceiling going to land? And he has certainly blasted past that ceiling point of what I thought coming the draft. I thought he'd be a good player, but to be this good, this fast, and to be dominant in so many levels like he's been, has been very impressive. And I did like Verse. I did like him as a first-round guy, so I saw him in that way. I just wondered a little bit of if he was going to hit his floor versus ceiling, but he's surpassed that. I've got to own that side of it, Silas, and not seeing it to that level of a degree. And I would have hated the pick there. If you took him at 15, it would have been really hard to validate the fan base when you are sitting on those two recent second-round picks. You've spent all that money on Uchenna Nwosu. You're talking about wanting to move Draymond Jones to the edge, and then you're going to get Verse on top of it. It would have been a bit of a predicament, I think. But he was a really good player. He's a really good player, and one of your more safer picks in that first round, I think, Verse, as far as at least knowing bare minimum, you're going to get a player. Is he going to be a game changer? Is he going to be that? You didn't know that, but you're going to get a player. You knew that, no doubt. So hopefully long-term, Byron Murphy can validate that pick as much as the Rams have validated it for Verse. But thank you, Silas. Good stuff, man. Amin, thank you for subscribing to the channel, Amin. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. I appreciate you for doing that. Folks, do hit that like button if you haven't already for me on the channel today. Helps the channel grow, helps me show up on the searches. Luke, Ethan says, I'm tired of the team beating themselves, but when we see the good, it seems to be pretty great. Mike went toe-to-toe with Sean McVay without DK, and maybe Lucas comes back next game. Great thoughts, Ethan. I agree. So much of what the problems come out of this team at times are so self-inflicted. Needless mistakes, Geno throwing 2 red zone picks, things you can control, things in your power, pre-snap penalties from the offensive line. You just can't kind of get out of your own way at times. As somebody was saying earlier in the stream, it's sometimes not like we're losing, but we're beating ourselves. But maybe there is a layer of silver lining within that. And that if you can start to remove some of that being yourself, that now it is just about going toe to toe, that there's more room for the upside of this team this season. And you're right about DK and Lucas coming back after the bye. That's going to be a big boon to the offense. Hopefully Lucas can come back at full health and we can make some kind of big stretch run down the stretch on this and find some footing somehow, some way. Outside run is such a good running play because there's only 4 or 5 gaps to choose from. Tupac said he's never seen zone scheme where there's literally nowhere to go. It's good. It's fun, man. It allows a lot of creativity for the back to use his vision. You need a back with vision, though, too, there, John. Earl says, man, we're quickly losing Geno's advantage of having less wear and tear for someone his age. He's losing 10 years of his life behind this offensive line. He is, man. He's got streaks of gray going down the hair now. It just popped up over the last 2 months. Very true. Very true, man. Quarterbacks have gone to different systems and flourished. Is Geno in the wrong system this year with Grubb? He has moments of greatness, but for the most part, he seems uncomfortable. I think he's in the right scheme to get the most out of him. I think that you do need a functional offensive line to make any scheme work. And non-functional line, doesn't matter how creative your scheme is, doesn't matter how much of a fit it is for the quarterback. If you can't pass protect, if you can't run block, your offense is going nowhere fast, I would say. Real Cheese says, yeah, I'd be fine trading Geno to Carolina. Carolina, tough because I don't know what we do at quarterback, but could be good compensation for him. Possibly. And, it's a choice you got to make at the end of the year, man. And you got to be sure of if you're going to make the move with Geno, it makes sense if there's certain parameters at play. Maybe they want to keep him if other parameters at play. But I think you got to be open to all possibilities here in order for us to find the best solution, the best outcome. Brandon Jana says, the jumpiness is what's called the Russ effect. Yes, an O-line would do wonders upon wonders for our Hawks. Almost every quarterback would be committed to an insane asylum after playing 1 quarter for us. Well said, Brandon. Well said. Johnny Pedroza. Hey, Brandon, just tape the arms of the offensive guards and tackles together so defense has to go around. Keep center separate so Geno can run up the middle. Is duct tape against the rules? I've never seen duct tape written down in the rule book, Johnny, to your point. Are we sure that this is, and if duct tape's out of bounds, can we do bungee cords? I think Johnny's onto something here. Strap them together, man. Make them hold hands like they used to do on the returns back in the day before they outlawed that. That'd be cool too. I could go for that as well. Paul Snap says, get rid of Geno and DK, take a good draft pick, and pick a quarterback, get an offensive line. Chris says, morning from Germany. Well, good morning, Chris from Germany. Did I miss something? Same procedure as every week. Offensive line is fun. Maybe at some point we'll run out of ammo so we can just shoot ourselves in the foot so we can't shoot ourselves in the foot anymore. Hashtag sarcasm over. Yeah, you'd think so, man. We keep clicking the gun. It's like we got the movie guns. You know, the movie guns where they never have to reload? It's like you get the little 7 mag clip that they fire 35 rounds on. That's pretty much what we've got right now. They keep shooting themselves in the foot and you're like, it should have clicked by now. It should have clicked by now. Are you reloading it? I'm not reloading it. Chris says, I think Grubb is part of the problem and is contributing to the confusion of the offense. I don't see a plan yet. Sorry. No, I think it's right. You've not created identity as an offense. And I don't know exactly what it is at times he's trying to accomplish. I think there's too much probing. There's too much past happiness. There's too much of a lack of plan. I think you're right about that. You should be feeling more of that at this point of what they're trying to do offensively, and they just seem to be kind of searching every week. Does that work? No. Does that work? No. Does that work? No. How about that? No. This? No. 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 Amazed. I think JSN showed he can be that guy today. A lot of people were hating on him. If our O-line wasn't hot garbage, he would have had almost 300 yards today. Yeah, a lot left on the floor, and it was good to see from him, Amaze. It was good to see from him. I'd like to see some more from this. It's a good performance out of him, and by no means has he been bad per se up to this point, but I'd like to see some more of this ability to have this kind of impact, especially getting down the field like he did today out of the slot, stretching the field. Phoebe says, B, are we going to have a drunk stream like we had last year? We will at some point. If I've got the Bleacher Report streams, I got to be careful on those. So, but at some point we will. The hard part becomes a little bit, Phoebe, is that after I do these streams, like we wrap this up, I'm going to go over and then I got to do the video wrap up, right? And so the video wrap up, when I got to cut it together again, is going to take till about 5 or 6 in the morning. If I'm drunk off my ass, I'm not going to be able to put a video together for the wrap up. So it's a little bit of, you got to make I have to make a bit of the price paid on that one. It's got to be well worth it to go do the drunk thing on that side. But maybe at some point this year, maybe at some point, if these games were easier to watch too, that might be a little easier for me to crack a bottle. Blazers have been brutal watching experiences at times. Kev Jackson, will we attempt to draft a quarterback the next draft? Should we? No, I don't think the timing is right to take a quarterback myself at this point. You know, you've got to kind of earn the right, in my opinion, to draft a quarterback. It doesn't mean everything needs to be perfect in front of that quarterback to go pick him. But when your offensive line is a league worst and has been in a league worst state for 10 years, you don't say, hey, quarterback, go fix it. Hey, rookie quarterback, go fix that. That's how we've seen so many of these teams run into such trouble town in their team building process when they take and adopt that ideology. So, no, we got to get the line right first, in my opinion, Kev. It's kind of a weaker year for quarterbacks, especially at the top of this draft. Doesn't mean that John won't. I just don't think that the timing is right, especially if it's in lieu of putting a draft pick more back to the offensive line and getting that more improved. John says, at least we're not getting out-coached, out-thought by McVay after he beats him, pointing to his head like he's in Pete Carroll's head. Just keep shooting ourselves in the foot like Cheddar Bob. That's true. Yeah, it's a different way of losing at least. Amaze, you're right. I don't think that there's any quarterbacks worth it in this draft. There's some guys with some talent, but boy, oh boy, you're going to have to sell yourself on them. I'll tell you that. They're tough sells. QB Sam Howell 1 says 4th and 1 should have been a Geno taking the ball himself in fake. I agree, man. Anything but other than the call that they made on those final 2 calls. Anything but that. Silas McDonald, thank you for the $5 donation and the double dip donation at that. Man, you're a lot of others' opinions on how to fix the team. What's your long-term solution to the Seahawks issues? Next year, what do you want out of this team? Great questions, man. Great thoughts and questions, both, Silas, today. I think we got to put our obsession that exists at times in the fan base with the quarterback position on the back burner. That this year, what's risen up and shown itself throughout this year so far is not that this is a bad team or that there isn't some foundational pieces here, but we still are a little bit further away than we are closer than we'd like to be. And I think the most important part of this process is evaluating first and foremost where you are as a football team, Silas. I have said teams find themselves in 4 states as an organization, and it is absolutely imperative that you pinpoint where you are at accurately. You are rebuilding, or you are ascending, or you are stuck in between, or you are elite. Those are the 4 states a football team finds itself in the NFL. I can grab any football team in the NFL. I can randomly grab any team. New York Jets, in between. New Orleans Saints, in between. Bills, elite. Chiefs, elite. Niners, elite. Right? So pinpoint exactly where you are, because if you're a team that's bad at pinpointing who your identity really is for a given season, you will be in the worst place you can be as an NFL organization. That's not rebuilding, and that's not ascending. That's in between. Just good enough to be middle of the road every year, and to never be bad enough to get good picks, never be bad enough to turn it over and turn it around, but always keep yourself in a middle of the road state, so you always try to talk yourself into thinking you can compete that year when you really can't, like we see from the Cowboys. Like we see from the Saints, who will never bite that bullet and say, you know what? let's just return this over. It didn't work. Our philosophy is this needs to start from kind of a square one state of things. So when we start with what I want to see this offseason, Silas, it's a understanding that you're not this close away. Now, we have a half a season here, Silas, so give me some room on this where things come together for this team. Metcalf comes back. Lucas comes back, and he's down and holding things down. Team starts to take on the defensive onboarding process faster, starts to get hot by the end of the year. There's some way that this could move as far as the needle, but let's just say that the season fits to form. First, identify the fact that you're kind of in between. You're 29-30 over the last 3 years of football so far. Now you're 29-31, after this loss. That's 2.5 years. That's in between. We've been thinking that we've been in rebuilding. We've been thinking that we've been in ascending, but we're not quite really there. We're more in between. And if you want to get yourself out of in-between status, it oftentimes takes a real kick to get yourself out of that place. So come to this offseason, I think they've got to make some real brutal calls at times. I think they might have to be willing to get offload players who might even be really good players that just aren't quite fits for what they want to do here. You've got to understand that you're in a position of needing to kind of get almost a little bit back to rebuild a bit. It can be fast from rebuild to ascend to elite. It's not meaning that this is going to take 5 years to get there, but you've got to, I think, get back into more of that stretch. Because if you stay in this mindset of, no, we're just a player or two here, and then you're going to get stuck in between, man. It happens to team after team after team. So first, understand that this is going to take a little bit more time in the outlook, and so you're not pressed as much by urgency in your decision-making. Second, Silas, offensive line has got to be priority number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. You, for years, have treated this like one of the more minimal positions on your football team, and it's got to stop. It's holding back everything at such a major level. It's hard to even quantify at times. It really is. It's going to take major swings, and because you've neglected this for so many years from John Schneider's perspective, you're going to have to put so many assets into this to start to raise this thing up. Carter Williams is going to be a free agent. I don't think they're re-signing him. Bradford does not look like a long-term fix. Christian Ainge, your third-round guard, is inactive today. Not even active as a backup. That's how good they think of him at his current place. Laken Tomlinson, going to be a free agent. He's done after this year. 3/5 of your offensive line minimum, you got to rebuild, maybe even 4/5 if Lucas is going to be toast. So this is going to not only take a lot of bodies, it's going to take a lot of investment. You may not be able to do a whole hell of a lot other than deal with that when you consider right now, this is how much cap space we are currently sitting on for this offseason. Right here, this much right here. Zip, 0. So a lot of hard decisions are going to have to be made on not being able to deal with this or maybe being able to deal with that because you have to deal with this. But my opinion on this, Silas, is that this has been a problem for years. You've waited far too long. You've been smacked up in the face with this over and over again, year after year, and just John ignores it. I don't know how he can do that again this offseason and expect this team to take steps forward. It is holding back the whole effing program. So identifying your state, what the proper state is of the team to make the proper decision throughout this offseason, build back up the offensive line, move out on the players that are not in on this program. I think there's some lack of buy-in on this program. I think there's some guys that don't fit in the mentality of exactly what McDonald wants. Get the players in here that fit to his mentality. Not necessarily fit on the talent front. You'd love to get the talent that fits with the mentality both. Maybe you got to make a choice between trying to find the guys that will mentally do what he wants them to do on this, that can handle all of the moving parts of the defense, that can be a pure fit to his scheme a little bit. And maybe even at times taking a bit of a step back talent-wise to get more out of the scheme from the players' buy-in. I've mentioned that Cardinal team that's had a hellacious schedule throughout the start of this year, and that defense plays well above their talent level because they play together, they play cohesively, they play hard, they play violent, they don't beat themselves up. So probably a little bit of a draw to having to do it that way. You're going to have to make the decision on Geno. This is one that you get to make after a full season to see where he's at. I would lean to believe that this is also why, Silas, you got to make a decision about whether where you are as a state of mind as a team. Because if you're in rebuild mode, even if you're in an ascending mode, I would say you can't afford to really then sign Geno to a contract extension. The only way you sign Geno to a contract extension, in my opinion, for 2025 is because you think you're a contending team. And they don't look like that right now. So probably you're going to be making a move there on that side of it. I would still, whatever quarterback I have, look to get DK brought back in the ranks long-term, Cross long-term, Mafe long-term. Those are guys I have no problem signing contract extensions to, but I think they got to make a lot of other hard decisions on certain players that I don't think are exact fits, who may be very talented, who you may not get max draft capital in return if you do offload them. But if they're not fits, they're not fits. I want guys in this program that are going to be absolute buy-in dogs to what Mike Donald wants to get done. And it looks like on the surface of it halfway into the year so far that this may take a little bit of turnover to get there on that. So we've got to be patient, and we've got to be willing to let this be a long-term thing, Silas, in my opinion. Great question, though, man. Great question. I think you start dealing with the offensive line, that's going to raise some of the tide up a little bit. Obviously, inside linebacker would be nice to address, but if Ernest Jones can round out, you get him an extension, you got Tyrese Knight there, maybe inside linebacker you feel okay about. Maybe the corners you feel all right about going forward. If Job can continue to kind of ascend in how he's ascended. Kobe Bryant's playing pretty good out there at safety. Maybe he's a potential long-term answer there for you at safety. So we need the rest of the year for all to go to see where it all kind of fits at. But in general terms, man, identify where you're at as a team and get that offensive line up to speed in a major way. James Peters, Detroit never had a defense with Stafford. Geno's a good quarterback, but never on Stafford's level. I think Stafford's a great talent, man. I think he's one of the best quarterbacks in the sport, and he's been that way. It's hard for me on the Geno. Just hard to, when the line's this bad, it's hard to evaluate that on a one way or the other for me. Mofo, Geno plus a first and a second for Carolina's eventual top 3 pick. Who says no? Yeah, you'll be lucky to get a second rounder for Geno at the best. That's the best case scenario. And it might even be a third. Amin says it's almost like Grubb's scared to call how he did in college. Kind of seems that way, yeah. Maybe it's just a lack of trust in the offensive line, you know. Johnson, somehow the Cowboys can build a line paying Dak that bloated $60 million contract. Well, they invest as heavily in the offensive line as anybody, John. You know, they'll go first, second round like they did this last season. Tyler Guyton, first round. Second round pick, Cooper Beebe. Recent years, they've gone back with Tyler Smith, Tyler Biadasz. You know, they will invest in their offensive line. That's for sure. Not scared to do so. John Doe's fans cool, but we overpaid. Yeah. Yeah, John, I agree. Draymond Jones, Uchenna Nwosu, Fant, Rashawn Jenkins, George Fant. These are going to be probably all deals that you get out from under after this year. And you can save a significant amount of money by doing that, by the way. You know, no small thing on that side of it. Ivan says, why does it feel like every other team that wants to compete are making big moves before the trade deadline while we are shopping yard sales for someone that won't move the needle? I don't think the team is as convinced as they were even like last year, Ivan, with the second round pick that they gave up, that they're in a position to compete right now, for a guy to take them over the top, that there's too many issues here that just one guy's not going to solve it, and that you need more development. You need the young guys to step forward better. You need improved play, or there's just more work that needs to be done in the offseason to really, truly get it corrected. But I think you make those kind of moves like you did last year when you think you're really close, when you've got that certainty. I think that if you're not close, you can't make those kind of moves because all you're doing is, to use that sunk cost, you're dumping sunk cost into the season where the team's not good enough, and putting one more player, even a significant asset type player, onto the stack will not be enough to cause this thing to twist in a different direction. John says there's so many body catches in the NFL now when nobody catches their hands. True. Totally true. And that's with their magical gloves now, John. You know, they're supposed to have these magic gloves where you can close your eyes and just stick your hand out and it'll lap onto your hand. But yeah, a lot of body catchers, man. Flags, his cards are playing hard for Pew Pew Gannon. They are indeed, man. Very impressive how he's got that team going. John's drafted plenty of offensive linemen. They all suck. Well, lacrosse has been at least pretty good. Radu, thank you for the $2 donation and all of your support tonight, brother. Who do you see that mentally is not their buy-in? As far as running around full meal deal, just laying it on the line. Obviously Rayshon Jenkins was one of those guys and Baker's one of those guys. They're not in there anymore. Draymond Jones sometimes has his needle come and go at times. Hankins, a guy that you're playing significant amount of nose tackle snaps. I think that's sort of been a come and go. I think Dotson, I've got some questions about him. I don't think he's bad, but I wonder. Tariq Woolen, as far as a tackler goes, big time questions with him on that level of commitment and getting after it. Julian Love is a good player overall. And he's not going anywhere anytime soon because you signed him to a contract extension, but he has some bad games where some of those moments come up too. Trying to think if there's anybody else off the top of my head. Kind of about narrows it down. You can more speak to the guys that played hard than haven't. And again, two of those guys aren't in there anymore, Radu and the Rashawn and Baker. But those are two of your guys you earmarked as starters. Yeah, I'd go with about those guys. Amin says, let's say the rookie lineman we had high expectations of them and a delay of Abe Lucas, even if he comes back healthy. Is going to take time. It will. Yeah. Probably have a little bit of rust, to your point. I'm just hopeful more than anything else on that one. I mean, I can get those snaps out of my head today. Whose fault? Mistakes are made, but multiple, and center and guard giving up 7 sacks. Yikes. Don't know on the snaps what's going on there. Somebody was mentioning on my stream, and there may be something to this. I have seen this a couple times this year, is that, with Geno trying to coordinate everything pre-snap like he is, and it's sometimes like he's building a symphony there, that you do get the play clock running down low, and that there's a time where Connor's trying to get the snap off for the play clock, and maybe Geno's not always ready to go on that. Maybe just have to start taking some delays, though, if it means you're going to snap the ball over the guy's head. And Val Ramos, man, the Seahawks offensive line's been this way all year long. The 7 sacks today, the high pressure rates, nothing new. We don't pass protect at all very well. Feed says, B, would you be mad if you reached for an O-lineman in the draft? No. I give John a pass. John's got a hall pass. He's got the equivalent for me of a marriage hall pass here. You can go out and make any move. Just give me an actual quality offensive lineman. I don't want an old-ass offensive lineman with a big-ass gray beard on his last legs that you're going to try to just hold together with glue and bubble gum and popsicle sticks, okay? Give me quality, but you can overpay all day long, and I won't give a crap. I don't care anymore. I don't care. I understand that's what the cost is going to have to be to get it. And we've not developed well enough on the guys that we've drafted. So spend whatever it takes at this point. I really believe in it that great to a degree. If you make that line of strength of this team will be strong. Mark my words. For the first time in 15 years, we turn it into a strength. The team will be strong on the back of it with it. I really believe that with the cast of characters you have in-house right now. But it will probably take you overpaying. It will probably take you have to give up too much for maybe not even a guy that's impactful, but just really good. Fine. Good. We did the same with Dwayne Brown, a 33-year-old left tackle. Maybe got a couple years left. You're going to give up a second and a third round pick for that guy. Yeah, well worth it. Do it again in a heartbeat. I mean, rookies learning against teams that are trying to do what they're trying to do, get the quarterback, and it's exposing them, plus the time together. You might have to put that through a little bit. James, what's the over-under on INTs for Geno in the 49ers game? 2 interceptions? I'd probably take it under. He'll probably be pretty under on that. He'll be careful. I imagine he'll be extra careful next week, James. I would imagine. But it's also a game you might need, so you never know. Vimeo, it is crazy. We had over 200 people here past midnight tonight, and that's with me going 5 hours and 20 minutes. Your guys' dedication to this channel and hanging in there with me is just awesome. Awesome. And I can't believe we're able to keep the 200 people in through midnight. That is tremendous stuff. John says, how about Brian Daboll as an offensive coordinator if he gets fired? I'd do it. I think he's good. I think he knows what he's doing. He did great work with Josh Allen, and he really grew Josh Allen's game. I mean, he was really a centerpiece point of helping to raise that kid to making him more of a quarterback and less of a kind of just an athlete with a big arm for the position. Phoebe says, I agree with everything, but Jenkins, he was doing great in coverage and as a tackler before he hurt his hand, and he was in for 2 games when he should have been out. Yeah, I don't think he's necessarily playing bad. It's just that spirit thing of just really laying it on the line, flying around at times. We'll see with him where he'll be at. He's on a 2-year deal. We'll see if the team holds him for another year after this point. And we got it from the defense was more there today. Even guys like that might knock on a Dotson or whatnot. They were at that level of intensity was there today. Feed me, and this is also kind of the point to making sure that we give this a full year of an assessment. Let's get the thing a full year to see where it stands at the end of the year, so that we make sure that we're accurate in where things really truly land and lie up here. John said, let's pop the brakes on Jared Verse. He only has 3 or 4 sacks. He's just got a lot of pressures, man. He's really good at being consistent in that. And he's been pretty good as a run defender, too. Silas, Woolen is great until the red zone hits. Gives up a lot in that area. Thoughts? Not sure why, Silas. Last week you saw in the first fade ball to Keon Coleman that Woolen knocked away, that he should be very good down there in the red zone, especially on sort of those fade balls. But then he came back and Coleman, he gave up the touchdown there. The route here was a little bit more of an out route, but he got completely turned around on the play, did Woolen. He got spun around by the route. It wasn't that good of a route run. He struggled the past couple of weeks in the red zone. He's not been by and large bad in that area so far early on in his career, but the past couple of weeks, it's not been great on there. And then you give up the touchdown for game at the end. It's kind of a bad look. But also had an interception in this game. Almost could have had another second interception on that final drive. I mean, he's standing there and he just jumps it at the wrong time. Boy, just brutal moment in the game there on a day that had so many brutal moments in it. Yeah, he does give up a lot in that area, Silas. He does. And I'd like to see him better at that with his size and length. That should work more in his favor. The changing direction stuff, the flipping the hip stuff in short spaces, that's always going to give a little trouble for a guy 6'3" at the corner position. But, fade balls where you can be locked in on the guy. Like he got that 9-route, interception. That should be his bread and butter in stopping that type of stuff. John Doe, the defense did look better today. That was a positive. I think that's a big positive because they were really moving in a direction that was not really great here in recent weeks, absent maybe that Falcon game. And even that Falcon game kind of had some negative over that with how much you gave up on the ground in that game, how you tackled in that game. Flag says, look at the Eagles. They had Jason Kelsey and drafted Cam Jurgens and Landon Dickerson. They did. That's a team that continues to every year be a very good team, and they lean on that offensive line and that strength. I mean, even again this year, you don't miss anything with Kelsey because you're able to put Cam Jurgens into center, and Landon Dickerson, and Lane Johnson that you spent your money in, Jordan Matela, who's obviously a late round guy that they were able to really find a diamond in the rough in that guy, but they put the investment in their line. They do. And remember, Brandon Brooks was the guy that they had there as almost kind of an all-pro-like player at the right guard position who just suddenly retired overnight on them. I mean, they had almost a different plan in place there, and they didn't, Howie Roseman didn't blink an inch there. Go back and get Jurgens, go get Dickerson. They're an example of a team that's done it right, and that's what it takes. It takes that kind of investment. It takes that point of making it an emphasis point. Not merely you're going to get by, but you're going to actually make this a point of a strength on your team, come hell or high water. Val Ramos says, I remember when Singletary drafted Davis and Mike Iupati, 2 offensive linemen in the first round. Crazy. Well, it worked out well for you guys, though, Val. I mean, then Harbaugh got to benefit from those guys brought in. I know that Davis eventually retired because him and Harbaugh couldn't kind of align up right. But Davis was a pretty good player for you out at right tackle. And Mike Iupati had a great long career in this league. I loved your guys' draft approach at the time and doing that. I'd love to see my Hawks do something like that at some point. That'd be amazing. Imagine taking 2 first-round offensive linemen in the same draft, allowing them to grow together. John, and I know those guys are a little different because I think Iapati was left guard and Anthony Davis was right tackle, but point still stands. John, we haven't had a league guard, you're right, since Hutchinson. It's been a while. It's been a while. Flag just pulled into work. Let's go, man. Brandon Jensen's 3 a.m. here on the East Coast. Best post-game stream on the market. Well, thank you, Brandon. I appreciate that. It's kind of you to say. Prime Tiger Videos, thank you for subscribing to the channel. I appreciate that. And again, on Radu on that buy-in, like, don't hold me to that. These are just what I see generally in the eye test. Where I would lean in on the, just kind of doubling back to your donation on that question, where I would really lean into on the buy-in factor is really on the trust in Mike McDonald. He goes to John Schneider and he says, John, I know you like player A, B, C, and D. I know you signed up this guy. I know you drafted this guy. I know you feel this way about it. But you've got to have me make my honest assessment to you about whether I've got the guys that are buying into my system and doing what I need them to do, that have the skill set to make my scheme work, or guys I can't work with that aren't going to do the base things I need to do to make my scheme work. And then he's got to put that to John, and then John's got to, roll it through. And if you have the defense, and this was a step forward today, but if they're playing more like 4 of the last 5 games and how they played, where there's nothing good about them, not stopping the run, not stopping the pass, not getting turnovers, not, rushing the passer, causing the long drives that just don't stop anything, then there's going to be some guys that aren't buying in, I think, at that point. There's too much talent there. That's where it comes down to, Radu's. The talent's been too good on this defense not to start taking steps forward like we saw today. It's not that they should be elite or dominant, but you just shouldn't be having it given it to you every which way but loose. Have a good night, Lou. Appreciate you for that. Pumpkin says, I feel like for Pumpkin, it's time for bed. Yeah, we're winding down here. We'll be winding down. John says, I never understood why the offensive line doesn't do that. Just band together so we can all just get around and create like a wall, semicircle wall around your quarterback. Yeah, you don't see a lot of that, John. I guess it's kind of, once you do it once, they could kind of see it coming maybe a little bit. Silas says, even back to last year, he struggled in the red zone. He seems to get easily fooled on the goal line. Yeah, I think that's probably correct. Right, correct. And he's a corner with some skill, but there's some deficits to his game as well. Ivan says, I'm with you. Give up every single draft pick if the results is fixing the offensive line. Please. Everything else is in place. I'm with it, man. It is something that stands as a weakness of your team for 10 years. And I've sat through every offseason. It's just crazy. And so many of my long-term people that are in this chat right now can attest to this, where I've been saying every offseason, here's my plan this offseason. Make the point of emphasis the offensive line. Make this the priority point. Make this a strength of your team. And John doesn't do it, and he goes a different route, and he gets, I would say he gets very cute with it. And, drafting Dwayne Eskridge rather than Creed Humphrey. Creed Humphrey was one of the easiest evaluations that I have ever had for the center position. One of the easiest evaluations you'll ever have. How they overthought that one, how they went to a flawed prospect like Dwayne Eskridge when you had a bulletproof prospect like Creed Humphrey, still to me but it's a canary in the coal mine. I love to use that phrase, but I'll use it here. It's a canary in the coal mine for the greater problem at hand. You don't understand offensive line talent. You don't know how to draft it right. You don't want to put the appropriate cumulative resources into it. So you need to start learning your weakness and start turning it from this glaring weakness that holds everything back in your general manager game, as it is right now for John, because there are good things he does too, and get it corrected. Now is the time. John says, just to go to the Tom Brady office, the 3-step drop, get the ball out of your hand in 1.8 seconds every play, throw the running back and tight ends. Gino could succeed in an offense like that. He could. I think they're trying to get the ball out of his hands as fast as possible at times. I think there is some of this baked into Grubb's scheme where he wants to take those deep shots too. I get a very big feel off of him that he really likes to, between that short stuff, work that deep stuff in it at such a heavy amount to try to keep those defenses off guard a bit. Jack Maloney. I don't know, man. People are panicking for some reason, but I like the staff and players are young. Offensive line needs help, and I think we need a younger quarterback. Gino is good for now. I think we're good to just stand pat, Jack. I think patience is a good application of an approach here. Let this thing play out, see how it settles up, see where everything kind of lands out as it sends out at the end of the year, then make some determinations at that point. But patience is something that I've called upon since the start of the offseason, and I'll call upon it here. We've got to be patient, even when the results are bad, even when they're really tough losses, even when there's some embarrassing performances. Let's let the whole year play out. Let's let the transition take place. Let's give these coaches the time for that thing to settle. I think the offensive line can very concretely be pointed to as a place that needs to be having a heavy amount of improvement applied to it. But there are some stuff to work with on this team, Jack. It's not an empty cupboard. Radu says, yeah, I agree. We should be in on the air raid offense right now with these short screen passes and run. If we want a chance to succeed now. Definitely would like to see a little bit more of that manufacturer stuff, and that's the stuff that would help out your offensive line, you'd think, quite a degree. I think there's some of it he's baked in. Some of it's probably him leaning a little bit too hard on trying to hit those shots down the field at times. To your point on that, Radu, those throws into the flat, the tunnel screens. Every time we run the tunnel screen, it's a 7-yard play to Charbonnet or Walker. Why do we run that like 7 or 8 times a game? Why is it we can only run it 2 or 3 times a game? Why can't you run it 7 times? No team's stopping it. Just keep running it. And Grubb will sometimes run himself out of things that are working in the name of diversity. So I'm with you guys on that. I'd love to see it too. Ivan says 200 people after midnight are looking to you for answers. Thanks for putting in the work. It can't be easy. Oh no, I've got the easiest job in the game, man. I got the easiest job in the game. I get to talk football all the time. That's a treat. That's an honor. That's a pleasure. I mean, it's never a tough day when I get to go live, man. Especially with my chat. Look how cool people are. It's always this way. We got a Niner fan, Val Ramos, in that. He's not being trolled. He's just talking, just BSing. And it's always that cool spirit that permeates this place. It always makes it a spot that I love being in and talking to and just chopping it up on, man. I love it. John says, well, McDonald said he changed it up on defense. That seemed to help today. He did, John. A lot more stacked boxes, a lot of more simulated pressures, a lot more blitzing, especially early on in the part of this game. And it had an effect on Stafford and a beneficial effect for the defense. Something to build on from this game, John, especially for that Niners game coming up. There's a plan of attack the Chiefs have showed you a couple weeks ago of how to deal with that Brock Purdy, offense. Brian Flores with the Vikings earlier this year showed you a plan of attack of how to deal with that 49er offense. Utilize that, Mike. Take pages out of those guys' playbook of what to apply against the Niners in a couple of weeks. John says there's got to be a dark horse at the quarterback in college that is good and will be good in the NFL. I think this year's as good a chance as any, John. If you're wanting to go back to the year that was a little bit like the Russell Wilson year, where maybe there's not as many true blue guys. I mean, that was a draft where there were some true blue guys at the top, and Andrew Luck and Robert Griffin, right? And I think you even had the kid that went to Miami, whose name escapes me right now, who then went to Tennessee eventually. I think he was picked like 11th or 12th. So, you had quarterbacks taken at the top of that draft, but that was also a draft that had some quarterbacks through kind of the depth of the draft that were actually good quality too, John. Kirk Cousins, Russell Wilson, both these guys taken in that, I believe, 3rd round. And so this does have a draft where there is not as much of the true blue centerpiece first rounders, but there are some guys in that 2nd to 3rd round place of things, 2nd, 3rd, 4th round place of things that, if you want to go back to that blueprint of 2012, build up the team, have the quarterback be super cheap, trust back in that process. It's not the worst of routes to go, and there could be kind of that QB there that you could go there and find. This is the year that's settling out in that way, John, and I'd say that there hasn't been a way that this has settled out like that for quarterbacks recently. You had kind of the Desmond Ridder, Malik Willis year, but all of those quarterbacks kind of sucked. This year, you're kind of getting that a little bit. Val says, Brandon, much respect, man. Hey, much respect to you too, man. I appreciate you checking out the stream on it. And as always, man, love having the different perspectives, different fans in here. It always widens out the look for us, It always gives us a bit of a better view of what the real reality is on things at times. Appreciate you. Brandon says, 200 people, only 164 likes. Gotta hit that like button. Come on, people. Please do hit that like button, folks. Does help me out on this. It'll help this video show up for all those Hawk fans looking for answers, looking for reasons, looking for something. Patrick Mahomes was running for his life in that Super Bowl, and they lost 31-9 to Tom Brady. So if a GOAT can perform against a bad O-line, what makes you think Geno will be any better? If a GOAT can't perform with the bad lone line, is what you meant to say there, what makes you think Geno? Exactly, Phoebe. Exactly. And what did Tom Brady choose? And what do you have in Tampa Bay? You know, what was the thing that stood out at the front there that he was coming into? Yeah. Donovan Smith over left tackle. Well, we're going to draft grade A player Trenton Wirfs over there for our right tackle. We've got our center in point and Ryan Jensen. We've got a really good guard in addition to that. You know, yeah, Mike Evans was there. Yeah, Godwin was there. Hey, yeah, you brought in Antonio Brown, you brought in Gonk, but you had the offensive line in place from Tom Brady's standpoint. And that was a Tom Brady that everybody said was shot at that point, that was done. What did Tom Brady not have there when he went to New England? Offensive line wasn't in quite a good shape, didn't have the playmakers. Yeah. Megan says, love you, B in 12s. Let's enjoy the break and come back bigger and better. Let's do it, Megan. I love it. Let's go. Ivan says 3 a.m. here, East Coast listening. Let's go, Ivan. Luis Bernardo Lopez Wilhelm. Would you take a bet in changing Grubb for Canales? He's the Panthers head coach, a very dysfunctional team. Wouldn't surprise me if he gets the boot, knowing the owner's way of handling things. Yeah. Yeah, I would be. I think that you have to be patient with Mike Macdonald, and you have to give Mike Macdonald time. I don't think that you have to ascribe that same patience to the coordinator position. And in fact, I think it works against you to do so. Coordinators need to have more of a hit the ground or don't. The Detroit Lions in the first year there with Campbell, this is my reference that I'll place back on this, Luis, is that first year, Goff's there, offense is in disrepair, bad shape. You make the transition to Ben Johnson in the first season of Campbell there as the head coach. You don't wait a year. You don't wait till the offseason. Now's the time to make it. Let's make the change. Let's get the right guy in here. So if there's a better guy, if there's a more right guy, if it's not working in the chemistry between McDonald and Grubb on where they're seeing eye to eye, there's nothing wrong with making that kind of change, especially to a change, be it a guy like a Brian Dable, kind of a known quantity. Canales, a known quantity who's worked with Gino once before and they worked really well together. So I'm with it, man. I'm definitely with it as a possibility. I think this offseason's got to be about being more open to a variety of different solutions, more than it is about us closing down to going down just this one path. And the coaching is part of that. The coordinators are part of that. Jack says, on the Gino stuff, I agree about the supporting cast. But when you call out the fans, you better show up the week after. 2 turnovers at the goal line is unacceptable. Yeah, I think that this is where there's those of us on this that are really have Gino's back and are really supportive of him and really want to see him here as the quarterback long term, quite frankly, because I know how hard it is to go find the quarterback, number one. Number two, I know what you can do with this guy. I think once you get him the supporting cast that I've been sort of calling upon for years for him here. But he does make it hard for us that are in that camp of supporting Jack with those kind of interceptions that are as inexcusable as you get for the quarterback position. Mistakes will be made. Errors will happen. Interceptions will happen. But red zone interceptions in a game like that where your defense is playing so well, a red zone pick 6, when your defense is doing all they can to give you as an offense the time to find your footing, it just can't happen. Not for a guy that's been in the sport for well over 10 years. And he was just trying to press and do too much in this game at times, especially in those 2 moments. He's got to learn a little bit more, and it's been a problem throughout this year in particular, Jack, of when things go bad, he will take a bad situation and sometimes make it worse and take it to the worst possible outcome. Not just make it worse, but take it to the worst possible outcome in addition to that. And that's the part where Gino's got to be better. Bad stuff's going to happen. The line's going to be poor. There's going to be days where your offense ain't going to be able to run when the offensive line is in this kind of shape. But you can't then make it worse in those big moments in the game, especially when you have a game on the line. It can't happen. Luis says, I'll go out as far as to saying that Canales would have saved Pete's job. I mean, it's possible. I don't know if Canales would have been able to work with this offensive line and make this offense much better with as bad as the line's been in the past couple of years. I think as Waldron struggled, as Grubb struggled, I think Canales would struggle if this offensive line is like this. I think, too, the thing with Carroll is that defense was not improving. It was not getting better. And the thing to remember this, Luis, is that, Carroll wanted to bring back Diggs. Carroll wanted to bring back Jamal Adams. Carroll was not looking to make those big changes. And that would have meant that this defense would not be taking any steps forward at all. That thing was going to be tapped out like it always had kind of been. Mega says, if you're going to give Mike McDonald time. Why not for the coordinators? They haven't worked with Mike before. Don't they deserve the same opportunity? It's just to the like of what plays out in NFL circles on this point of it, Megan. And what I see from NFL circles on this is that you don't have to be as committed on that. I think there's a difference between I'm trying to call plays and call the right plays in the right moment. And yes, teaching is a part of that, sure. But there's a difference between that and the coach who's there to establish the culture and has much more of the bigger load on his shoulders to get things put in play, I would say. So it doesn't always make sense on this, but it's just the way that it's fit to recent NFL history that you can go this route and do this, where there doesn't have to be as much built-in time for the coordinators. I'm not calling for the job there, but if there is a better hire to be made, and some of this goes to Megan about how is things in the back. This is that stuff of how is it in the building, Megan, right? Are Grubb and McDonald not on the same page? You know, you got McDonald lamenting at times the lack of the running game and liking to see more of that. Is that him going, man, you know, Grubb's bails in the running game? I don't like that. Hard to say. Only somebody kind of behind closed doors could know that for sure. If they are getting along well, if Mike does see like, well, look, your offense is being held back by this offensive line, I can't, you know, that's fair too. That's completely fair too. But what you probably had like in that Campbell situation for why he let go of his coordinator is we're not on the same page. You're not running the offense the way I want them run for this team to run the way I want the whole team as a whole to run. You're kind of doing your own thing a little bit here. So I that would be the reason why. It's harder to predict though. Radu says, good point on the defensive adjustment and the success there. Now to the point with the offense, where is the adjustment? We still suck. Where's the pull to not change? Frustrated by that, truly. Yeah, I think some of the stuff is stuff that you just can't do anything about. The run game is completely untrustable. It seems like when you're trying to get to the edges or pitch plays very much, that you're getting too much early penetration. You can't trust your run blockers at the receiver position on the edges. So this makes you just kind of hammer the A and the B gap. Some of it is less understandable to me, Radu. The pre-snap motion is not always as locked in as I'd like to see it. The creativity, the diversity of the attack of the offense isn't always there like I'd like to see it, Radu. Play action pass from under center. You know, you've got a little bit of Grubb wanting to be the spread style guy out of shotgun. Team seems like it could do some good stuff at times from under center with the play action stuff. But Grubb kind of comes back and goes, well, that's not really my bag, baby. And so the adjustments we may want to see from him here, Radu, may not be ones that he wants to run into because it goes so counter to the philosophy of his scheme and his system. These are cool. These are things I don't know for sure on. It's definitely guesses on my part. I think too that the pass protection is definitely changing the way he calls some of these games too. And lack of being able to trust that as well in addition to that. I mean, like the lack of, we've had one trick play that was successful. I don't think we've won one other trick play. I think the two trick plays are successful. You got the hook and ladder and you got the throw of JSN to DK that was successful, but you haven't gone back to the trick play as much, I think, because you don't think you can trust some of that line to hold up. But that was also a commonality of what we saw from the Huskies attack. So I don't have a good answer for you on that one. Some of it, I think, is you're impelled by your lack of talent to run the things you want to run. I mean, some of the spread style system that you typically run, Radu, would be with the short passing concepts, which I'm on board. John mentioned that above, and I'm with it. I think some of the problem, though, hits you is that while JSN had a good day as a yak guy today, he's not been a particularly good yak guy. Tyler doesn't give you anything in yak. And some of what you need from a spread style system is a little bit of a yak ability from those guys if you're going to try to pepper the short passing attack to try to overcome a lack of good offensive line play, a lack of good pass protection. Sometimes there's some mismatched parts here, just a tiny bit. Robert Jorgensen, that missed extra point turned out pretty major. Fortunately, the offensive line has had the special teams has had its share of mistakes this year, Robert, that have been pretty brutal. And you go, come on, special teams. You don't have to every week come in with something that's going to suck. And they got the block punt, which was cool too on the other side of it. But that extra point ended up factoring in very big. Daniel W., any draft prospects you have interest in for us? I expect a top 15 pick, possible a top 10. I don't have anybody as of yet, Daniel. I'm definitely getting more questions on looking at these draft prospects, which tells me I need to start diving a little bit more into my draft study. I have been a little bit late in that. It's just because I got out a little bit ahead of it last year, Daniel, and it sometimes comes at the cost of less than videos that I can get produced for the channel here or over for the Clips channel over on the other side of it. And I've been trying to put a little bit more onus on getting more of the uploads out this year, which has just taken me away from a little bit of the scouting. Because with the way I scout, it's a very time-consuming process for me. Top 15 pick, I would estimate that you're in a tough situation at that point based on what I know about this draft on the surface, which is there's probably about 8 to 10 blue chip guys. You're just out of the blue chip range there at 15. I'd say that there'd be more of a want from my standpoint to trade back, try to collect some more picks at that point, because I don't think there'll be a big major difference between the player you get at 15 versus 24, 25. Though again, I haven't necessarily jumped wholly deep into this side of it. If I was to talk about guys I would be looking at in the first, you're looking at first round's a tough one. Boy, that's a real tough one. I mean, you might be looking like kind of an edge, an Abdul Carter kind of guy, the Walker kid out of Georgia. The value might be kind of edge, where you get a sort of an equivalency to what, if you're picking in the mid-teens, that is, to your question. Because like we saw with a Jared Verse there that ends up kind of landing there with a Verse or a Dallas Turner, it's kind of your quantifiable guys that you have available to you in that sort of 15-ish range. So edge would be one. Will McDonald the prior year. The other kid that was out of Penn State from this past year that went to Miami. That tends to be about where the value would be at, traditionally speaking there. The inside linebackers, Perkins, I think, tore his ACL, so he's probably more of a third-round guy if he doesn't come back. Barrett Carter's probably more of a second to third round guy on the inside. Smell Mondin, third to fourth round guy probably. You know, you're not going to be up there for the Travis Hunter types or the real prime guys at that point. But I've got some more film study to do on that. I'm a little bit behind on that, admittedly speaking. I'll try to drive that a little bit more. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, miss Pete mediocrity yet? I feel like it's still here. It's that old friend. It's that old blanket that's still on our back, both warming us and cooling us at the same time, oddly enough. Thank you, Jeffrey. Going to another $10 donation. People often forget when McVay took over the Rams as the youngest head coach in history, he surrounded himself with a highly experienced staff and coaches. Kids are running the daycare on the field and the sidelines. Alan Durd's definitely young. Grubb is a first-time coordinator, so new guys there, to your point on that side of it. I really did feel like it was as much he made the equivalent on that hire and bringing a Leslie Frazier in, and Frazier being able to be that guy that could help out with a bit of that experience. I think people have been making a little bit of an argument in recent weeks that some of maybe what has gone in building the staff is that McDonald went for a little bit too much unknown. Too many guys that didn't necessarily know his system upwards and backwards and right and forth, and that Mike's getting stretched a little bit thin here from a head coaching standpoint because he's kind of trying to be the defensive coordinator as well as the head coach, because you have a guy in Alan Durd that he hasn't been running his scheme. He's learning it right along with the players. Should have maybe Mike gone for a little bit more certainty, for a little more of the coaches that maybe he knew a little bit more, maybe. I think the hard part about this too became a lot of the coaches became de jures throughout the league, guys that he might have brought here, go to other places, fill out other staffs for different other positions. He didn't want to necessarily pluck completely, I think, from Harbaugh there with the Ravens. You know, he wanted to be kind of respectful with that, I think, too, at the same time. But to your bottom line point on this, Jeffrey, there's maybe an argument to be made of if we're going to change some of the staff over, to change it over for more guys that have a past history with this scheme and system. Better to then able to teach it and it not be all on McDonald's back fully to make it roll and work. To go for more certainty with the offensive coordinator position. And I think to your point on this, before they got to Grubb, we know almost with certainty here that they wanted Arthur Smith. And Arthur Smith, I think in retrospect, would have been a fantastic fit for what he brought to the table here with Geno Smith if you had been able to grab him instead of Grubb. And it would have been a very different offensive scheme and system at that point. So This may be coming as a course correction. I think it's valid in that you've got a lot of untested guys here in this coaching staff. First, like you say, finding a little bit more certainty when you're going to go with a first-time head coach, which I think is a very valid outlook on your part. I do. I did expect Frazier to give him a little bit more, but maybe you also, to your point, needed to go with more of the supporting cast than just the one gray beard in the room and Frazier and everybody else being young pups. And yeah, there's probably something to that, Jeffrey. There's definitely probably something to that at this point. Makes sense, B? Just wondered. Yeah, I don't have a great explanation for it too, Megan. It's the coaches thing is it's just kind of the nature of the beast, I would say. Thank you again, Jeffrey, for the double dip donation, brother. Also, your support to the channel as a member of the channel. In addition to that, Jack says, would you change anything on defense? I like the defense, but I also don't know as much about football. Obviously, the offensive line is a draft need, but what else do you think they are targeting? You got to make a decision about inside linebacker into the future. Ernest Jones might be the guy. He's played really well the past couple of weeks, Jack, and he might be the guy to be long-term there for you that you signed to a contract extension, but certainly inside linebacker is one that you look at. Outside corner is going to be one you're going to look out. Trey Brown's going to be a free agent. Job may not be the other answer there for you at outside corner, as Witherspoon is more of a slot. I think you feel pretty good to your point about most of the foundation of what you have in place. You need to go find a nose tackle, like a true nose tackle. You need to get Byron Murphy out of these nose tackle snaps and more into the 3-tech snaps. So not a lot that you got to go address, but just certain specific things that you need to really vastly improve from where they've been. Nose tackle has not been good. Cameron Young doesn't look like he's going to be a guy, as he's an inactive guy, 4th rounder from last year. Nobody else to really fill up. And Jonathan Hankins has gotten progressively worse as the year gone along. So middle linebacker, nose tackle, maybe safety as well. Jaylon Walker from Georgia. Yeah, that's right, Flag. He's another edge guy that'll go right in that first round. Might be a top 10 guy, might slide into more top 15-ish range. Hard to say on that one for sure. Ivan says, to what you said, McDonald is the guy I'm not convinced that Grubb is. Do teams move on that quickly? I have nothing against it, but just can't think of a time when any team has made this move. McDonald is the guy, but I'm not. Yes, and that's where that Detroit situation is the one that I reach towards, because not only is it an example of a moment where you have a coach in the first year as there as a new head coach. So Campbell, first year as a head coach. He has an offensive coordinator to start out through the year. I think there are 6 or 7 games into the season. He changes offensive coordinators to Ben Johnson. And what did that do? Did that move out? It worked out pretty well. So he made the move quickly. Didn't have to sit there and go, I'm going to wait on this 2 or 3 years. Recognizes as a coach that this isn't working with this guy and our fixing here. Gets Johnson in. Helps the Lions offense to take off. Johnson's able to find the footing there and get things moving pretty quickly there from an offensive coordinator position. So it has happened before. It's happened in other locations. I think the Ravens did it a couple of years ago as well, if I'm not mistaken, and it worked out in their favor too. So it can be you can take it as an approach. You can, much more flexibility to the coordinators than the head coach. Head coaches, you don't want to do the 1-year thing with them. That's the pathway of bad organizations, to keep flipping through coaches, because you got to give them time to instill their philosophy, to instill their culture, to make sure they got the right guys to make their systems work. But when it comes to coordinators, that could be a little bit more in a bit of a flux on that. Luis, the O-line is depressing. I see the Hawks game and start to feel it's normal for a quarterback to feel that kind of pressure until I go pick up another game and can see the quarterback go through multiple reads calmly. It's league worst, Luis, to your point. Pass protection in a league worst state. And it's hard to find functional quarterback play when it's in that state. And you're right. I see the same thing. When I watch other football games, I don't see offensive lines this bad in pass protection. I see much more functionality. Doesn't mean that they're all great, but there's functionality. There's not that just sieve feeling that you get from this offensive line. Sentai, Donnie Ranger. Donnie, how you doing, man? Thank you, Brandon All. Have a great week. Go Hawks, man. So Louise says, is Travis Hunter the real deal, or is he a bit overhyped? Don't really watch college football. No, he's one of the best cornerback prospects that's come out since. He's better than Sauce Gardner, better than Stingley. He's the best cornerback to come out since Surtain. And there's another Surtain guy in this draft too, by the way. The Michigan corner is really more of a Surtain comp than this is. I wouldn't comp him to Surtain. He's a different player, but he's probably even better as a cornerback prospect than Patrick Surtain. Great size, great length, incredible ball skills, incredible instincts for the position, makeup speed for days. Really, the question with him is that are you going to buy into wanting to play him at receiver too? And that's going to be a hard sell for me with Travis, but something that he's insisting upon that he's going to want. Val Ramos, we are in agreement, man. F the Rams, straight up. John says, yeah, but Woolen's also been having perfect throws thrown at him where there's not much you can do. He's not been bad this year, John. I don't want to overstate it like he's been bad. He's been okay. I'm not as worried about him as a coverage guy, John, in that part, as much of whether or not he's going to fit the McDonald's scheme long-term in the tackling front of things. Ivan says, also, did McDonald pick Grubb, or was he another questionable decision by an even more questionable general manager? No, this was a complete McDonald hire. He got the opportunity to put his staff together the way that he wanted to see fit. John says, yeah, Woolen should have definitely attacked the ball instead of standing there. I would have liked to have seen that. Yep. And then the missed jump was just kind of odd. Not bad. He's not bad. He just, there's some stuff there. Phoebe or Seahawks, doesn't Alan Durd help with the stunts? Hasn't brought a lot of the stunt game to your Hawks this year. They've done it a little bit. They don't run a ton of games up front like that, though. Lag agrees. He says we should have definitely gone with a more experienced OC. There's a solid argument to be made on that, man. You took the big risk here. You took the big swing, and maybe too big of a swing. Brandon, I get it. Everybody hates my Niners. Who's the most hated? I mean, it's a hated thing with the Niners, Val, but it's more of just the healthy rivalry thing. It's like Ravens, Steelers for us. I mean, maybe you guys view it as more of the Rams being your rivals because they've been more of a challenge for you recently. But I think it's more of that. I mean, do the Ravens and Steelers both hate each other? Yeah. But is it a kind of just, it's pure rivalry more than anything else, more than the hatred thing, You got a well-run organization. It's hard to run, hard for me personally to be hating on organizations when they're being run smartly. You kind of tip your cap to them and go, yeah, I want my organization to do more of that. B, do you have any fun shows for the bye week? Any content creators? Yeah, we're going to go on the Hawk Zone and setting up a roundtable with a variety of guys. So we got a bunch of different guys. I think they're going to be doing this roundtable thing on Saturday. I haven't set anything up this week, but maybe I should with a couple of guys. So it's a good idea. I'll try to put something together if I can on that. But definitely we're doing the Hawk Zone on Saturday. So definitely get subbed up to them. U2K, this is Littlefinger's fault. He should have been shown the door with Pete. Continued poor roster building. It's why we're here. We needed a clean sweep. Definitely was the time to do it if you're going to do it with John. I think that it now sort of puts you into the Hawk here for another year at the very least with John, even if he is the big problematic point. So definitely a decision that was there to be made and should have been made if that was the route to go from the front office standpoint there with Pete. They made that tangible choice that time. Flag says Arthur Smith. Seems like they liked Mike Kafka as well. He was definitely far in the process on that one. That's for sure. Radu says, don't be surprised when we get a wide receiver and a defensive tackle this draft. God, I'd be heated. Imagine that those are your first two picks, Radu. Oh, Lordy. Oh, that's going to be definitely a drinking draft stream at that point, Radu. Jeffrey says, McDonald's family doesn't even live here. He's got 1 foot out the door already anyway. I hope not. Sauce Gardner is very overrated. I was watching that Jets game on Thursday night, and just again, man, every play he is pulling and a grabbing and a tugging. Oh my God, he's overrated. Terribly overrated. John says, every pick that John makes, can we play Creed? Can you take me higher, please? As a homage to the lack of Creed on our team, even more ways than one. If I could get away with the copyright strike, John, I play it every time. with arms wide open. Shiesty says, do you think the play calling was bad or just terrible execution on the O-line? A bit of both. I think the offensive, the play calling from Grubb runs really hot and cold. He's a very streaky kind of shooter at times in his play calling. And he can sometimes twist away from things that are working inexplicably. I think he's running a little bit of a stripped down version of his offense, which doesn't help because of the bad pass protection. And the bad pass protection is holding a lot of things back. I think it's holding back DK this year from really bursting out like I thought he could, and Kenneth Walker and Geno Smith. But I think it holds back the play calling in that you can't go to the fullness of your playbook. McDonald was talking about this in last week, and I think in 710, where there's some things in the playbook that they can't quite go to that probably could help out the team because they can't trust the parts to hold up to make those plays run. And so you've got to get through the basics a little bit. You've got to get the line to a basic functional state to, I think, be able to run the full assembly of your offense. And they're just not, fortunately, at that spot right now. And so you get games like this where there'll be some good, there'll be some bad, but it's going to be hard to find consistency when the line is this bad. Still streaming, Chris. Still rolling, baby. Luis is, oh, yeah, I got that one. Luis, kind of similar question here. Is the protection keeping the crazy plays he used to do in college, or is he just scared that he might fail horribly? If so, at this point, would that be bad for him to start trying? I think that there's just things about the team that hold back the offense from being able to run fully, and it's not always Grubb's fault in full on that. You know, Tyler Lockett and JSN don't run block. Not the worst of problems for receivers that don't really run block. The issue comes into play, though, is that if I want to run to the edges, if I want to run a pitch play out wide, I'm going to be running it right to where my receiver is going to be my lead blocker. If he's getting destroyed at the point of attack as that lead blocker, and my running back is hit instantaneously, I can't really go to my outside pitch plays. Rip that page out. My pass protection's horse crap. I can't do 7-step drops. Right? If I want to run a flea flicker, long developing route down the field, running back goes into the center of the pile of the line, throws the ball back to the running back, long developing play. I can't do long developing plays. My offensive line doesn't hold up long enough. Out goes another page. So I think that the pass protection can't be understated by how much it reduces you as a play caller, how much you have to work around it. Think about all the chip blocks you now have to account for. Spread style system. I want to run all these guys out in routes. I want to run and maximize as many guys out in routes as possible on any given play. The second I start bringing chip blocks in, the second I start going to max pass protect, now I'm no longer as much a spread style system. Now I'm not able to bring out as many of those guys in pass routes. Now I'm not able to run as many flood zone concepts or get guys wide open by how I scheme them up in the routes that I run. So it's holding it back. And it's where it makes it hard to get to an evaluation point on Grubb as well, because what is what? You know, can his scheme run so much better if he gets just middle of the road blocking? Yeah, probably. Is he going to get middle of the road blocking anytime this year? Probably. No, not unless Abraham Lucas comes back at full strength. So it gets hard. Chicken or the egg, you know? It gets a little hard, Luis. So I'm making that real certain determination there. And that's one reason I say we keep coming back to whether you're trying to make an evaluation about an offensive coordinator or a quarterback or a wide receiver, and whether he's a game-changing receiver who deserves to be paid $35 million per year. When you want to answer those questions, you don't want to be held back of being able to answer those questions because the line is not functional enough to maximize those players to the utmost to learn that about those players. We should have a lot more clear certainty about Geno Smith as a quarterback at this point, rather than it being a little bit of a muddled view, because there is really great play and there is the bad play in there. And then is this caused by that? Or is this just merely he's just bad and has the malfunction moments? Don't know. You got to be able to remove that offensive line thing is one of the things, is the reasoning there. Otherwise, these other things that are reliant on that, you're more of kind of unsure on your determination you're making. You can make the determination, this guy's worth it, this guy's not. This guy's the quarterback, he's not. but you're not sure about it because you didn't take care of that offensive line. It's a little bit about like drafting that quarterback that you put into a failing situation. He fails in that situation. Now, is that quarterback maybe just purely bad and he just sucks and he's a bust? Maybe. Is it also possible that maybe the guy's pretty good and you just put him in a crap ass situation? Yeah. That's why you got to take care of that first part before you get to the second part. Everybody gets caught up in the quarterback. Take care of the first part first, or else you're not going to be able to make the proper evaluation on the second part. Val says, Seahawks buyers in a couple days, Brandon? No, I think more of your Niners will be buyers, Val. I think at this point, if we're going to be doing anything, it's going to be sell mode. Yeah, I think Val, I think we're probably likely to stand pat at this point. Because I don't think the team has seen one way or another good enough to make them feel emboldened going either way. Sell mode or buy mode, really. If they were going to go into one mode or another, though, I think it's probably more likely it's a sell mode than buy mode. I would. Jeffrey says we don't have to worry about paying Geno if he doesn't have a head anymore because of the OL, offensive line. Yeah, it's a bit of what will eventually maybe make this Geno discussion null and void. Like he might throw for 5,000 yards this year, be the first quarterback to do that since 2022. And we might be going, yeah, but we can't sign him long-term because the rest of the team's not in good enough shape to take advantage of where he is as a QB. It's really where this could kind of go. Tristan Wirfs was a stud, man. Great pick for them. Michael Myers, what's wrong with Connor Williams? Also, supposedly Bradford gave up 6 to 7 sacks today, plus 8 penalties. Yeah, you finally decide, you finally tell Bradford, like, we're going to stop this rotation with you and Christian Haynes. We're going to give you a chance to run full speed as the number one guy. You earned your opportunity finally. You've outperformed him. Here you go, buddy. Here's your opportunity. Here's your chance. And yeah, penalty machine, sacks. I don't know if he gave up 6 to 7 sacks today that were on Bradford. Michael, because there was a good amount of that was on Michael Jarrell as well. But you keep waiting for one of these guys on that line to step forward. I mean, Bradford and Haynes, you know, he was kind of showing you a little stuff in the past couple of weeks. It's been struggle in some of the other games. You're hoping this raw guy starts to kind of fill out a little bit. It's not happening though. Nacho says, you think they'll make a move before the deadline or just wait till the offseason? I think it's wait till the offseason at this point, Nacho. And I think if they do make a move, it's going to be more sell mode than anything else. I think you'd be selling on guys who might even be some high quality guys who you just go, this ain't necessarily, this is a talented guy, not necessarily a fit to what we do long term here. Let's get some draft capital back. Let's start to push this a little bit forward and look a little bit with longer eyes here to the longer view. But overall, if I was to really make a guess here, I think they just probably stand pat, wait it out. I certainly don't think they're going to be in a buy mode. I don't know how you could look at the team and say, hey, we're just a Leonard Williams-like deal away from pushing this thing over the top. That would be a tough sell to the fan base, I think, at this point. Jerry says the issue with the center snaps is obviously Geno because he isn't 9 feet tall. Brad Radu says if Bradford gave up 6 sacks today, holy hell, that would be brutal. It's not like they had Darren Donald down there, right? I mean, Kobe Turner's good and Fisk can do some of that stunt stuff, but holy hell. The stunt stuff the Rams do is just brutal for Bradford, though. It puts some of the detriments of his game on bright display. Chris says exactly, can't trust the line to establish pocket protection or create holes. It severely limits the calls. It does. This is what makes the offensive line thing be so bad. Is it affects so many other things across the board that makes it impossible for you to make a determination and evaluate properly. You're not dealing with kind of market conditions. You're trying to like evaluate market conditions in a third world country. It's like, well, they're printing their own money. We've got people making, there's not really what we'd call an economy here. Just got to get impossible to get to any determinable point on that to me. Luis, Geno is a great quarterback, but he's not Mahomes. To put every game on his shoulders, not even Mahomes can do that. But he is capable of stepping up when asked to. But we can't ask that every single game. Amen. Amen on that. And I agree with you, man. I think I see some of the same thing where you're asking him every year. He's got to, every week it's sort of like, well, rise up and carry the team on your back, Geno. I don't know why we're asking that's got to be his reality every week. It shouldn't be, but it kind of is. Michael, wasn't Connor Williams a Pro Bowler before coming here? He's been a Pro Bowler in the past, Michael. He is coming off of a torn ACL that he suffered midway into last year. I think he'd probably tell you right now that he's not at 100% on that knee this year coming back. It's going to take a little bit of time to get back to that state. He's not been bad. He's had a little bit of a regression in recent weeks, but overall he's been, he's around somewhere between 15 and 20 on his rating as far as centers in the National Football League this year. Ivan says, the tired old question. In the event we were out of playoff contention, do we move DK? I don't like it, but receivers are abundant in the draft. Trading him for an opportunity at a trench player. It was announced today that he is not going to be moved in any trade deadline deal. So DK is not going to be moved in a trade in that point. No, it won't happen. There are a couple of collection of players on this team that are helping us right now, Ivan. Charles Cross, Boye Mafe, Kenneth Walker, DK Metcalf. I think that when it comes to improving this team as we go forward, I don't think that we're well suited to cut off our nose to spite our face. I don't think that it helps us to remove one of those things, few things that are actually helping us on winning games, in the hopes of somehow now we got more work to do, because you let go of DK and you got to go get a receiver in the draft. And if you let go of a DK, you're getting a late first-round pick for him, Ivan. A late first-round pick is going to get you James Worthy. You want to flip DK for James Worthy? You want to flip DK for a Donai Mitchell? You want to flip DK for a Ladd McConkey? I don't. And while there are good receivers that come out every year, by the place of where you'll be picking in the draft, just take this last year's draft, for instance. You have last year's draft of wide receivers. You trade DK like last year. You're picking 25, 26. That means no Roma Dunze, no Neighbors, no Marvin Harrison Jr., not even any Brian Thomas, the kid the Jacksonville Jaguars took, not even him. So you take a big step back at the receiver position in a major way if you were to move DK. But he's not going to go at the trade deadline. 0% chance. The Mike 91, thank you for the $2 donation. This is game over. Thank you, ID the Mike. Appreciate you, man. I love that username, ID the Mike. Let's go. Appreciate you. Louis says, I don't really think Schneider has until next season. He might pull a panic trade. If he's on a short leash, man, you never know. He might just do that. It's possible. We've seen general managers do that before. Look at Bill O'Brien. Burned down the house there in Texas on his way out the door with some of those trades. Jeffrey Brando, you're going to need to put together a blooper reel with circus music on the offense. It's time. It has to happen. I'd have plenty of moments. It'd be a long video, man. I think it'd be about 15 minutes. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I probably should. Good suggestion, Jeffrey. Megan, Hawks Nest, can you explain to me what a stunt play is, please? Yeah, absolutely. So a stunt play is, you have 4 defensive down linemen. You're typically not going to run a stunt by blitzing a 5th or 6th player, Megan. So you'll deal with your front 4 down defensive linemen. And then what you're doing on the play is typically, you can run a stunt a couple different ways. You can run the double stunt, where you have your 4 guys aligned, right? So we have our 2 defensive ends here. We have our 2 defensive tackles here. So when you stunt, you're running that twist like this, right? So if I'm a defensive tackle, I'm going like this. On the defensive ends, I'm going like that, right? So you're not going up the field. You're going laterally post snap, and you're twisting laterally around the defensive ends twisting laterally around the defensive tackle, and vice versa. And so what this is you have an offensive tackle, right? He's looking at that tackle across from him. He's looking at that defensive end across from him. He's like, I'm going to block the defensive end. And then on the snap, he goes to shoot out to block that guy, or drops back and pass protecting, expecting that guy, but no one's coming. That guy's sliding around. And now he's got to then be smart enough on the button there to then pick up the defensive tackle who's slanting into his range, and then the defensive end is slanting into the guard's range. But it's challenging you laterally. It's challenging the offensive lineman to move laterally to meet the stunters. So typically when you have the 4-man down lineman, Megan, they're getting up the field. All 4 get up the field. Here, you're twisting that. You're running a twist like this. Just like this. And so what it does is you have a Braden Fisk guy who's short-armed, not a guy that's going to beat guys one-on-one, but he was one of those combine warriors, right, who's really good at moving laterally. And so you put him on stunts and have him move laterally at 290 pounds. He moves really well for a guy his size like that. And your tackles just cannot stay with that guy when he's looping around like that. They don't have the foot speed to be when they're challenged laterally like that. So it's a technique you do, Megan, when you don't necessarily trust your front four to just get home on their own. It's a way to throw off offensive lines in their pass sets and to give them a bit of a curveball instead of just coming with the fastball over and over again. It's a way to manufacture pressure, but you really challenge those offensive linemen that struggle to move lateral. And unfortunately right now in this game, Megan, Laken Tomlinson and Anthony Bradford, the two deficiencies at the centerpiece of their game right now is moving laterally in pass protection. That's the place where they really struggle at. Nick, would you also blame the O-line and Geno's being hit for the pick six? I get that it's his fault, but he was getting hit while he was throwing. Yes, he was under pressure, and that is a part of the play there that isn't to be just completely ignored. But Geno's also held that for a beat longer than he needs to be there. So he's holding it, extra pad of the ball, starts to try to guide late out of the pocket, starts to kind of carry himself out of the pocket to scramble there late. I think that there needs to be more of an internal clock in that moment of Geno just going, hike, 1, 2, not there, throw it through the back of the end zone, get to second down. Or take the sack. Those are the two outcomes there that are much better than trying to haphazardly whip a ball off. Again, you're moving to your left, you're throwing back across your body to the middle of the field late. That's an eternal cardinal sin for the quarterback position. That is something that they are taught and is hammered into their head not to do. It's a bit of like, it's a vertigo-like thing where you think when you're rolling to your left and you're throwing back across your body and you're throwing late to the middle of the field, your mind plays the tricks on you by the angles to make you think you can fit that ball in there. But it's a trick of your mind. It's why coaches hammer to say it's a cardinal rule that you don't do it, because your mind will trick you and make you think you can get that ball fit in there. You can't. Don't do it. It's not right. Nacho, you honestly got to feel bad for Geno. He could be balling out like Lamar or Burrow, but his line is limiting him immensely. It is indeed, Nacho. It's the thing I mentioned many times. I've said it over and over on this stream alone, probably 10 times today, but I've said it ad nauseum for multiple years now. And nobody's really pushed back on this, which is that you put any quarterback behind these conditions that Geno has dealt with the past 2.5 years, nobody is finding success. Nobody. I'll give you maybe Mahomes, and even that one, I really don't believe it. I don't believe it. I'll give it to you, but I don't believe it. And even if I want to give you Mahomes, it's still the rule of thumb is proved out here, which is that this line is holding things back in a major way. And you might end up pushing yourself off of Geno Smith. We might end up reaching that point where he goes on and he actually has great success somewhere else, especially if he lands in the right environment. And you look at it back in retrospect going, kicking ourselves a little bit on that one. We messed that situation up there a bit. Radu says, what if question, would you trade DK, JSN, and Lockett for the number 1 ranked offensive line in football? The number 1 offensive line in football technically right now would be, the best pass blocking unit in the football right now and the best run blocking unit in football right now, which is both the same thing, by the way, is the Indianapolis Colts. And so, no, I would not. One great line, but I'd probably still hold on to that. I don't know if I'd flip the Colts offensive line for those 3 guys. I like the question, though. Those stunts work really well, Nick. And Fisk and Verse have that chemistry and running it, going back to Florida State for multiple years. But they made it the centerpiece. They've taken over the Cowboys as the best team running it this year. The Cowboys were the best last year. Rams are running it by far better than anybody else. May says, I had never heard of a stunt play, hence the silly question. No, it's okay, May. It's not a silly question. We don't run a lot of stunts here, so it hasn't really come up here in recent years. Nacho, if I had $1 for every time the Hawks shot themselves in the foot, I'd probably have enough to buy the team and invest in the line myself. Real talk, Nacho. Real talk, man. I was saying earlier, man, you thought they would have run out of bullets by now. Chris says linebackers will stunt as well, swapping who drops back and who rushes forward. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of it's the sort of fake blitzing more than stunting, but they can stunt too, or they loop around. It's a technique that both can do. Brandon says absolutely zero chance DK is traded. Thank gosh. As cold as it is to lay it out as a strict asset play, you wouldn't flip DK for S compared to his caliber of play and or presence. Amen. You're not getting the returns back. And people are trying to kind of moneyball this thing a bit with him, and it wouldn't work that way. The returns wouldn't work in that respect of things. Look good on paper, doesn't work good in practice. He says we should just keep DK. I don't think he'd garner a first rounder in a trade. That trade market is brutal. Wide receivers don't go for a lot, Huey. You're right. And that's why I say I think at the very best case scenario, you're getting a very late first round pick. And that's the best case scenario. It's you just don't get the asset return back that you think you'd get. And we're talking about the wide receiver that you pick at 25 versus the wide receiver that you get to pick at, let's say, 9. It's a pretty big difference in the type of player that you're grabbing there. And so I think that's just the smarter place to sign him. Nick says next game, the line has to go against Bosa, who had almost 50 pressures this season. We give him like 17 in the game that we played him a couple weeks ago. And if you don't have George Fant, you don't have Abraham Lucas, it's going to be a long day at the office for your Seahawks. We saw that last time we played them. Daniel says, you've won. You've been saying that for years, and I agree. Yes, sir, man. Yes, sir. Seahawks don't need the best offensive line, Luis. You're right. Just an average offensive line, and this offense would be top 5, I think. You're league worst as an offensive liner. You're definitely in the 20s in both areas in pass protection and run blocking. Bring them both to middle of the road state. This offense, which has actually been it's an offense lead league in passing yards, not been badly productive in how it's rolled, will be even more productive. Will be more efficient. Well said, Luis. Rondaz, worst Seahawks game in years. I hate this version of the Seahawks. It's a hard brand of versus football to watch, man, especially when you see a team that does the self-inflicted stuff so often to itself. Things that you can control. Things that just mentally not sharp on the finer details of things. Things just so sloppy across the board. It's not a bad team. It's just not a tight team. It's not a disciplined team. It's just a wild team to watch at times, and the variance in what you get from them and what they show you on that field. Kind of to be expected in this first year of McDonald a little bit and with what we've seen with the team, but they are just so talented. I think that pulls so many of us to go, man, just come on, you're so talented. You can be better than this. And I think that's fair. Nacho, Colts have had a top tier line for years now. I need John to rip a page out of their book. Quinn Nelson, first round pick. Ryan Kelly, first round pick. Who's the guy that they got that was the German a couple years ago? First round pick. I forget his name. He's got the $10 name. Another first round pick that they've grabbed there. Investment they've made in the offensive line when they find good offensive linemen. Yeah, they've been at this for years in that way. Colts learned their lesson after the Andrew Luck situation. They said never again. And I'm hard on that Colts general manager. I think he does things that are very questionable at times. But the one place that he's gotten right is correcting that mistake from the Luck era of we're never going to let that happen again. You trade Jordan, would you trade DK and Lockett for midline? No. I wouldn't. I'd keep DK and I'd build the line. Ivan says, I'll use it in a sentence. Our general manager has been stunting for way too long, but he isn't fooling us anymore. Those aren't rims. Those are plastic. True enough, man. True enough. Rundaz, defense B+, special teams B+, offense C-. Yeah, that's fair. That's definitely fair. Daniel, what do you think of using Oluwatimi out of position to help the O-line? He's got no past history and recent history of playing the guard position. He was purely a center going back to Virginia and then going to Michigan. So he's done nothing but play center. He's not the biggest of guys. He's a little undersized at about 290. I think you would see him get blown up if you tried to move him to guard. I think too, with as bad as this offensive line is playing, if there was some other answer here that was there for improvement on this offensive line, I think the team would have called upon it. You know, if Sato Lamea would have been a lot better left guard than what we got out of Lake and Thompson, I think they would have done it. It's like what we've seen out of the Christian Haynes situation, where so many people were calling for Christian Haynes to play and to start ahead of Bradford. Bradford's not been good, but Haynes was even worse. Even worse. Bernard Raymond, that's the one. So, you know, they've invested in that's just what it takes, man. You got to put the prime assets into the line. And that's the thing that we don't want to do. We've been trying to do this by the late round pick guys. 4th round pick to Bradford, 5th round pick to Oluwatimi, 6th round pick to Sato Lamea, 6th round pick to Michael Jarrell. That's been the way you've tried to do this. It's not working. It's not working. Radu says, is there such a thing? Is there such a thing where you run 6 linemen consistently, like at all times? Not consistently, no, because you're removing the threat of that passer getting out there and running a route. You know, if you really have a guy that can't go out there and run routes, if he's the 6th lineman, I can't think of a team that's consistently gone to it. And maybe you're right, Radu, maybe it's time to create some creative stuff like that. I mean, no one else is running it, you know, can't hurt to try. And I'll tell you, Carroll had a lot of luck back in the past, especially when we went to those heavy run sets. When we went to like three tight end sets, and we turned that 3rd tight end into an offensive lineman, you know, it'd be a George Fant or a Bailey in the Super Bowl year that we went to the Super Bowl. It was kind of effective running out of that. Oh, Femi, did I miss your, sorry, did I miss a question? Definitely getting a little into that phase where my eyes are starting to cross up. There we go. Sorry, Femi. You think John drafted mobile-based linemen? You think John drafted mobile-based linemen with Pete post 21 to fit a scheme that didn't move in space because Pete kept it simple on the offense? I mean, it's logically feed me like, you know, you would think at the time he's moving to the mobile offensive lineman because you have Waldron here, and Waldron from the Ram system is going to want more mobile offensive linemen. And so that's why he did it. It might be. I'm not sure. The reason I'm not sure is because of the fact that Cross was valued to go where you got him in a good spot. Like, you're getting great value for Charles Cross there. It's like whether he was a mobile guy or not, he was going to be a great lineman in this, or a very good lineman in this sport. You love the value of the selection there. A guy like Lucas, I had a 1st round grade on, and he's sitting in the 3rd round, where mobility or not, it becomes just too hard from John Schneider's perspective not to grab a guy at that point when you're getting that kind of value, especially because you could see so much of that draft was driven by value, especially. We'll take the best guy on the board that we got. So those guys were mobile. Anthony Bradford's an athletic freak who is pretty mobile to move in space. But then, you know, Oluwatimi wasn't the greatest of testers. Sato Lamea wasn't the greatest of testers and movers in space necessarily. Some of Sato, you're moving him from tackle to guard. I mean, Laken Tomlinson, pretty immobile there. So I don't know if it's been very congruent, feed me, with John and his approach of looking for mobile-based linemen. I'd expected him to make that move, but he didn't kind of do it full sail. The Laken one in particular was one that really threw me off. Not coming off recent good performances, getting older than dirt, and not mobile. Just not a fit, on top of being a guy that's well past his prime, well past his expiration date, probably. Daniel Doyle says, yeah, Olu was getting beat in preseason against backups. So frustrating watching Geno run like Mahomes in the Tampa Bay Super Bowl every damn game. Still, go Hawks. Yeah, go Hawks, man. And you're seeing it as I'm seeing it. It's frustrating watching him have to deal with that. You'd really like to see Geno just get a collection of games where he gets some clean pockets and see if he can build some confidence and get some comfortability in the pocket and be able to settle down and relax a little bit. And you have to feel like maybe some of those mistakes we've seen pop up even today would start to lessen. And I'd hope it's the case, but I don't know if we're ever going to see that offensive line for Geno Smith here. Brandon Jana, love how much I find myself agreeing with Brandon. Not why I tune into every post-game stream. It's the best of the best, but it's nice to know that someone who knows ball way more than I and agrees with you. Well, thank you, man. I appreciate that, Brandon. I appreciate that. And, the chat gets me these spots. If I've gotten to a place I've gotten to, part of it's been having things tested and, hey, what about this? Are you considering this? It's that collective brain power that we bring to the table here, which I succinctly do really believe in. That's in going as long as we go in these streams, and that, we get to certain, I think, truths of the matter and the heart of the matter by the testing, by the polling, by the stress tests that occur under the arguments and the takes and the viewpoints. And at least the cross pick is something we can feel good about, Megan. That one has definitely been a home run pick for John on that one. You should, Brad. That's a good one. Huey says, Littlefinger doesn't value O-line and doesn't believe in paying them. Never has. Geno facing the same problem faced by previous quarterbacks. Seahawks have been hamstringed by this approach for almost a decade. Very true, Huey. Very true, man. 10 years of this. 10 years. Justin Britt being the last guy you gave a second contract on from a rookie deal. That's the guy you drafted in 2014? It's high tide. It's long term. It's overdone. The turkey is cooked here. It's time to start to put some investment in this thing. Daniel says, sorry, but Geno is average. Even if he had a good low line, he would be the same player. Sometimes like he is versus the Lions. Sometimes like today with bad decisions, he's just an average quarterback. You might be right on this, Daniel. You might be right on it that Geno is just simply an average quarterback. Could be the case. My take on this and my argument on this has been that because you can't give him these parameters for success, because if I put any quarterback into this given situation, they would fail. From my given perspective, it makes it almost impossible to make that kind of determination. Because every quarterback would fail in this environment, because you have not even been able to usher in just a modicum of that support that he needs to be able to be in that success point, that gets hard for me to reach that point of evaluation. Doesn't mean you're not right. Just means that I'm just hard for me to get in that spot when you didn't take care of your P's and Q's to go and then make that proper evaluation. I think this is also what leads to at times, Daniel, teams drafting quarterbacks and determining this guy's not the guy, this guy's a bust. Is it that, or did you give him those parameters to put him in a position to be successful? And we've seen some reclamation projects even this year finding some success who had been tossed away by their first team in that same manner, by that same outlook. And I think it's just in part and parcel a little bit of what goes on here in this sport, where the outlook of the QB position is not one that's looked at as built upon the supporting cast and how good of a supporting cast they have, both from a talent, but coaching and play calling, all of it, versus those quarterbacks that just seem to need to be able to just kind of rise on high and carry the day. Luis, any thoughts on what the Seahawks can do next season to fortify the offensive line, or is it too early? It's my place and position on this has been this, Luis. There's 3 different methods you have for improving your offensive line. John Schneider has only taken one of those methods over the past 10 years, pretty much, with the exception of one moment, really. So you can draft guys and go, I'm going to make a offensive line, my picks in 1 first round, second round, third round, fourth. I'm going to go line heavy. You can go line. You can trade for guys, go trade for quality, go trade for no quantity. Or you can pay for guys on the open market and free agency. Spend substantial money to pay the prime pump prices, to pay the high prices, but you're going to get at least league average play minimum and probably a little bit above league average if you pick the right guy. The team has only utilized the drafting method here for about 10 years. The only one trade you've made, especially since 2017, is Dwayne Brown. It was a home run trade. You've not gone back to that barrel since then. You have not gone back and tried that same kind of line of thinking since then. So they go this one pathway, and you don't draft well enough to just go down one pathway to make the line better. I would say when you talk about, is it too early? I think rather than targeting this guy or targeting that way, utilize all 3 methods at your disposal for improving the offensive line, and you will improve the offensive line. Utilize only one method, you're not going to get an offensive line up to snuff. I think when it comes to this, it's not that hard on this one to determine that one a little bit. Nick, what do you think of people hating on DK and saying he isn't a top 5 receiver? I get he had a new fumbling struggles, but people calling for his head need to be stopped. There's been 4 entities on this channel, Nick, and doing this for 5 years. There are 4 specific, three players and 1 coach that have caused a certain reaction in the fan base that is unique and that I get to be kind of party to on a weekly basis in the way the discussions are driven. And it's been very clear that these players and this coach are in this way. Russell Wilson, Coach Carroll, Geno Smith, DK Metcalf. These are players and a coach that draw out a feeling from people. And it's not that this is that everyone in the fan base feels this way, but that these players draw out from people certain reactions that are very extreme. There's a part of the fan base that just can't sign up with DK Metcalf. They just can't get there. Like there's a part of the fan base that just can't sign up for Geno Smith. In Geno's case, I think he could do so many things right and they still wouldn't sign up for him. They'd still go, well, he's 35 though. What is that? But with DK, same way. He just has this certain draw from people that I don't quite get as much. I don't understand it either. I don't get it. And the thing that I've always pushed back on this with the DK stuff on it to the people, and the anti-DK people don't have much of a response for this one, which is that if DK is not a top 10 receiver, if he's not pushing on that top 5 state of things, why is he consistently a top doubled wide receiver in this sport? Why every year of his career outside of maybe his rookie year has he been a doubled receiver, a top 10 doubled receiver in the sport, and he's been high as the second highest double team receiver in a given year? Are the defensive coordinators off their rocker? Are they stupid? Are they morons? Because the way some of my Seahawks fan contingents talk about DK, there's no way you should be double teaming that guy. He can't high point the ball. He's got bricks for hands. He can't run routes. Why are you doubling that guy? But every single year, so somebody's got it wrong here, right? There ain't no middle ground on this. It's either that average fan who doesn't like DK and wants him out of town is seeing it clearly and true and right and understands it absolutely without any blemishes, or these defensive coordinators, the professionals, the individual defensive coordinators that vary week in and week out, that are yet doubling him consistently on a yearly basis at a top 10 or a top 5 rate, know better. Both of those things can't be true. One is true, one is incorrect. There is no shades of gray on this one. Because I will guarantee you, defensive coordinators don't like to double team wide receivers. That's not something that helps your defense out. It doesn't make you easier to run the rest of your defense now that you're going to double team this guy throughout the course of the game consistently. And that should really be the end of the discussion, quite frankly. I'm not a big guy that likes to appeal to authority, but that's a hell of an appeal to authority. I'm not talking about one DC here. I'm talking about 31 defensive coordinators yearly basis. Daniel says, what was the number of drops today? So few passes to Lockett. I counted 4 drops, I believe. It might have been as high as 5, but it was 4 as a minimum. Radu says, breaking news. Raiders fire offensive coordinator Luke Getsy and several coaches at 3 a.m. It's tough to be firing those guys, man. What would you do as an OC for the Raiders right now? Yeah. Devontae Adams didn't want to play there. What do you got in that line to really work with? What, Colton Miller? Josh Jacobs is gone. Who's your running back you're working with? That feels sort of scapegoatish to me. Kind of scapegoaty. Nice as Pumpkin looks so cute right now. She's a good girl. She's looking for some loves. She's waiting for lovies. Some salmon. She does. She's got a little bit of pumpkin size to her at this point too. I blame Grandma. Grandma's been coming by giving her extra treats. It's on Grandma. You tripping shorties is top 5. He's been as high as top 2. It's a stat that you can now track. You tripping shorty. So this is one of those stats that's been coming up in recent years. That's not one you have to kind of guess. What's the DK's double team rate? It's not one you have to track. It's one you can see concretely every year. This shows up in this way. And I've been tracking the stat on a yearly basis. I'll grab last year's. If I can find it here. I'll bring up one of them. Here we go. So, here we go right here. Wide receiver, double team rates, 2022 to the 2023 season. Everybody, I've had people come in here and tell me all day, Amon Brown's better even DK. Stephen Diggs better than DK. AJ Brown's better than DK by so wide a margin. You see the pointing out on the list here that I'm showing you of this graphic of where AJ Brown is? You see DK Metcalf way up there at the top? You see him he's up there above Cooper Kupp and CeeDee Lamb, just behind Justin Jefferson and Tyreek Hill. So are these defensive coordinators morons? All right, here's another one. Let me grab another one. I got another one. This one was from a previous couple years prior to that. Here's your previous one, Choir. I think this was 2000 and this would have been 22. This was the year I was referencing where he's been as high as 2, second. So that year, Devontae Adams, 27.5%. DK Metcalf, 26.5%. Cooper Kupp, 25.9%. Kittle, 25.3%. Tyler that year doubled. This was 22. People sell me on DK maybe being top 20 in this sport. There's not a top 20 receiver in the sport that's going to be double teamed at the second highest rate in the entire sport for a whole given year, much less on a yearly basis, right around that same territory. The data does not match some of the narrative from my fellow 12s on this one. And nobody's explained it. It's where I know I can get to these certain spots and these certain points that I go, okay, Mr. He's a top 20, walk me through it. Walk me through it like I'm a child and I need a crayon for you to show me the way. He's double teamed at this top rate. If he's not that problem, if he's not that issue, if he's not that game-breaking wide receiver, if he's not that guy that puts the fear of God in the hearts of defensive coordinators on a weekly basis, then why does this stat show up like this? What's the explanation for it if not but that? And this year was the year you had to lock it up as high because remember, this was the year in 2022 where teams started to move to the cover 2 shell. Teams started to, at times, spring load the double teams in this given year to both lock and DK. That lock and double team stat's not one that you get on a yearly basis. That's one that popped up this one given year in 2022. I think it's still a good point. Luis, it's worse when we're going back and watching every offensive lineman the Hawks have drafted, and it's not been good, and they still don't change anything. We seem to sign the worst talent out there. Yeah, kind of the way it is. Daniel says, looked like Pumpkin was out of discussion. She's got something to say, man. She wants me to cuddle her right now. That's what she's wanting. Brandon, sir, you are right. The DK crowd is funny, and they always have been. I will say, when you're going in a rant-like fashion, your inner Pacino comes out unprompted. I'm telling you, it will. It always does. I get mad about this DK stuff. What are they doing? Come on now. I bet it does, man. I bet it does. Brandon Jana, or we got that one. Ivan, I've always wondered if organizations hear their fans. It's crazy that we have been pointing out the O-line issues, but there has been no action taken to approve by the powers that be. Seems ridiculous. Yep. It's always where fans are going to have a hard time, I think, moving the needle. The experts are going to think of themselves as the experts. Sometimes you can overthink situations. Sometimes you can get moved in a way that you just don't want to overpay for what you don't feel like you're getting the returns on, which is a bit of the driver here. But it is what it is. And it's high time for this thing to change, Ivan. It's time for a course correction. It's long overdue, but let's get it done this off season. Yeah, we're going to have some salmon fillets for her, Megan. We've made her hang out today. Jimmy, how do you see the NFC West playing out? Is it really going to be tight? I think it'll remain tight throughout this year. I don't think anybody's really taking this bull. I do feel like maybe the Niners are getting ready to kind of click this into place. I felt like they've just been kind of dancing on the outside, just about ready to break back through. Maybe the bit of the Super Bowl loss malaise kicking in there. But if they get McCaffrey back, Dream Graylawn back, say nothing of maybe they make a trade deadline deal for a player in addition to that, wouldn't surprise me in the least if they start to kind of run away with this division. But we certainly are standing in a place right now where I think we can still make some noise in this division. It's still theirs for us to go out and grab if we can get this right. We got to get it right in a hurry, though. Got to get it right in a hurry. DK says people are mad because the DK drop balls. Yeah, that's a bit of it. It's some of the stuff that happens with them that's valid, that is valid criticism. The drops that can come up, the needless penalties, the body language stuff people don't like. You know, at the end of the day, he's a game-changing wide receiver. He's not merely a good wide receiver. He's a game-changing wide receiver. And as good as it is, as many of these good receivers come in this league, and there's a lot of good ones every year. I totally am in acceptance of that. There's not always a lot of game changers every single draft. Good receivers, but not always a lot of game changers. And that's what he does, especially game changers that are going to command the kind of attention that he commands. Vimy says, B, have your script ready because I'm betting the round table is going to have another Geno discussion. Oh, it's going to be all Geno. I know. It's going to be Geno all the time, man. I'm ready for it. I'm going to say the same stuff I've been saying to them, and they're not going to accept it. And I don't care. It's still, my point still stands, and they don't have a retort for it, which is no quarterback is succeeding in this environment. Geno may or may not be the guy, but it's really irrelevant. What's the problem? What's the issue? What's the thing holding the team back? Geno? No. It's his offensive line above all else, maybe. And that gets beyond a question of quarterbacks. That gets beyond to a non-functioning factor of your team, and a non-functioning factor of your team for about 10 years. And until you fix that, you know, you're going nowhere fast. Says, don't worry about my donations. We'll back Geno. No worries, man. They're not going to hear me on the penalty, on the ref thing. And the ref thing came up hard in that third quarter, but they're not going to give me anything on that. They're going to be like, Geno, interception. Rundaz haven't been this low since Trent Dilfer was our quarterback. I'm sorry, Rundaz. I think that we're going to get this turned the right way. It might take a little bit more time, but I do think we're going to get this turned the right way. I think we have the right coach. It just may be a bit of more of a long time consuming process than we'd like here a little bit to get there. Radu, is it officially time for Chris Olave to retire? Many concussions. He's had a lot. And these quarterbacks with their hospital balls, Purdy getting Brandon Ayuk's knee shredded a couple weeks ago, not a fan. Derek Carr throwing that thing over the middle and getting Olave crushed in this game, not a fan. Tom Brady was talking about that, I think in the offseason, about these quarterbacks now, and there'd be some of these hospital balls that used to not throw like that. And now these quarterbacks feel like they can throw it because you have all of the defenseless receiver rules and all of that going on. But all it takes is one defensive player to be like, I'll pay the $30K fine. I want to get my hit. And you just get a guy just crunched. But no, I'd imagine he'd come back. He hasn't been paid. He's probably wanted to try to go get that contract. And I would imagine you're going to see him out there rolling it up again here. But they're going to have to probably sit him for quite a bit of time. And if you're the Saints at this point, why not just sit him for the whole rest of the season? You ain't going anywhere this year. But as we know with the Saints, Radu, they're so hesitant to get in that sell mode. They're the epitome of the in-betweens team. $70 million over the cap every year. Never want to call the ball. Never want to turn it over. Never want to try to figure out that you're not ready to go. Always convincing yourself you're this close when you're nowhere near close. So not a retirement yet, but definitely don't play him anymore this year. For who? For what? As they say. Phoebe, do the Saints have any fans? They're like the Rams, Charger, Panthers, Atlanta. Yeah, they got fans. I mean, that Thunderdome's cooking when it's cooking. They're like us, a team that, 10 years ago, you're rolling, you're winning consistently. It's been quite a bit of time since that. The longer you make your fan base kind of wait like that, the longer you've kind of been not putting together very good football, the longer that they start to kind of disengage. But I think the New Orleans fans are pretty committed folks. And they can get hot and heavy down there in that Superdome when it's running right. They just have, I think, they do a lot to kind of take away some of that excitement there. You're negative $70 million in the cap every year and your team never turns it over, and you can see how it's going to go wrong. You can see how you're going to just come up a little bit short every year because you're not able to ever maximize your full cap. You're always sort of chasing the past. You're always paying for the past a bit every single year. Rundaz, it's irrational, but I'm annoyed that you're so optimistic. Go Hawks. No worries, man. I signed up this year. I mean, I'm consistent on this run, Dawes. There's a difference in the outlook I'll have right now versus where I was with Carroll at the end. With Carroll, I'd seen him try to turn that defense many times over. I'd seen a lack of adjustment. I'd seen you doing the thing that Einstein once said was the definition of insanity. Trying the same thing and having it fail over and over again and continuing trying it, just thinking that it's eventually going to turn into a success story again. It wasn't. So I was at my wit's end. I had given that a long period of time with my patience. That counter gets reset a little bit with McDonald. And I think you have to give the guy the time to onboard his system properly. But I can get the impatience that's there, Rundaws. I can get the dissatisfaction that's there. You have one playoff win since 2017. The Jacksonville Jaguars are more of a playoff success than you since 2017. It's a bit of a tough pill to swallow. And I don't knock any of the fan base for getting a little bit touchy. Doesn't mean the patience isn't still now the thing to be called for, but totally get the touchiness, especially when you're watching sometimes yearly the same issues raising up on a yearly basis and just being the thing that sinks us over and over again. Vimy, and don't forget that the Atlanta Falcons content creator said they're bandwagon fans. That's where I got that. Oh, I get that there with them on that. Yeah. Specs says, Brandon, what are your top 5 wide receivers in the league right now? Justin Jefferson. Psst. Leave it alone, kitty. Trying to get out. Cat trying to make a break for it. Let me go here and look at my deal here. I'd go Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase. I'd probably go Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, Nico Collins. Probably A.J. Brown. And then probably, DK in the 5 or 6 role there. Maybe you put CD and then DK 6, something like that. 6th, 7th. Certainly is a little bit debatable. That'd be about my list. Even Pumpkin's had enough. She has. Absolutely patient here. Love the fans that understand this. Got to do it. Yeah. I was at my wit's end with other things that we've had in this discussion at times that I haven't been as patient with because I gave it that time. Russell Wilson, Coach Carroll, you give it the time. And once you've given that time, then you can be at your wit's end, in my opinion. Then you can be like, look, I've seen enough. But you make sure you give it the time. You make sure that you've made the appropriate, so you're making the right decisions. You're not making a premature decision and you're going to get it wrong. Make sure that if you're going to make those moves and move on from guys that you are quantitatively in the right spot in doing so. Specs says, I'm also a big fan of CD Lamb. So in hypothetical situation, do you think he'd work in Grubb's system? Just a what if? Yes, I do think he would work in Grubb's system. I think that there is a lot of what CD Lamb does where it is a little more fitted into doing the slot stuff more than it's the outside stuff. He can win both places, but I think you could probably make an argument a little bit that CD maybe does his best stuff from the slot. But yeah, he would fit. His yards after the catch stuff that he can work, spread style system that he came from college there at Oklahoma. What was he in the Kingsbury system? I think he was in an air raid at Oklahoma spec and did some great work in that air raid system. But his yards after the catch, the yak ability, being a bit of a bigger receiver from the slot, and so the run blocking that would give you for the guy in there. I haven't checked CD out as a run blocker really, but I'm more making the guess there. But of course with CD Lamb too, he's a guy that just signed his contract extension with the Cowboys. He's not going anywhere they just paid him at the start of the year. BLM, you have yourself a great night, man. Appreciate you for watching. I think Tyreek's starting to get into the spot where age is starting to come up a little bit. Now, look, he's been without his quarterback this year, so maybe you put him on that list. And if you want to put him at 5 or 6 and bump DK to 7th, I wouldn't push back against that if you wanted to do it. Some of this is me trying to make the assessment and do that thing, where you get the top 100 list every year, Ayush, and the top 100 list is always reflective of guys' reputation rather than where they're at exactly right now. And I wonder if right now he's not having a bad year, but I wonder if right now Tyreek is at that same spot. He might very well be still 446 yards, but he only has 1 touchdown on the year. Again, if you wanted to make the argument he should be ahead, I'd be okay with it. But I do look at him a little bit like maybe this year is starting to kind of, rather than we're at prime Tyreek, we're more at like 93% of prime Tyreek. Is that still a top 5? Maybe. Brandon says, doesn't make it easier after losses, but man, it's got to be first and foremost in the minds of people. Patience. It often pays. There's times to be patient. There's time to be patient. To your point, Brandon, and this is one of those spots that I think patience is really what is the spot that we've got to land in here. You got a first-time head coach. You have a new head coach. First new head coach in 14 years here. We've got to give it the time to allow the roots to set, to see if they will set. And he might be a failure. He might be bad. He might not be the wrong guy, but you're not going to be best suited by making that determination after only 1 year. Did the team at one point move on from a coach after 1 season in Jim Mora? Yes. But was he a complete nightmare? Jesus, Mora just had a soundbite the other week in the Connecticut game where he was just like, he was blaming the officials for like fixing the game in a college football game of like a UConn team against somebody else, as though there were officials doing that. He's still a live wire, is Mora. So you just don't want to do that. Give your guy the time. I think you give him that time. I think it will be rewarded. I do, Brandon. I think McDonald is the right guy. May said, I've called patience for Mike Mack's announcement. You have indeed. The best thing to apply here. Ayush, I think Tyreek is very similar to DK in the sense where he strikes fear in the opposing defenses, regardless of production, due to deep threat and speed. However, no quarterback most of the year took away that feature. I think that's valid. I think that's fair. That's where I say you could argue to me, if you want to put him up a little bit ahead on that with the DK, I'd understand it, and he still is a very good player. So Tyreek he's been one of those guys historically over the last 6 years who's been top 3-ish state of things. So very valid to put him back in that spot of things, Ayush, for sure. Spec, thank you, Brandon, for the work you do. I really enjoy chatting every time you go live. Well, thank you, Spec. I love chatting with you guys, man. So every time I get to go live, I love it just as much having that interaction with you folks and turning this thing over as much as we get to over here. So thank you, man. I appreciate you watching, hanging in here for so long, folks, tonight. LeVar says, I know these L's suck, y'all, but please don't lose the faith. It's all part of learning. All these kids are young and need time to learn a complex scheme on top of much needed growth. Well said, LeVar. Well said. And I think that this is going to be a great way for us to finish up tonight on this patience front, where emotions are going to be running wild here as we go into the bye. And people are going to look for, I think, wild approaches to find solutions here. And I think more of looking for something far outside the box is more of just trusting in the developmental process, trusting in this hire of McDonald this offseason, and as smart as it was, and that you are making a swing for the guy with the upside from a coaching standpoint. And you didn't go for as much of the certainty initially in that guy, a Harbaugh or a Mike Vrabel, or even maybe a Dan Quinn. You went for more of that ceiling. And I believe that ceiling really does truly exist in this cat as a coach. But we got to give him the time to get there and learn a little bit of the road and understand what he can and can't get away with, and understand that balance of being a head coach and not just being a coordinator anymore. And also, to your point, LeVar, understanding that this is a very young roster, and young rosters are going to be wildly inconsistent, and young rosters are going to need some time to develop. Well said, LeVar. Absolutely well said. Renda says, let's have it go. Seahawks. Let's go, man. Long live the King, says Brightside. I do see how JSN can be productive with this offense. I do too as well. Good to see of you getting JSN down the field in this game. Good to see you of finding ways to actually push the ball and utilize him as a deep threat like Ohio State found a way to do. Ohio State wasn't using this guy as a fly sweep bubble screen guy. They were using this guy as a guy out of the slot who CJ Stroud would push the ball up the field to go after and attack in secondaries. And you did that today. Great to see from him, because it's been a bit of a missing portion of his game throughout these past couple of years. He's not been a bad receiver, but we've not seen him really been stretching and pushing down the field in that way. And that's gotten me at times a little bit nervous with JSN because I need to see him kind of bringing that as a first-round pick. I don't need to be him to the best receiver in the league, but a little bit more than just kind of the functional slot guy that we've seen from him at times. And we definitely got that today. Hell, could have had almost 250 yards receiving if the penalties didn't wipe that stuff off the board. Appreciate you, Megan, for all you do as a mod here today. Thank you for that. This is 8:45 p.m. here. I need some food. I'm going to grab some myself. So thank you. You have yourself a great night. Brandon, Jana, you have a good one as well. I want to thank the sponsor of the show today. That's Underdog Fantasy. Underdog sponsoring the show with us here for a couple years now. And you can utilize my code, get a 2-for-1 match, put $100 down, get $50 back, $200 down, $100 back, $2,000 down, up to $2,000, you get $1,000 back. So they got this deal going on right now when you use my code NEST. So support the show, get a little bit of extra coin in your pocket. Go out there and make some moves. There's still some great fat picks to be had this upcoming season. You've got both football, basketball going on at the same time right now, so you can combo that thing up with a parlay here. Go win yourself a little bit of money. They've got some free picks they throw every week onto the stack, so you can build your parlay off with just kind of a freebie. A lot of great deals here on the Underdog Fantasy site. Support the channel at the same time. Like I said, some free money in your pocket that they'll match you on a 2-to-1 basis. And all you got to use is use my code or click down in the description section of the link below. Couple other quick notes here just to finish up. We've got a Seahawks clips channel that I've got running right now. I'll be running clips from these live stream shows that I cut up. People are looking for some more kind of easier to, digest, bits and pieces. So I've got the Hawks Nest clips channel rolling. We've got well over 200 videos over there that I've clipped up here and put over there here in about the last 4 months or so. A lot of clips over there. So if you're looking for some extra content, head on over there. If you could, for me too, guys, I've got down the description section of this link, a direct link to the Bleacher post-game report. Click half-hour post-game report that I did for the Bleacher report. Really like it if you guys could go check that out. I want to keep those numbers up and those viewer counts up really high because they offer me back. It's a paid gig. It's a cool paid gig. It helps me out tremendously on this channel, and on top of putting us in front of eyeballs that we don't normally get to see and helping the channel in that way. So it's a very huge boon to this channel, having that Bleacher Report stuff. We're going to be doing, I think, another one next week for them, but it's all based upon the analytics of what you guys do as far as showing up on that Bleacher Report app and if you show up for those shows or not. So there's a link down in the description. Just even watch it. I really appreciate it as that does help out this channel. I'd like to keep those things going. I appreciate you guys for jumping in there today. Many of you guys jumped over there when I went live over from the Bleacher Report, and that is very, very helpful. Big feather in the cap of this channel to be able to do that. I want to just put one final thank you out to all the people here who have donated to the channel today. You guys, unbelievable, I say is the word, and I know I use it over and over again because I don't have a better word to use. There is nobody out there that gets the kind of support that I get on this channel and this show, whether it's any live stream show that I go. If I go to the round table, you guys blow the round table away. No other round tables get the donations coming through on the round table like we've gotten. And some of that's from the Jesse folks. Many of it's from you guys coming in there and donating. The support and love that we get on this channel over and over at every single turn, I could never have asked for anything more. This channel growth has been awesome, and what we've been able to do there is awesome. But the fact that you guys put me in this position to have this kind of support, it is an overwhelming amount of love you guys show me on that side of it. And I really want to thank you guys from the bottom of the heart as you've allowed me to chase my dream here, do it at such an early moment in creating this YouTube experience. I was able to do it basically 3 years in and just go. And we've been able to roll and roar hard on this and allow me to really try to maximize this channel out to keep that growth pushing, keeping that pedal to the metal. And I really thank you guys from the bottom of my heart because, I did not expect it in doing these live stream shows when I began this process. It has been an unbelievable, just completely surprising thing that's come out of nowhere. And you guys are unbelievable in every time, always there, every single show without fail. So thank you for that, guys. We will be back here soon, Tuesday with the roundtable stuff. We won't be having, of course, Behind Enemy Lines on Tuesday this week as we got the bye week. So that will be coming back next week. But we will have the Wednesday weekly roundup. We got the B&B show on Thursday, so still a lot lined up, maybe even a surprise show here mixed in this week. You never know. We got the call-in show for members of the channel next Thursday. Be on the lookout for that. So a lot lined up this week. Season's not over yet, Hawk fans. Tough loss. Yes, 5th loss in 6 games. Yes, I know that's a tough pill to swallow. Enough people are going to be down right now. Things are looking a little bit dark right now. But this division is damn tight. Anything is possible this year. So keep the faith. Let's see how this thing develops. Let's not come to any ultimate determinations in the here and now. Let's let this thing play out, see where it stands at the end of the year, and then let's make our big, broad strokes of change if that's what's called upon, if that's what's needed. I thank you for watching the channel today. Thank you for all the support. Please hit that like button on the way out the door. Thank you to all the new subscribers. It's a tough loss, Seahawks fans, but we got the bye. DK comes back after the bye. Abraham Lucas comes back after the bye. Maybe eventually we get Uchenna Nwosu back in the mix. Reinforcements brought back to the ranks. Maybe that can help rise this team up with it. Just have to wait and see. I appreciate you watching. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. I love you guys. I absolutely love you guys and all you guys do, not just in sport, but just keeping me rolling here on the chat, keeping me laughing, keeping my brain working here, man. And you guys always keep me thinking too. So thank you all the way around for everything you guys do. Back soon, but until that time, especially after a tough loss like this, don't you dare ever forget. Don't do it. Don't you forget. Go Hawks.